Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Shaping Finances by Design, George UX Conf 2024. We are so excited to see all of you. My name is Stefanie. I'm the head of design for Erste Group, and with me I have my amazing colleagues, and we will guide you through today's event.
Hello and welcome to the Shaping Finances by Design, also our remote audience. My name is Natalie, I'm a design ops lead here in George, and together with Daniel and Steffi, we are organizing this conference.
Hi everyone, I'm Daniel. It's so great to see so many familiar faces, new faces. Welcome again. This is truly an international event. We have people joining us from all over the world, from Singapore to Brazil, from the Czech Republic to Canada. So it's really amazing. So welcome again. I see we have a full house, and hi to our remote attendees.
Exactly. Before we get started, I would like to take a very brief moment to just reflect, why did we actually create this event? I mean, if we wanted to learn, we could also just stay at home, watch YouTube, go on TikTok, learn how to be demure and very mindful. Our intention here was to bring the very best people in product design, so all of you, and to give them a stage where we can really share insights and strategies, and especially the kind which are usually extremely guarded, as we all work in finance. So that was our mission. That's what we set out to do, and today we're doing it for the third time. So it's really a new type of event made by designers and for designers. So what can we expect from today?
Well, I can tell you a lot. We have more than 8 hours of incredible content prepared for you. We have 14 top speakers representing major players in the financial industry, from traditional banks to neo-challenger banks, fintechs. But we also have a very special guest who will provide us with this kind of outsider view. So stay tuned for that. And even though we are super proud of our speaker lineup, we also believe we have an incredible audience. And that is, of course, thanks to you.
As you might have noticed, in our agenda, we have a lot of topics about investing. And it's not a coincidence. We have a very exciting theme for this George UX Conf 2024, investing in tomorrow, designing wealth and shaping the future. But investing, it's not only about the money, it's about you. That's why we have topics covering both how to design for wealth and investment products, but also how to invest in your teams, in your skills, and in yourself.
Yeah, and therefore we would also like to get to know you a little bit better, and we prepared a very brief exercise. It's not really an exercise. So I would say, everybody in the room, please stand up.
Please stand up.
Let's get started.
Yeah.
Everybody who joins us remotely, please join the Slido conversation now. We also want to hear from you, of course. So now it's coming a nice questionnaire. First question is, if you have any type of saving, a small reserve, anything like that, please remain standing. If you didn't have the chance to save anything, please take a seat. Oops.
Okay, I think almost everyone is standing. Okay, next question. Who of you invested in a new skill, a new hobby this year, or got rid from some bad habit? If you did something of this, please remain standing. If not, please take a seat.
All right, these people are investors.
Mauri?
Mauri, no.
Okay, now hopefully we'll get more interesting. If you made a one-time investment in an ETF, stock, bond, gold, whatever. It could be also a Chanel bag, right, Natalie? Please remain standing. If you haven't, please take a seat.
All right. Question number 4. If you did any sort of course in the last 6 months that relates to your profession, so your job, please stay standing. If you didn't have the chance to do that, please take a seat. Also, if you dropped out of Duolingo in the last 6 months, please take a seat.
Ooh. Okay, now it's getting really hot. Who of you invest on a regular basis? You know, not only randomly, once per year, but doing it really on a regular basis. Let's say once per month, maybe weekly, or maybe even daily. If it's one of you, please remain standing. If not, please take a seat.
Oh. Wow.
Someone is not sure, right?
Okay, now for the last question. Looking into the future, if you have set aside a specific budget for personal development or learning in the next year, please remain standing. If not, sorry, game over.
No, oh yeah.
Whoa, look at this.
Amazing.
Thank
Congrats.
you. We have one person.
Yeah.
Wow. So really cool. So we have a lot to learn about investing today in ourselves and so on. Before we get started, could we take just a super quick selfie?
Yes, come, Tamas.
Oh.
We would like just to have a quick selfie with all of you.
Please say hi from the background.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Woo.
Everybody hands up, come on.
Yay.
Woohoo. Thank
Thanks
you,
a lot.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. All right, so you're done. Now you can really relax, take a seat, and get ready for our very first speaker.
Yes, it's time. So, who's our first speaker? He's a designer, and he moved all the way up to the board level. He managed to convince a 200-year-old bank to jumpstart the future of digital finances. He and his team, they developed a product, and they gave it a name. And that is, of course, George, the digital financial companion that is impacting more than 10 million users across Europe in 6 different countries. So, with that said, please join me and let's welcome all together on stage the Erste Bank CPO, COO, and godfather of this event, Mauri. You want to click or not?
Yeah, look, my job is, I don't have a speech, I just introduce the event. Thank you very much for the Godfather. Maybe it would be important for you to understand the reason why this event exists is because originally we wanted to do something for our own team. When I started to work in banking, which is not far away, when I started it was 2012, there were no designer in banks. There were agencies. So bank, we're going to agency. How many of you are from agencies? All right. We used to go to agency and put all the money there, but you were changing things regularly, you were doing other clients, and it became pretty obvious to us that if you want to build a product that hopefully stays alive for the next 200 years, you need to have your own design team, and design became very important, so we built our design team, and so we came pretty big across Erste Group, having design team in every country, and then we thought we should do something that once a year we bring these people together. And then Steffi said, yeah, but how boring, we talked only to each other, let's invite some external guests to entertain us. And then this turned into, okay, let's make it today. And then, okay, let's make it open. And then say, okay, let's make a stream and everyone can join. And then even say, okay, let's charge for a price. And I say, why do you want to charge for a price? We're going to pay this anyway, it doesn't matter. No, she said, everything that is for free doesn't have value, so let's put the price. And actually, I said, well, if you want to try to sell the ticket, actually, she sold a lot of tickets. And that's how the whole thing started. But the real mission was to give a stage, as they mentioned before, to a community of creative, and this is you guys, that decide to work probably on one of the most complicated industry, maybe beside wealth, health, hospital, and medical thing. One of the most complicated industry to be a creative with, which is the financial industry. And you should never forget this. We are in the industry that probably is the most regulated and complicated industry to do great stuff. And every achievement you do is much more complicated than any similar achievement you would do in other industries. So great to you, be proud of that. And to be frank, we just started. We just scratched what can be done. And I think in the next year, we need to do much more. Now, the topic of this year is wealth and in general investment. And now within this complicated industry of banking, there are very plain vanilla products. A saving account is a plain vanilla product. A current account is a plain vanilla product. A credit card is also very easy, especially in Europe, where we are using credit card as a debit card, without credit, what I mean. But investment, this product vertical, is really tricky. It's tricky for the percentage of retail customer, and many of you works for bank that deal with retail customer in Europe. The percentage of retail customer in Europe that have an investment on the side is less than 20%. Actually, it's probably even less than 15%. So it's nothing. You guys are well off. The reality you are serving out there, unless, of course, you are a investment app. Of course, people who download an investment app, they do it because they want to invest. But if you look at retail mass market, there is a long way to go. And this is a combination of many factors. Is education is not part of Europe. UK, the Nordics, they're more risk prompt. They're able to digest risks better than southern part of Europe. In the southern part of Europe, Italy, Spain, Austria is part of that. Central Eastern Europe is part of that. We tend to be a savings culture. People tend to save, put their money into a saving account, right? They don't like risks. In German language, debt is a sin. If you think about it, something don't do, right? US is completely different. UK is completely different. And this comes from a time many years ago, not too many, 20, 30 years ago, maybe 25 years ago, where investment was only for the rich. We did a lot of research that tell us, with people and ask, why don't you invest? Why don't you put why do you keep your money into your current account? Why do you keep your money into your saving account? And why don't you invest? And the reason are a variety, but all relevant. And I would like to ask you to do the same exercise with your parents and your friends. And you will learn that investment are for the rich. It's for the speculators. I don't want to lose all my money. And I don't have, very often they say, I don't have enough money to invest. It looks like you need to have €1 million into your bank account to start investing. Or I don't know enough, I have no idea. I wouldn't know there's so many things, I wouldn't know what to pick. And all these are real arguments. They are real issues, completely right. There is a difference here. There is a little change. In the last 10 years, technology have made some gigantic progress. Number one, entry level to investment has been reduced to the minimum. You can start investing, anyone can start investing at €1 on. We even have fractional shares, so you can buy a piece of a big, expensive American company or European company by not even paying the full share. You can pay a little piece of a full share. There are apps which are properly built and you understand what you do. You can educate yourself. Still, there is a long way to go. This is not happening one day to the other one. And the work all of you are doing, and our team here, Erste, are doing, is exactly try to build the best experience for people to be aware and to make the right decision at the right time. Now, this leads me to the other topic would like to stress for you, language. A lot of people believe design is about visual, how things looks like. But in the work we are doing, I'm doing every day, that your team, your design team is doing every day, language became very important. If you're a bit abstract yourself and see the development of app design over the last 10 years, the interface part became relatively easy. The two platforms, Android and Apple, kind of merge. They look similar. If you think about 6-7 years ago, they looked different. Now they pretty much look similar. Users got familiar with interface. They know where to click. It's not a problem anymore. The patterns are standard, and normally if you try to diverge the patterns, people are a bit confused. So they're fine with this standardization a bit. So how can you make a difference? Of course, with language and with the way you present stuff. And now we are in the era of AI, which is pretty good in language, actually. And so we don't have excuses anymore to be able to build applications that, number one, speak any language. Number two, speak the language of the customer. The language of my generation is different than the language of my kids. The language of my parents are different than the language of myself and their friends. And it's possible. We can do this. We can come up with a personalized experience that speaks my language. And I think I totally believe this is part of the user experience and the experience process. So my recommendation to you, especially in the area, and actually it's a recommendation to myself, and especially in the area of investment, language is very important, especially because investment is highly regulated, and especially in Europe, because regulators are very picky about the words you are doing on your journey. I give you a little example. You know that in US, if you see an advertiser, some of you come from US, right? If you see an advertising on TV, on billboards or whatever that says, save for your retirement. This means save on a pension fund or invest your money. In Europe, this would not be allowed because you cannot use the word saving for something that contains some risks. Saving is no risks, right? It's guarantee. Of course, we have this 100,000, blah, blah, blah. Let's not get into this complication. But that's the difference. And language is important. What gets even more complicated is that we need to put language in those little devices. So we have to put not long text, not long description. People will not read it. You have to put short description, very precise. At the end, maximum 1 or 2 lines. Probably already 2 is a problem. People normally stop at the first one. And that's a huge challenge. And so what I want to make a call for today is, please, let's try to figure out a way. Our mission is going to be to provide advice and provide support for our customer to make the right decision at the right time in their life, making the right investment at the right time in their life. And this is going to be a convincing and a language exercise. And therefore, my call for you today is text, design, wording, language is going to be decisive for the next years. So it is a very exciting journey in front of us. This 15% of retail customer debt investment, it will grow. It will grow anyway, no matter if we do a good job or not. I'm very confident on this. The progress is too big, and we are just here to leverage what is happening anyway. So thank you very much to come up to Vienna today. We are very proud to have you here. I'm looking forward for all the presentation and learn something and most probably put something in practice, what I've learned today. Thank you very much for coming, and I wish you a great day. And see you tonight for the party.
Please welcome to the stage, from Nubank Product Director and General Manager César Wedemann and Design Director Ellen Kiss.
Good morning, everyone. What a pleasure to be here with you all at George UX Conference. My name is César Wedemann. I'm a Senior Product Director and General Manager at Nubank.
Good morning, and I'm Ellen Kiss, Design Director. I have to say that I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you for the invitation, and it's amazing to be here among the best players in finance globally. Certainly, we have something to share, but we will learn a lot from all of you. The idea today, since it's the first time that we're speaking in this conference, is to first share who we are, right? And how we are reshaping the finance industry in Latin America by design and product innovation. So let's deep dive. So we're going to talk about some of our market challenges. César will share some of the key learnings in some of our products, and I will speak about some of the initiatives that we are doing to evolve our product and innovation practice. So let's jump in. To understand the story and the journey of Nubank is important for us to understand the context of Latin America by 10 years ago when Nubank was launched. So the market was pretty much dominated by large, few, powerful, and traditional banks. An example in Brazil, 85% actually of the people who had a bank account rely on the services of 5 banks. Kind of the same for other countries, which end up having higher fees, limited access to credit, and a very complex experience in digital and also in the physical environment. Beside that, we had a very large potential, so more than 200 million possible clients, considering that 40% of that was totally unbanked, so underserved market. And also, we had a very large adoption of mobile phones, Brazil being the 5th largest community in numbers of smartphones. So all those scenarios set at this stage for having a challenger of the traditional banking system. And Nubank was launched in 2013 exactly with this mission, to fight complexity by empowering people. Since when we started, the idea was to have a very seamless experience, a very user-centric approach, integrating data, technology, and design, to provide people a different way to relate with their financial industry. So since the beginning, our founders identified this massive opportunity in creating Nubank. Well, it proved well succeed. Since 10 years later, we are proud serving more than 100 million clients in the 3 markets that we operate. So yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of people with totally different user needs that we have to manage to offer or to solution. So we embody a very user-centric experience in everything that we do. We want to solve real problems. We want to uncover unmet needs. And how do we do that? So designing for transparency, for simplicity, and in accessibility especially. So we started our first product, was called the Roxinho, because of the color of our credit card, was launched in 2014. So remember, the market was pretty much complex with high rates, and we launched a credit card with no fees, instant transactions, savings, payment scheduling, and everything without requiring any banking or any visit to the branches. We then launched the new Conta, which is the bank account. Again, very simple, fully digital, 0 fees, instant transfers, savings, payment scheduling, everything that the client needed without a branch. And the third initiative, the third product that we launched was the new Invest, talking about investments. The idea was to empower people with a very simple experience for even people who are not aware or not familiar with the world of investment. They could do it without feeling overwhelmed, right? Very simple interaction and less intimidated. So since then, so last 10 years, we have been evolving our ecosystem of products based in all the financial seasons that the client need. Either it's lending or investment or even lifestyle with the marketplace and the travels that we are offering with partnership. We are evolving in a higher number of products. But everything with this concept of this positive infinite loop, right? We truly believe that when the clients, they have options, they will choose the companies who treat them better. So this is the core of our essence, to really create an amazing product experiences, because we believe that by doing that, we're going to attract more customers and then amplify the engagement, which will give us more data, allow us to give a better offer to the clients, lower our cost of serve, and translate that and transfer that to our clients to less fees and better offers, which will lead again to the better product experience. So it is the core of everything we do. We believe that this infinite cycle, it is positive to the client and also to the business. So it's the essence for sustainable growth and high performance. And this is how we have this curve of in 10 years, starting from 0 to 105 million clients. But how do we do that, right? So César will share some of the examples and the lessons learned that we have in some of our products.
Thank you very much, Ellen. So yeah, developing all of this requires a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of intentionality. And as you can imagine, that's a result of over 8,000 Nubankers working not only in one single country, but actually spread across the globe. We have people working from different countries and different geographies, different continents, right? And we have to bring all of them together. We have somehow to connect those thousands of people from different backgrounds into one single direction to ensure that we are building products that are really transforming people's life. And how do we do that? I think like the ground of that is our values. We have very clear, well-defined, non-negotiable values that help us to connect different people, different Nubankers across the world towards the products that we are building. And let me walk you through very quickly about the 5 main values that we have at Nubank. The first one, which by the way is my favorite one, is we want our customers to love us fanatically. I think this is somehow counterintuitive because it's very hard to see people loving a bank fanatically, right? But we really want to transform the relationship people have with money, with the bank. And here lies the secret sauce of Nubank, which is, hey, treat the customers the same way that you want to be treated, right? Nobody likes to pay high fees, to be waiting hours on the phone to get a very simple information, right? So why not incorporate this into the design, into the product that we are shipping to the customer? So this is our very first value. The second one is that we are hungry and challenge the status quo. So there is no such thing as impossible at Nubank. We are always trying to see from a different angle, try to think out of the box of how we can solve a problem that has been there for a while and that we can maybe offer a different perspective. The third one is that we act like owners, not renters. So we are not 8,000 Nubankers. We are 8,000 owners, 8,000 partners that really own each part of the product, each part of the flow, so we can really think differently about how to offer a different experience. The fourth value is that we build strong and diverse teams. So diversity is at the core of Nubank. We have people from all over the world, from different backgrounds, different perspectives, and this helps us to build products that are going to be used by different people around the globe. And the last value is that we pursue smart efficiency, right? And the main reason for that is because we want to share this efficiency with customers. By having a lower cost structure, we can be more efficient and therefore charge less from our customers. And at the end of the day, as Mauri was speaking in the beginning, we are doing this because we don't want to offer just another plain account, plain vanilla bank account, or a plain vanilla credit card, but we want to deliver fundamentally different products, experiences, and business for our customers, right? So those are the dimensions that we work on, how we can offer different experience, different business, and different products for our customers. And now I'm going to share a few examples with you of how we did this into practice in our products. The first one, I really like this example, is that we started realizing that customers were calling us to ask for a second credit card. Why? Because their dogs chew their cards, right? What can I do? People have dogs, people have cards, somehow they meet, right? But what if we use this very bad experience to transform the experience of customers and to really provide a wow moment for them, right? So we thought about making this, transforming this problem at an opportunity. And then we launched Nudog, which is basically a plastic credit card, a toy for the dogs. And then suddenly, a bad experience that, like customers were pissed about, hey, my dog just chewed my card, What should I do? Then I have to wait for another card. Then we transformed this into another touch point, into another great experience for customers. So this was one of the ways that we use to kind of like connect more and ultimately make customers to love us fanatically. The second example that I would like to share is how we innovated on the business, right? So until we launched the bank account in Brazil a few years ago, there were two very different concepts. The one was the checking account, where people put money there, plain vanilla account, money was yielding 0, and that's it. And then the savings account, where the money was somehow growing, right? But what if we could combine both of them and making your checking account become a savings account, right? And that's what we did. And then it became a very successful product that started in Brazil, and then we expanded to Mexico and to Colombia, right? And of course, it has challenges associated to that. Let me mention just two of them. The first one is the cost structure. You do have some inefficiencies, some tax inefficiencies here, so you have to be very aware about how to do this product in a way that's positive both for the company and for customers. And the second one, how can you explain this for customers in a way that's very clear, very concise, but also you provide all the transparency needed, right? So again, this is not obvious. This is not like a very easy solution, but by doing so, we transform the relationship and the product that customers were once used to have. A third example that I would like to share with you is an innovation that we did with product and business, which was connecting real-time payments with microlending. So in Brazil, we have this solution called Pix, which is one of the most successful real-time payment solutions that we have across the world, right? And guess what? This is so good that a lot of merchants are also using Pix to receive, to sell their stuff. And they are also sharing this efficiency with their customers, right? So it's very common to say, hey, if you pay me on Pix, I can give you 5% discount, 10% discount, which is a lot. So people want to get this discount, but sometimes people don't have this money available, and they want to use their credit, but the credit's available just on credit card. So how can you solve this equation? So we connect the credit product with the Pix, the real-time solution, and we started offering the Pix financing, so a solution for you as a customer to finance your purchase on Pix. So you can use your credit limit instead of your balance to do some purchase through Pix. And this was a very good innovation that helped people to be able to access some of those benefits. But again, it comes with challenge, right? Because this needs to be regulated. And then we are working very closely with regulator so we can help them to regulate, to understand what is this new way of buying that is introduced in the market. The fourth example that I would like to share is the street mode, the modo rua. So the bank apps, they put a bank branch within the pocket of everyone, which is great, but also brings some challenge, right? Because if you have a bank branch in your pocket and you lose your phone, then you lost your bank branch, right? If you got stolen, then it's also a problem. So how can we increase safety here for customers? And then the street mode is basically a solution that recognizes where you are. If you are on a trusted location, you have full access to the app. But if you are out of a trusted location, then we put some locks. For instance, we don't show your full balance on your investments, or for some transactions, we add extra friction and so on, which is very good for safety purpose. But if you are on the go and really trying to make a transaction, this adds a lot of friction and becomes hard for you to overcome, to do like facial recognition and so on, right? So again, we invest a lot of time, a lot of effort to really think about how can we offer the best experience so we are protecting customers when they need to be protected, but also we are removing friction when they really want to make this transaction. And the last example that I have prepared for today is one interaction that we did to help customers to not worry about their finances, right? So a few years ago, we started thinking about our product, our personal finance management solution, focusing on helping customers to manage how they spend money, right? To categorize, to identify how much money they're spending in each category, and so on and so forth. But after a lot of research, a lot of tests, a lot of interactions, we learned that actually the best angle to help customers was not through spending, but actually to help customers to better manage how they save money, right? And so creating the habit of saving and helping customers to break this idea of you have to be a millionaire to invest and you can start with very little amounts was very important. And then the main change that we made was, hey, let's forget about investing in assets, right? Oh, if you're buying a public bond or some kind of ETF or stock, and let's switch the context to goal-based investing. And so we created the Caixinhas, the money boxes, where customers can set a goal, for instance, hey, I'm going to save for my next vacation, or I'm going to save because I want to retire, or because I want to buy an apartment, and help customers not to save, not to, really be concerned about the investment, but actually to achieve their goals, right? And then we not only help the customers, a lot of customers, to take the very first step into savings and investing, but also we started helping them to achieve their goals and learn what they want to achieve. So this is a cloud world of some of the caixinhas, some of the money boxes that customers created with us, and some of the goals that we are helping them to achieve through this goal-based solution. Okay, this is great, but it's really hard to do, really hard to replicate, really hard to have over 8,000 people working towards this, right? So how do we do that in practice? We have very clear, very well-defined product and design principles that really help us to do this on a scale, on a very structured way that we can replicate and do this over and over again. So now I'd like to invite Ellen back to share more about what are those principles that we use on our everyday life.
Thank you. Yes, as César mentioned, the principles is one of the initiatives that we use to guarantee alignment among the design and the product team. So first about design, about the product principles. So those are our 5 principles. We talked a lot about customer so customer centricity is our first, the fundamental one. We really want to have the customer needs in everything that we do. But I'd like to mention two other ones. So first is the know your product life stage. So we avoid to scale the product before finding the right product market fit. So we iterate, we explore a lot before scale in order to guarantee success and minimize resources allocation. So this is one of the things. And the other one is be hypothesis driven. So we test a lot. We have a lot of hypotheses in every stage of the process. We have an experimentation platform where the product team can experiment a lot with the clients, real clients, and knowing what they are really doing it and not only what they say that they will do, right? And along with the product principles, we have very strong design principles. So we revamped them recently, and we have also 5 principles here. And the one that I think is most important, especially considering the legacy of the relationship with people in banking in Brazil, is the trustworthy. So we really want to build trust, to design for trust, which means not overwhelming the client with a lot of information and having the communication the right time with the right amount. And also craft and simplicity, anyway, a lot of other initiatives. But only having the principles itself is not enough. We need to provide the teams tools to apply that in practice. So we develop the score, so we can have a way of measure every single flow of our 3,000 screens that we have in our apps, and evolve the quality. And recently we start to explore how to do that with AI. So we have an internal platform, I call it Ask Inu, and now we are refining the prompt in order to have the AI evaluating and assess all the screens that we have, so with the right input of our design principles and the design system. Very cool, especially because it's embedded in the Slack, so it's much easier to use. And apart from that, we also created our own way of product development that we call New 3D. So of course, it's based on the literature that we all know, but there are a lot of components that specifically works for us. And by doing that, we could align with the whole team the responsibility, the process, and all the rituals that we needed with the specific artifacts for the decision-making of the whole leadership team. And finally, everything is possible or is needed because of our numbers. So we have more than 700 people working in the product. So we're talking here in design mechanisms to scale. And why we do that? Because every single business unit, it has already their own resources. So we have, for every product, researchers, CI, product designers, content designers, PMs, and POPs working embedded in the business. So we're not saying that one, it depends of the other. No, they are all working together to really uncover what the client needs and bringing to the table and taking the decision together. So, and it's amazing team. So we're here representing them, but we use the numbers because each of them are really important to us. So to end up, we really are driven by impact. What we want is to reshape the industry and providing a better relationship with money. We believe that by doing that, we can allow people to save more time, save the energy to their families, to their health, to their education, and by doing that, having a huge impact in Latin America. So to wrap up, just like the main learnings, from our practice. So we keep evolving and innovating by solving real problems. This is the best way to innovate. And for that, designers are fundamental to uncover what is going on people's life. We want to create fundamentally different products. It's not only a copy, a digital copy on what we already have. So we are challenge ourselves all the time to really go and change the status quo. And finally, deliver delightful experiences, which it's easy to say, more difficult to apply, but we also challenge ourselves to do it, and I imagine we all are. And although we increase the numbers and the success, we have the same internally that is still day one. There are a lot to be done in finance in Latin America and globally, and there are a lot of opportunities to all of us. So if you want to know more, we have a very nice website called Building Nubank. Here's the QR code with a lot of nice material content and about our practice and everything that we are doing. So thank you so much for having us.
So let's go super quickly with Q&A. So I'm checking the remote questions, but I would also like to know if there are any questions here on site. If so, please raise your hand if you have any question for Ellen and César. In the meantime, I'm going to read one from our remote attendees. One person is asking, what are some surprising insights you've gained from researching your user base? Was there any surprise, aha moment from different markets? This is a question for you.
Okay, so there are several different insights that we get every time that we sit down together with customers and try to learn from them. It's always, very insightful for us. And I think one interesting insight is to realize how different, but how similar different markets and different customers are, right? So in one hand, you have different systems working in different countries in how you pay bills, how we make purchase, and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, the nature of the transaction is very much similar, right? One has a balance or a credit, and one should trade for a product or a good or service, and then they want to switch, right? So I think understanding those nuances among different countries in Brazil, in Mexico, and in Colombia, and seeing how people use to solve it, it's very insightful, and sometimes you can apply it for different markets. So one very specific example, we learned in Colombia that the flow to make a payment was very lengthy, right? It requires a lot of information, a lot of touch points, and so on and so forth. But based on customer research that we did in Brazil, we learned that actually the real value was not in inputting all the info, but actually in getting the job done very quickly. So we brought this into the Colombia product, and that became the shortest product that we have in the market, right? So this was one insight that not only we got from customers, but also leveraging one country to the other, and therefore simplifying the overall experience in a market that we operate.
Can I share one more? I've said that before, but this is the most curious insight that I got from client. The challenge of not spending by impulse, right? So one of the clients that I investigated like years ago, they were freezing their cart, like literally put on the fridge, because by the time that it needs to be melt, the impulse was already gone. So it's like, it was not only one, so I got that like at least 2 or 3 times. So it seems that it's a lack of us like providing like the right tools, right? So they create these hacks to better management. So it's kind of funny.
Wow. Crazy.
It's true.
We have one question here. Can we get a microphone here, please? Thank you.
Hi, just a quick question. How do you prioritize the problems that you will try to solve, and also how do you prioritize the roadmap, to solve that problem?
It's a very good question. Well, there is no one way only to do it, but every BU, they have their own autonomy to decide. Sometimes we decide to do it something that is more relevant to the client, and sometimes is the business. So, yeah, I don't have like a proper answer to you, but it's a challenge to every BU. César, not sure if you want to talk about your BU.
Yeah, if I can add super quickly, I think the main challenge is not saying yes, it's saying no, right? And the way we do that is having very clear main objectives that we have for like the company as a whole, and like what are the main bets or what's the main objective that we have to help customers in a given time frame, a quarter, a semester, a year, and so on and so forth. And we try to use that to sanity check what are the initiatives that we are doing, right? So, hey, is this connected to, like the broader objective, and is this connected to the broader company? Because a lot of things that we do, they are interconnected, right? As I just mentioned, we are doing a transfer product that touches credit, that touches fraud, and so on and so forth. So we have to be very cohesive across different business units. So I think it's a matter of understanding the overall strategy, being sure that we are going everyone into the same direction, and being flexible enough to challenge the status quo, so everyone has the ability to raise the hand and say, hey, maybe we're doing the wrong call here, but also having the ability of, hey, but let's go this direction. So there is no one silver bullet here for us to solve this, but we use very clear principles to help us prioritize and treat exceptions as exceptions and not the rule.
Just another thing to add, we work in an OKR method. So we have the company's OKR, we have the BU's OKR, and the PACs. So, and they are all connected. So it's a one way to help us to prioritize and say no to some of the things that César mentioned.
All right, so we were going to go for the last question. We have it here at the front. And after that, we're going to go for a short break.
Awesome. Thank you very much for the presentation. Super interesting. I'm curious more about the Ask New feature that you have. So it's for internal employees, it seems. So I'm curious, what are the biggest use cases, and where did you see the most impact? And do you have a version of that for customer-facing AI-driven conversational service as well?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So we're still exploring. So we created Ask New at first to identify possible solutions, and we see that teams are using it large ways. So we have the customer experience people who are answering the phones properly of the clients, and then using Ask New to help them to find a better solution to that. We have the researchers, which are also trying to create a repository and having Ask New to support them in finding a better data. And this one, which we're using for access the screens. And I see a lot of potential on that, and I think we're still in the early stages. But it certainly is only for the internal users, and yeah, maybe in the future, we don't know, but it's still internally.
Perfect. So thank you so much. Thank you, Nubank.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now it's time for a short break. So we have coffee, we have a lot of stuff for you. For our remote attendees, we see you back in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Now joining us on stage, from Nordic Fintech magazine, Head of Content and Chief Editor, Crespo.
Hello, everyone. It's great to see such a full house here in Vienna, and greetings to everyone that's following on the live stream. Where's the red light? I was told to look at the red light. Okay, there. Greetings from the beautiful city of Vienna. My name is Chris. I flew in yesterday from Copenhagen. And let's see if this is going to work. Yes, and as I was walking through the airport, I happened to grab a copy of the Financial Times. And then, you know, if I'm carrying the Financial Times, I probably know what I'm talking about. I want to read you something that I found in an article here, so feel free to take notes. It says, the market is navigating significant turbulence driven by macroeconomic headwinds, including QT and persistent CPI prints above consensus. We're seeing substantial dislocation of fixed income with IG and HY spreads widening as the European Central Bank hawkish stance continues. The inversion of the 2 to 10 USD curve signals recessionary pressures, while CDS spreads are blowing out, particularly in EM sovereigns, reflecting heightened default risk, obviously. Equity markets are in state of repricing, particularly in sectors with stretched EV/EBITDA multiples. ETF flows are skewing towards defensive sectors, while structured products like CDOs are seeing liquidity constraints. And meanwhile, CLOs, or synthetic products like TRS, are underperforming as counterparty risk mounts. Now, luckily, commodities remain a safe haven with gold and WTI seeing inflows amidst the ongoing flight to quality. Did anyone catch any of what I just read? That's the problem with wealth management today. Because you see, traditionally, wealth management has built a barrier for the average people. And the first, it starts with language. They built all these acronyms, these terms that are so difficult to understand that basically it's reserved for only a few insiders that know what any of that means. I've been living in Copenhagen for the past 9 years. I moved from London. I moved because I was offered a job at Nordea, which is one of the biggest banks in Nordics. And when I first moved there, I thought, amazing, I'm going to work for a bank. So I had a moderate amount of savings. I joined the bank and I thought, awesome, I'm going to get a meeting with the wealth management advisor to open a wealth management account at the bank. After all, I'm an employee. I should be able to get an account. So there I went. I got to the meeting. The person very, very kindly greeted me. So I just took out my savings. And I said, please, can I have a wealth management account? And this person looked at me and said, sorry, how much money do you have? I said, well, just this much, it's all my savings. And then he very kindly said, well, maybe you would like to speak to your retail advisor about opening a savings account. I was shocked. I was being turned down by my bank. He said, unfortunately, Chris, in order to qualify for a wealth management account, you need to have at least 500,000 euros of assets under management. So the barriers to entry into wealth management have been insanely high. Traditionally, this has been reserved only for the ultra-rich. Not only that, but the fees that sometimes we have to pay for having an account management are really high. And this is because traditionally, in the banking sector, this is what we call a high-touch service. If you wanted to have an investment portfolio, you needed to have an advisor that understands your risk profile, that understands your preferences when it comes to portfolio. And in general terms, they would just basically end up putting you up in a standard account, which is either vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, or raspberry, right? But this requires a high investment from the bank, and therefore it makes it highly prohibitive for most average people like ourselves to have an investment account. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, financial literacy across Europe is really, really poor. So this is a survey that was done by the European Commission, by the Eurobarometer, that showed that in Europe in general, on average, only 18% of people score highly when it comes to financial literacy. In most cases, around 64% are able to answer maybe 2 or 3 questions out of 5 when it comes to very simple questions about interest rates, simple questions about state bonds, about inflation. So this represents a real barrier for the average people to get into investment. Now, luckily, technologists, armed with coding capabilities, armed with the ability to simplify things and make things frictionless, said, don't worry, we've got this. And following a little bit in what they did with information, they've democratized access to investment. And democratization is all about making things that have been traditionally reserved for only a few, widely available for the broader audience. In this case, they use wide access, diverse voices, real-time sharing, peer-to-peer learning, content creation, and they've put that to the accessibility to people like us through new investment platforms. And that's amazing. And there's a great example here from a company called Public.com in the US, that on top of building an investment platform that is easily available for everyone, they've also built in certain social features, Twitter-like. So people can actually go and like people's transactions, they can comment on them, and they can share strategies. So this is all well and good because thanks to technologists, wealth management is finally being democratized and being accessible to people like you and me. Except that there's a problem. And the problem is that most of us, when it comes to investment, we're really stupid. And we're really stupid because we are prone to things like cognitive biases that behavioral economists have been studying for years. In fact, they found over 100 different behavioral and cognitive biases that impact our ability to make decisions under risk. And I'm not going to go to all 100 of them, but I've selected 3 of them that I thought is worth pointing out so that you can understand some of the intricacies and the complications that they're facing when bringing these products to the mass market. The first one is the recency bias. You might have heard about this. And basically, recency bias is it leads investors to place more importance on recent events rather than on old events. So imagine an investor after seeing that tech stocks are rising, they thought, oh, okay, well, they're rising, I'll put all my savings into these tech stocks, only to find out that a few weeks later, the stocks plummet. This is equivalent to thinking, oh, it's been sunny all week, therefore it's never going to rain again. See, it's an illogical snafu of the mind that causes us to make poor choices when it comes to making decisions under risk. The second one this is called the herd mentality bias. And this is the kind of the kind of bias that leads individuals to mimic actions just because everyone else is doing them. So when we are prone to herd mentality, we see everyone going in a particular direction, and we think, they must know something that I don't, so I must go and copy them. Right? And this is something that can impact investors, for example, when there's bubbles or when there's crashes. In investment, traditionally you want to buy low and sell high. But what happens in a bubble? Prices start to rise, and everyone thinks like, oh, someone knows something that I don't, and then you go and then you buy high. And in a crash, prices start to drop, and then you go and then you sell low. Again, a behavioral and a cognitive bias that can affect our ability to trade effectively. And the third one I wanted to highlight, this is called the IKEA effect. Now, I know Marla from J.P.Morgan later today is going to be talking about this, so I won't give you too much information so that you stay tuned to what she's going to say. But needless to say, this is also an effect that causes us to hold on to things that we've spent time in. So if we decide to spend a lot of time researching a particular stock, we're more likely to hold on to that stock even if the stock is underperforming. So these are 3 cognitive biases that technologists have also decided to address to technology. So we have in one hand technologists writing code to simplify things, and in the other hand, technologists using code to remove some of these biases from the experience. And what I want to share with you, it's the case of one of such technologists. This is a guy called Michael something. He's a programmer turned YouTuber turned investor, and he faced a similar problem, and he decided to teach his goldfish to trade. Let's have a look.
I don't know how to trade stocks, man. I lost all my money on Robinhood. I had no idea what I'm doing. If only there was something that could trade stocks for me. Hi, I want to give my goldfish Frederick the ability to trade stock. This is my idea. Right. We track Frederick's position anywhere he is in the tank. Then, every morning when the stock market opens, he'll be prompted with 2 random companies. He'll choose one by spending more time on that side of the tank. Then, the computer will take his decision and buy that stock with the money of whoever is sponsoring this video. But before any of that, we need to track fish. You might think I built my fish tank against a blank white wall because it provides ample lighting and doesn't overstimulate my fish. Wrong. I did it so I can write the detection software to just look for orange pixels of the fish. And honestly, that was most of the hard part. I just added some random stuff like the tickers and some logic, and I think we're ready to test it without actual money, because I don't know if it works.
All right, so we'll get back to Michael and his goldfish in a minute. But I want to show you now what technologies are doing to address some of the issues that we discussed already and to build really cool features in some of the applications that we've seen popping up around the world. Now, you must know that I don't work for a fintech, I don't work for a bank, I don't develop products, I cover the market. And thanks to that, I've had the opportunity to speak to hundreds and hundreds of visionaries and disruptives in this industry. So hopefully some of these I might be able to bring in the presentation today. So this is perhaps one of my favorite features. It's a feature that was made famous by a company called eToro out of Israel. You might have heard about them. So eToro has now 33 million customers that invest in their platform. And they became particularly popular because they developed something called copy trading. Copy trading is super cool. Let's say that you don't know anything about trading, but you have some money and you want to invest it. So through copy trading, what you can do is you can decide to have your portfolio mimic exactly what someone else's portfolio is doing. And this has given birth to the Finfluencer. And the Finfluencer are people in the eToro platform that have done particularly well, that the platform has highlighted as saying, look, this person has had a year-on-year return of 105% or 94%, and then other people can say, copy their portfolio. And what the platform automatically does is that in proportion to what I have in my portfolio, they would execute exactly the same trades that that person is doing. Now, what's really interesting here is that a lot of celebrities and sports people have jumped into the platform, and they've managed to amass a significant amount of followers, of people who think that because someone is good at singing or at sports, they must also be good at investment. Anyway, it's a great functionality for someone that doesn't have any knowledge, that has some money, that doesn't really want to learn the lingo, or doesn't want to learn how to invest, and that still have the opportunity to build wealth to these new type of services. Such a person is this gentleman here called Stephen Bliss. He used to run a food truck. As you can see it there at the back. He used to flip burgers and then decided to start investing in eToro with a modicum amount of £3,000. He found that he was rubbish at it. He lost most of his money. But thanks to copy trading, he was able to get back on track, amassing a significant amount of money. At the height, he made £9 million just from investing in this. And of course, those £9 million have enabled him to spend less time flipping burgers and more time on the platform. So this is actually something that can be used by average individuals like ourselves to learn how to invest. Let's talk about now automated investment management. And this is all done through robots, through robo-advisors who have become extremely popular. But imagine this situation. Let's say that you have a portfolio, and it's Sunday evening, and you're particularly concerned about a stock, because there was some event over the weekend. You want to get some advice on what to do with the stock. But your advisor is not available until the next day, at least 12 hours from now. And even then, you are not sure you're going to be able to get them on the phone on Monday morning. So what do? You turn to robo-advisors. And robo-advisors, through a set of algorithms and a set of preferences that you can define yourselves with regards to your appetite, your risk appetite and your portfolio preferences, can then go and say, yes, this is a stock that you want to keep. This is a stock that you perhaps want to get rid of. And therefore, removing the stress that a lot of people, especially first-time investors, feel when they're trying to get advice from a professional, and also removing the need to have them live on the phone, right? Another great functionality that helps us with the issues and the cognitive biases that we can have, and that make investment simple and frictionless. Now, let's get back to Michael and Frederick, his fish. Now, I have to warn you, he swears a lot, so I had to beep out quite a lot of what he says. But he was not content only with teaching the fish how to trade stocks. He also wanted to test whether there was another mechanism that could automate trading based on user sentiment. So he builds a system that goes through the web, scrolls Reddit, and then makes investments based on what the web is talking about. So let's have a look at it.
To train a sentiment analysis bot, you need a lot of labeled data, so a lot of samples of text that are labeled positive or negative by a human. There are a lot of these data sets out there that are publicly available, but the text is like normal person talking. Wall Street bets,
they talk about tendies and YOLO and boomers. Weak hands or paper hands. Stongs, just YOLO.
Very unique vocabulary. Therefore, I needed to make my own data set using their weird Wall Street Bets language. So I went to art/Wall Street Bets, sorted by top of all time, downloaded the top 10,000 posts, and all that's left to do was to label them as positive or negative. So I sat down with a nice cup of coffee and labeled the data myself. No, that would have taken 4 or 5 hours. That's stupid. Instead, I spent an entire month learning the React web framework and building a website that would allow users to log in and label the data for me. Then I tweeted asking Wall Street Bets members to give me their Reddit usernames. I then plugged those usernames into the Reddit API, got the top 10 accounts with the most Reddit karma who were active on Wall Street Bets. Those 10 people labeled 1,000 posts each, 10,000 posts total, and created the data set for me. And that's how you turn a 5-hour task into a 1.5-month task. Because I'm a programmer, and that's what we do. I use that data set to train a sentiment analysis bot, and now every morning when the fish is trading stocks, this bot is going on r/Wall Street Bet. It's looking through the top posts of the day until it finds one it likes, and then it buys the stock that post is talking about. So that's how that works.
There we go. We'll come back to Michael and his fish, and we'll see how they flare, how the sentiment analysis flares against the goldfish. But before we do that, let's talk about some other features that I find particularly enticing from the platforms that have been launching investment solutions. This comes from a company in the US called Acorns. And what they've done is that they've enabled micro investments by rounding up your expenditure. It's very simple. So if you pay with something with your card, let's say that you go and buy a coffee for $4.75. What it does is it rounds it up to the next dollar. And once you reach $5 of roundups, then it puts that money automatically into an investment account. You have to answer some questions again about your risk preference and the type of portfolio you want to invest in. But this all happens automatically, seamlessly in the background without you having to move a finger. The platform has been so popular that since its inception in 2014, users have invested 15.5 billion US through micro investments. Again, removing all the complexity, removing all the cognitive biases, and doing everything for you with minimum effort. Another great example that we've seen is the syndicated fractional ownership. Marty talked about this earlier today. But let's say that you want to invest in a real estate project. Traditionally, those are reserved only for institutional investors or people with really deep pockets, right? There's a company in Sweden called Cameo that is now giving average people the opportunity to invest in the construction of new skyscrapers, shopping centers, housing complexes, etc. It works very simply. You can start for as little as 50 euros, and that fractional ownership on that project gives people the ability to crowd lend money towards the developers. What's really cool about this is I spoke to the CEO of this company in Denmark, is that people have built a community around it. So by investing in it, they feel that they own part of it. And then you have people posting photos saying, oh, the next floor of the skyscraper has gone up, or the windows in the mall has been put together. And that just creates an ownership type of environment that really engages people into the investment of these products and services. And of course, eventually, when the real estate project goes up in value, whatever investment they put in also benefits them. The last example, I thought this was particularly relevant since the US is electing a president today. This is Robinhood that has enabled people to buy options through their platform. And basically what an option does is, let's say that you pay a certain fee to have an option to buy or sell a stock based on a particular outcome and a future event. So you can all now do that automatically through the Robinhood platform. Depending on who wins, that option is executed, and then it's basically a contract that you establish, and you have the option to offload certain, to buy or offload certain stocks at a previous price point. Right? Again, super simple. This is traditionally stuff that requires quite a lot of understanding of the market, but through these platforms, it can be done by anyone with minimum knowledge of the market. Now, let's get back to hear the conclusion of Frederick the Fish and see how it flares, again, the sentiment analysis automated in the marketplace.
Let's get back to the competition and see which one is better at trading stocks. This is crazy stuff going on. Interesting buy from Wall Street bets. I don't know if the GameStop play is going to work out.
People love games, Michael. Big tank from Wall Street bet could be like another 9/11 situation. Fish is going crazy buying Costco and Facebook?
Meta now.
It's a crazy day. There's a lot of volatility right now.
Very confusing. I don't know where this one's going to go.
Peaks and the valleys for Wall Street's bets. It's better than bigger than anyone. They can win. Big full.
What the? What was that? What was that? Huge! It's not looking good for Wall Street bets right now at all. What is that? What is that?
This could be it.
It's climbing.
It's the comeback.
It's climbing. It's to the moon. It's gonna break through. Oh. It died. The fish won! You Wall Street bets on my fish!
So there you have it. I think we're living really exciting times where finally services that had previously been reserved only a few are now accessible to all of us. So I invite you all to try one of these platforms. You don't have to put a lot of money in it. Try it, get educated, start learning the ropes of how the system works. And hey, after all, if a goldfish can do it, so can you. Thank you very much.
Oh my God, Chris. I think I learned more from you than the last 2 years for investments. So let's go quickly through the Q&A, please. If you have any question for Chris, please raise your hand and we will get you a microphone. Do we have any question? Here. It's coming, yeah. No.
Chris, thank you very much. It was great. I would like to... You're a media expert, obviously, and I would like to ask you to put a bit of focus on the problematic side of this Fin influencer. I'm coming across many of them in Instagram, for instance, and they're promising return at 30% monthly. We all know it, we're in the industry, that this is literally a fraud. But obviously, there is so much content out there, and especially for young people that miss the knowledge, this is a very appealing promise. So give us a bit of few words about that part, because I think it is a problem. It may become a problem. That's, for instance, someone we need to counteract as financial industry, as apps, as fintech, because we do things in a legit way. We are honest and we try to be extremely meaningful for our customer. But obviously there is something in there. Can you spend a few words about this? And not just the funny part, but also the serious, or let's say, the complexity part of it.
Yeah, of course. I think that's a very good point, especially with TikTok, right? Because a lot of people are now taking investment advice from influencers on TikTok. And the problem with this is that this could be any random person that decides to put a channel, that decides to put some fake numbers forward, and that could actually move masses. Not least, manipulating markets, depending on how popular they are, but it's not validated advice. Now, what I would say is that there is still... The financial services industry has always prided itself in trust. So I think when looking at what these companies are doing and when looking at the finfluencer model, we still need to be able to validate the trustworthiness of whoever is advising us for investments. That's why I like the eToro example, right? Because even though it's created a social hierarchy of investors, you could actually see, based on the movements in the platform, real data on how they perform in the past. Now, we have to understand that even if we choose to copy trade, from the example of eToro, there is still risk. Even if someone performed really, really well, that could also be a bias, the recency bias. The fact that someone has performed really well in the past doesn't mean that they will continue to perform well in the future. There's always inherent risk, but I would definitely say that it's always worth seeing and testing and doing your research as to who you're following if you choose to follow the advice of some third party, preferably being backed up by the reliability and the trustworthiness of a financial institution.
Great, thank you. So do we have any other question here on site? If not, I'm going to ask you one from our remote attendees.
Sure.
So, Chris, how do you see design evolving in these platforms to accommodate both novice investors and more seasoned users seamlessly?
I think that's a very good question, and I will refer also to what Mari was saying this morning. It's about language. And it's not just the spoken language, but the visual language. the example I gave this morning is just to show that we need to be able to get clear in the way in which we communicate. We need to be able to communicate for the average layman. And that involves what words we use, how complex we make our visual interfaces, how complex we make the navigability of tools and services, how easy can I find the information that I'm looking for, and overall, just how relatable do I make my content with that of the average person that is trying to get a hold of my services. So I think this simplicity and this frictionless is not just about the flow, it's about the way in which we communicate and simplifying the way that we engage our audience.
Yeah, and UX for sure, it's crucial.
Totally.
So we have time for one more question. If so, please raise your hand here on site. And if not, I go for a question remote, another one. This one is maybe a bit tricky. Can you discuss any particular data privacy concerns that we, UX designers, should anticipate when designing for, I don't know, like open banking APIs?
Ooh, okay. I'm not a data expert. I wouldn't feel comfortable actually saying anything in regards to that because I would probably be just making it up. So sorry about that's.
Maybe I can move to the next one.
Yeah. Okay. Let's try now.
So, what role do you see UX design playing in establishing user trust in these tech-driven investment tools compared to traditional banks?
Right. So I think I go back to what I was saying earlier. So the trustworthiness is also about the clarity of the communication. And I think we've all used applications that where after playing with them for a couple of minutes, you're lost, you don't really know where you are, you don't really know how to go back, some of the functionality doesn't work, the language is impenetrable. So the trustworthiness comes when you say, when you can see that, all right, let me take a step back. Financial services are complex, investment is complex, coding is complex. But when an organization has gone through the trouble of absorbing that complexity into the back end and presenting you with a very clear, very simple, very elegant front end, that conveys trust. That means that someone is being meticulous enough, is being careful enough to give you an optimal user experience by absorbing something that is inherently complex. And that, I think, is a signal of trustworthiness.
Awesome. Yeah. So thank you so much, Chris, and
thank you very much.
See you soon.
Please welcome to the stage, from N26 product designer Mica, Sorge, and UX design lead Sara calls Clavera.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. Thanks to the George conference organizers for such a setup. Thank you so much for everyone in the stream. Well, we're two little women presenting the next big thing. Basically, we will talk more about what we mean by big, but we come here to explain our experience designing for the investments offering at N26. Before we start talking about the next big thing, let me introduce you to my colleague, Mica.
Yes, hello, everybody. My name is Michele, but I actually go by Mica. I'm Brazilian. Is there any Brazilian representation in the crowd? Yes, nice. Cool. So as a designer, I think the things I love the most are good information architecture and evidence-based design, as you guys are going to see in our presentation today. And on a personal note, I love to travel. I love to try new food. Next week, I'm going to Japan, which is my favorite country. So if you guys have any recommendations, I think this is a great excuse to come talk to me.
All right, and my name is Sara Coles. Basically, my career started at IDEO, then it followed by Deloitte Digital, so a lot of contrast in my life. Design-wise, I'm a nerd for quality. I think quality has the longest legs, so it goes the farthest. And basically, a good way to approach me is to talk about road bikes. Road bikes are my passion, and so are all the outfits that come with it. But we wouldn't be here if we were not having and representing a big team of women in a male-dominated industry with a male-dominated audience as well. And I feel that it was important for us to portray how at N26, a team of women are driving the investments segment. Of course, we have Breno in the audience, which is our head of design. We wouldn't forget about him. So thank you so much also, Breno. I'm not going to say anything new to most of the audience, given that you're used to and familiar with the new banks. We come from N26. Since 2013, we try hard to simplify and be kind. So basically, we bring this kindness to finances. We're not aggressive. We're just with a lot of thought. We bring all sorts of financial activity to our customers. We're we have a full German banking license. And since 2022, we're diversifying our offering crypto, and recently we're offering stocks and ETFs. So I'm going to jump to what do we mean by big. You saw that big title in the beginning. And we want to talk about big things. And what are big things? You might feel like, new discoveries. No, it's not that. Big things are things that are embedded in our realities without us noticing, but being very aware of it. So I'm talking about things like plant-based diets or shared mobility, because who hasn't taken a city bike or a scooter and, said no to owning a mobility, like a car or a motorcycle? Who doesn't use city bikes, perhaps uses an Apple Watch or a smart wearable. This is like a reality that we don't even contemplate as new, because it has been with us for a long time. And out of a sudden, we find ourselves measuring our steps, calculating calories in these, small watches that we all carry. And the ones that are not that techy, I'm sure that they have a 9-step skincare routine, or a 2 steps, or they wash their face with a hand soap. But, this is not less important. You're conscious that your skincare is one way or the other, and you're conscious that skincare is everywhere. So basically, when we talk about the big thing, we are wondering, what makes all these things big, right? They're big because they have been, by osmosis, embedded into our lives, but how? How does a big thing become big? Well, they share certain characteristics. Basically, they are easy to understand and use. They provide this sense of reward and achievement. You feel good. You feel good when you use them. And you feel good, and you want to share it with everyone, so then the community goes with it. And then, out of a sudden, you feel better because you are doing it. So they boost self-perception. And you might be wondering, how the hell is this all connected with investments, right? They come from N26. So basically, at N26, and particularly in our team, we have this strong belief that investing should feel the exact same way: effortless, rewarding, and confidence building. This is not an easy feat, but there's a lot of room to try things out. When we started doing research, and I'm going to talk more about this later, we heard often the same sentence from people that had started investing, which is, looking back, I should have started investing a lot earlier or sooner. And our goal basically is to make people feel the same way. The people that have never tried, we want them to say this once they try. Then you might be wondering, what did we do? How did we come to this conclusion, right? Well, basically, this is no news for all the designers in the room, but there was a very thorough process that started with a big discovery. And what you're going to be seeing here are just a few steps of a simplified process of almost 50 interviews, a big qualitative research effort, and also a sizing effort with more than 3,000 survey replies. And what we wanted to do was, okay, let's study those people that invest already, so we can create profiles, personas, however you want to call it, so we can predict the behavior and we can, push those people that don't invest yet. Basically, we started by something super easy. What triggered the people that invest into investing? And we found out that there are 2 main triggers, or like 2 main clusters of triggers. The first one is internal curiosity. So I'm this super curious person. I'm eager to learn. I'm not afraid of economy. and I want to be exposed, and I want to research on my own. This is like the internal force. And some others, though, were basically FOMO-induced. There is this context that is pushing people to start investing. We continued researching, and we wanted to understand, okay, this is why they started, but we want to know what kept them investing. Basically, there are, again, two edges of the same fork or spectrum. First one is people who kept investing because they saw it as an opportunity to play, as something fun. They saw it as a game, trial error. Maybe I win, maybe I lose. But we kept seeing people that took investing as a habit, like the coffee you take every morning. You check the news, you put a little bit of money, or you do it on a monthly basis, or on a 3-month basis. This didn't keep us away from how people learned about investing. And there are 3 types of learning. I think that the second one is very, it's very funny to explain, not so funny to experience. But the first one is exponential, happy path. I learn more, I do better, I learn more, I do better. The second one is the traumatic one. I lose a shit ton of money, and I learn. I learn about risk. I learn about what is being cautious. I learn that perhaps I shouldn't be, juggling with money. And the third one is I would say, the lazy one, the sufficient learning. I learn enough. I'm good enough. Fair enough. I'm good, It's good. I have these funds here. Someday they're going to grow bigger. I'm fine. It didn't stop here. At some point, somebody told us, it is very important the type of asset that customers are trading or buying and selling. And we wanted to map what was the correlation between the frequency of trading and the type of assets that customers were buying and selling. Basically, this just gave us a hint of how things were going and the activity that we would expect. But why did we do all this? Why did we research on all these areas? Basically, we wanted to come up with different personas, and so we did. We came up with the thrill seeker, the person that is ready to, at some point we called it YOLO as well, you only live once, yeah, let's invest this here, I've heard this there. Then, there's the opportunity chaser. Again, somebody that is ready to jump any moment. They have the money, they do it. Some other more cautious investor that we found was the forever beginner, a person that keeps learning and failing, but keeps trying. Then, on the other side, we saw the family planner, the person that is very well versed in what investment means. Perhaps, their parents already carried over this knowledge. And finally, the knowledge seeker, which is a person that never has enough and will learn every day. Perhaps I'm sure that all the people that invest here can see themselves in one of these personas. And you might think that the research ended here, but what happened to us was nothing that we learned served us for designing, because we had to choose either for one or for the other. And out of a sudden, we had what we call, what we call the revelation. It was groundbreaking for us and on our way to design. And I'm gonna explain how the revelation came. Out of a sudden, we saw that forever beginners weren't acting as they were expected to act. And they were doing sudden movements. And what we found out is basically that investor profiles are a static reference, but customer mindsets are dynamic and reversible. So a forever beginner can feel like a family planner and can take a very cautious decision. Yet a person that is prone to risk can take a calmer approach depending on the mindset that they are in. These mindsets, you can see them as a journey. This you go from unaware to having a more exploration and learning mindset, to practicing, optimizing, and mastering. This is totally independent from the type of persona that you are. And our design was meant to cater to that, rather than any static persona.
Amazing. So what does we actually mean by that? So in practice, I'm going to explain 3 terms that we defined to actually help guide us through all this complexity, which is in designing for investments. So we have 3 terms: the mindset, the activities, and the units. The mindset was everything that Sara was explaining. So it's this approach that investors take towards their investments journey. So it's shaped by their goals, their risk tolerance, their experiences. Then we have the activities. This is very related to one thing that you guys must probably know. It's the jobs to be done. This is all the actions that an investor can take, like buying, selling, monitoring an asset. And it's completely based on the mindset that they have. And then, only then, we have the units. The units are all the asset types that you can buy. So stocks, ETFs, bonds, anything that you can trade money for. But the thing that is important here is that we understood that units, they don't really matter much for our customer. What matters is their mindset and where they are in their journey. So specifically, the duration of their mindset is really important. Are they investing with a short-term duration mindset or more like a long-term? And the mindset dictates completely the activities that they are going to take inside of our platform. Is it an asset that they are investing that takes more dedication, more effort, or is something that it's easier and they can do more long-term and they don't have to monitor as much? Cool. A bunch of theory, right? But how did we apply all of that in our journey, in our product? So I'm going to talk here about how we took this journey and we implemented different journeys, different ways users invested in the same platform. So consider yourself lucky here, because we're going to be showing some things that are still under production. So firsthand. So let's go. Here is one of the things we're most proud of. It's our asset detail experience. This is where users go to help make them make informed decisions about selling, investing, holding an asset. So this page is very informational heavy. And we had a big challenge here. How might we not overwhelm our users with all this information? So going back to the journey, we understood that we had to tailor and support each person in the different stage that they were. So no matter what they were, we needed to understand if they needed more guidance or less guidance from us. So for the users that need less guidance, we understand that they can interpret the data on their own. So that's what we did. We gave them the data. For example, a PE ratio of 28. But for the users that are just starting, they're still practicing, we didn't want to make them leave the platform to actually search for all these terms. There are a lot of terms in investment, and it can feel very daunting for users that are just beginning. So we broke down all this information that they need to know into digestible parts, and we tried to deliver the content when they actually needed the content to be delivered. We wanted to prevent, again, users to be overwhelmed. So, for example, the PE ratio, so the number that you get when you get the current share price and divide by the company earnings per share. So here's the definition. But we understood that this is not enough. And we understood that users need to understand the why this is important, why it can be used, what is the purpose and the significance of this content. Because then they're going to be more likely to be motivated. So this is what we did. We organized the information architecture in a way that made them understand the why. For example, the PE ratio can help them understand the valuation of a company. A high PE ratio, for example, can mean that the price might be a bit high compared to what the company is making. So that can mean that it's a bit overpriced, and vice versa. So again, still not enough. We understood that the number without the context, is meaningless. For example, I can tell you all that I'm 160. My height is 160. But if you don't know how tall a human usually is, that means nothing to you. But if you do, you're going to understand that I'm a quite short person, right? So the same concept can be applied here. When users can compare the metric with the rest of the industry, they're going to be able to understand better what that metric means. For example, this PE ratio is a bit above the average for this industry. So if users understand that, it's going to help them understand what it means, the valuation, what the number means, what it is, and understand better and make informed decisions. And again, we understood that there is a percentage of users that still yet not enough. They want even more than that. So we added a third layer of information where users can go to learn more about a specific topic. They can go to see articles, videos, and more information about that. Another place where we added all of this research that we did is our Explore experience. This is where users go to choose their next move. So here we wanted to use more a conversational tone, like find your first investment, find your next investment, how would you like to get started? And then tailor the experience to different mindsets. Again, for the users that are mastering, they know what they're doing, they know what they need, they know what they were looking for. So they can go directly to the search and look for the asset that they want to buy. They also might want to check what is new in our platform or set up an investment plan for the asset that they already know that they can trust and invest over time. Some users might want to do the same, but they don't have all this knowledge. They don't know which asset that they should pick. And here we use some other features, some other tools to help users see what other people are doing and help narrow down the options that they have to actually analyze and potentially buy. So help them to pick what they want to invest. And we have the people that are just starting out. They are still very unaware. So these people, we understood that they want to hear the analysts. They want to see what are the analyst topics. They want more guidance. They want to understand the terminology. So we created the Learning Hub, what we call the Learning Hub, where they can find all the information that they can also find contextually across our experience, but in one single place. And in this Learning Hub, we understood the power of visual learning, and we created these really beautiful animations to help users grasp all this content more easily, to make this experience more delightful. So these are just some ways we are applying all this research that you guys saw, all this strategy, and we still have a long way to go. So keep an eye on the platform to see what we come up with next.
All right, it's my turn to circle back to the title of our presentation, which is, what is the essential ingredient to turn investments into the next big thing? Well, if I knew for sure, then, we would end the conversation here. But we know that there are 3 things that are key. And just like in the other industries that we've paid attention earlier, I would say that navigating complexity in an easy way, not hiding it away from our customers is very important, just as being convenient. I mean, as a millennial, you expect to be convenient. As a Gen Z, if something's not convenient, you are not there already, right? And as the third thing, and I think that Mauri really pointed at that, content is key. So to clearly communicate with the customer and provide this narrative that the customer is expecting, and use a super simple language that is localized and that speaks to where I'm from and it speaks in a way that I can truly understand without making an effort, is also key. So basically, as buzzwordy as it sounds, empathy is the answer. And it might, you might be saying, oh yeah, empathy is already embedded in the UX practice. But what we feel is that until now, investments has been a one-way conversation. It's the financial world shouting, and some of the privileged ones just grasping, understanding, and making profit out of it. And what we really, really, really want is to turn it into a dialogue. So basically, Mica?
Yes, want to speak investment with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. So now it's time for Q&A. Are you ready? So I'm going to start with a remote question here. What advice would you give to young women who are just starting out in a field that is so dominated by men?
Well, we can get started maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I can, yeah.
Well, I think that sounds a bit simple, but understand what you're doing, understand the market, understand how your company is making profit. I think it's very easy for us as designers to just be like, oh, the user, empathy. But if we don't understand what we are talking about in terms of business, how is this bringing value to the business, I think it's very tricky to keep a conversation with all these people that are in the company. So in my opinion, I think that's the best way to actually get started. Learn your field and learn how you're going to make this conversation happening with all the other people that are working with you.
Yeah, I just have one word, just start. And you're already far ahead from the rest.
That's beautiful. Do we have any question here on in person? There.
Hi. How are you doing this stock valuation? Do you have maybe a specific or dedicated team or finance experts who are providing this data and these values?
We have a data enrichment partner that provides us with this information. It's called Xignite.
Thank you.
Good. And there is a maybe funny question for you from the remote audience. From your personas, which of those personas do you see yourself in? Maybe Mica.
Let me think. You can go first.
I'm a forever beginner.
Yeah,
forever.
the same. At least that's how I feel, right? Yeah. I'm always learning, and I feel like sometimes I'm stuck behind.
Yeah. Cool. So let's go to one more last question for on-site. Can we get a microphone here? Thank you.
Hi. I'm sorry if I understood maybe a little bit wrong, but I had the impression that you guys, during this whole process, challenged certain frameworks, design frameworks, and certain design very, static concepts, So I'd like to ask, what is your criticism, against maybe certain design practices and concepts, and how you guys maybe created your own way of working?
And in my opinion, a framework is a framework, right? It needs to adapt to what your needs to help you answer the questions that you need to answer. So I don't like this idea of a framework that can never change. So in my opinion, you need to understand what you're going to need. And of course, while you're doing, I think you're learning, and you're also shaping the framework that you're using. So in my opinion, it shouldn't be a box that needs to fit, but every company needs to find the way that works better for you, for your team, and for the needs that you have.
Yeah, I mean, to add to that, I think Mauri pointed at very key concepts. Investments is a very complex topic for advanced investors and for newbies. This complexity made us question everything established. We weren't designing an ABC service or product. We needed to go the extra nudge. So I like Mica just said, learn about the business, but also learn about the subject. Like I remember when before designing those screens, right? I told Mica, well, we need to organize the work. I think that your team is going to take care of this asset design, design the asset screen. Sorry. And she was like, okay. And then she spent 2 weeks just learning about every term. This is it can fit within a framework or it can fit outside the framework. What is important is that whatever you're doing it for a reason. That's why we're designers and not artists, right? So we've solved problems of this magnitude or of this that are super big. I think that our job is to find a way that you can explain it. Once you start explaining it to somebody else, it makes complete sense and they can learn it. That's when you know you're in the right direction.
Yes, and it's okay not to know about it at first. I didn't know almost anything about investing when I joined the team, and I think the important thing here is to be curious. So I knew that it was going to be important for me to know all of this to actually be able to design in a way that our users would also understand. So if you don't know, be curious, go study a bit, and I think that's the thing that it's going to benefit you the most.
Okay, We have one more question.
Yeah. First, I'm happy to see that design at N26 is fully dominated by women. So congratulations. And the level of care and beauty I see in your presentation and in your products, I think is related to that. Number one. Number two is, you did an extensive research on this topic, and we did extensive research as well. And the research tells us that women do not invest as much as men. Normally, investment is a male thing, saving is a female thing, managing the house budget is a female thing, taking some more risk is a male thing, which is, I think, is annoying and is a problem because if there is a gender who may have financial issue at the end of their life and career, it's probably the women and not the men. Are you doing something in this direction, or you have a completely agnostic approach on the topic?
Actually, that's one of the biggest challenges we have now, because we also know that our user base is also male dominant. So it's something that internally we are driving to actually understand better ways how we can attract women to actually feel empowered to actually start investing. Because one thing that we feel is that women don't feel like they can, and we know they can. We can, so they can as well. So that's what we want to change.
Yeah, I mean, I would encourage everyone in the room that doesn't know them. Female Invest is a great platform. I think they are based in Denmark and also in the US. They are doing great things in this regard. As internally, we're trying. As personally, we're trying even harder. I'm convincing all my friends that they should start already. I think that it should be, I mean, it is our privilege to be exposed to this topic and to be exposed to financial literacy, to share it with anyone at any dinner. Stop talking about skincare, start talking about investment care, and, you know, spreading the word. I think, like, using the privilege is what we have at hand, so we should start doing it as soon as possible.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now it's time for another break. So see you back in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. How are we doing? So before we go to our next speakers that I'm very excited about, I have a short vibe check. For this, please go on Slido and use our code George UX Conf. Yeah, please just scan it. And I would like you to answer one question. So you would see there is a poll, and we will come back to this poll later for the panel discussion. So I'm very excited to see the results. And the question is the following. You know, we've talked a lot about different challenges that are out there when it comes to investment. And here I would be curious to know, what is your opinion? What is the biggest UX challenge in getting people more involved into investment? It could be complexity. You know, there's so many assets there. There are crypto, bonds, funds, where should invest? Maybe it's onboarding. You know, in order to start invest, you need to finish like lots of lengthy onboardings before you actually can start invest. Or maybe it's experience gap, meaning that you need to know lots of stuff, a lot of different lingo in order to start the investment journey. So please vote now. And we will be back to this question for our panel discussion later in the agenda. So see you in a bit. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, from Duolingo Head of Product Design, Mig Reyes.
Hello, hello, George. Okay, so this is a pretty special day, and it's not special because of the speakers. This is about community. So I have one little request. I like to do this every time I get to hang out with a bunch of my friends, aka designers, is if you are in the audience right now, take your name tag and flip it backwards. Because this is really about us learning each other, and it's really hard to get to know each other's names when you can't really see them. So go ahead and flip those backwards, and if you're watching at home, go in the chat, share your LinkedIn, blast your website, because there's actually a lot of talented people here, and we should probably get to know each other. So let's do that. Look, I have something a little scary to tell you all. I don't work in finance. I'm sorry, I crashed the party. However, as I thought about what I'd love to share with you all today, there's something beautiful about design that unites us all, whether it's finance, language learning, social media. And so my hope is today that if I share some stuff, that you might consider it an investment in yourself, that which over time compounds, and you'll see these gains grow. And let's see, when you're more senior in your career, the dividends pay off. All right, look, I'm trying here. I'm trying to do my best. I'm a graphic designer. I have a bank account. I save. I invest. So I do feel at home here. And I have a lot to share that maybe has to do with all of that and none of that all at once. So I've learned at quite a few places and stumbled along the way, and that's actually what I'm going to share with you all today. Small companies in Chicago and recently in New York, learning to lead at scale at Instagram. I'm going to show some of that work. I've been in management 11 years. I'm very tired. But I did make it to Duolingo, so I'm certainly going to share some of that work as well today. Now, when I think about really good design, I think several of our speakers today talked about this. They talked about craft and language. Thank you, by the way. And by the way, if you sat down when your Duolingo dropped, I know who you are. But as I thought about design, it is not about only big, sexy work. It's actually the work we do every day for real people. And I really resonate with a lot of the messaging the previous speakers have shared on. And in fact, that's been a mantra for the majority of my career, too, which is what's amazing about what we get to do is we get to care about the mundane. And so a lot of times in my career, I've worked at Instagram, and certainly Duolingo is fun and flashy, but I've also worked for enterprise clients. I've worked for B2B software, and this, more than anything, has really taken me and my teams very far. And so I'm going to share some enterprise work. I had a designer on my team who was working on a new feature. We'll call him Mark. We'll call him Mark because that literally was his name. He was like, hey, Mig, I've got this new feature I'm working on. we're going to add notes to our publishing calendar. And here's how it works. You click this drop down, and then you see this modal. And I was like, all right, okay, I get what you're doing. And Mark, by the way, kind of called himself a UX designer. He did not consider him a visual designer. He was not a UI designer. He was like, I draw boxes and put X's through them, and that's my job. And I'm like, well, Mark, the thing is, we can do better than that. And I think you actually can do better than what you just shared right now. I don't care if you're a UX designer. Real people use this stuff. And so I asked him, Mark, on this notes program or feature you're working on, how do actual people write notes? Here's a pile of sticky notes on the table. How do you do that? Do you ask your colleague to fill out a form and they transcribe it for you onto the note? He's like, no. What do? Well, you just write on the note. I'm like, there you go. So Mark, if you were to do that feature all over again, thinking of that, what would you do? He said, well, what if we could just write on the note itself? I'm like, there you go. We don't have to make this product death by modal. You can actually have some fun with it. And so what we pushed him on and what he really felt proud of was like, oh, wow, I can really do interesting work in some of the smallest places. And he also really loved research. And he realized, wow, you know what? UX research taught me that social media managers also love to color code to organize themselves. And so he thought of all of these new interaction patterns simply because I said, you can be better than that. And this little pocket of the site and this product, it may feel boring to you, but this is where you should start to care. And so Mark really showed up and cared about these little details. But this whole concept of the details, and I think I've heard some of the speakers already share this, is that this is sort of where design gets to show up. And so I actually really think that we should make a big deal of the little things. So I am in Chicago. I was in Chicago in 2020. I got a job offer at Instagram. I moved to New York, and I'm like, hell yeah, I made it. Big city, nothing can go wrong. We got a work memo. It's like, we're just going to stay home for like this week. There's just weird, people are sick or something. That 1 week at home turned into 2 years. And all of us around the globe, really, we were like, oh, shit, how do we move forward here? Zuck had a chat with the CEO of Shopify and got incredibly inspired about thinking about shopping. We're all going to be home. We should probably figure out how we help people live their lives at home. So on one hand, there's shopping, and on the other hand, there's this little startup called TikTok that's about to eat our lunch at Instagram. And so on the design team, we recognize this because we had a really big mission held against us by the executives. Figure out how to make shopping work at Instagram, figure out this thing called Reels, and my team and I were like, here's our moment to finally refresh the entire UI of Instagram and start to care about the little details that we've started to forget about. So this is Instagram over the course of a few years, and it really wasn't updated, especially by the time I got there. And so in 2020, we said, how do we rethink this? But not only rethink this, but simultaneously, we have to figure out how to work together. I've never met any of these coworkers yet. I was just starting at the company. So we're like fumbling through Zoom. We have a big mission to redo all of Instagram's UI and figure out all these new products all at once, all at home. So I'm going to skip all the workshopping in the process and kind of show you what we ended up shipping. So this is, on the left is the old version of Instagram, and on the right is the new one. And really, the things that I was most excited our team did are the things that you probably could barely see. So we are matching iOS and Android standards. We are actually removing things, simplifying things, creating space for things, letting things breathe. How about actually just picking a true black instead of 42 shades of gray that thousands of designers at the company are going to mess up because the design system doesn't have it nailed down yet? How about updated text styles? And just, again, things that we really need to care about. We're paid money to care about these things. Bolder iconography. And then defining height for Android. By the way, this is maybe more for US-based designers, but if you want to be unbelievably employable in this world, think about Android and get very good at Android. Most of the world's on Android, and so for us in the US, all we thought about was our iPhones. And so we made sure that we really cared about these details even for Android. And again, spacious, pills, et cetera, the works. And even as we thought about improving type, improving the shades of black, we looked at it and said, not good enough. So there's a designer on my team, Jez. He's an iconographer. He saw this work happening and said, what if I redid literally every icon in Instagram. We're like, I don't know, we're all working from home. What else are we going to do? So he did. And he looked at every single icon in our app and said, I don't think these actually communicate what we want them to be communicating. So not only did he rethink the metaphors, but he actually went down to the detail of how are these rendering on the pixel grid and modern devices. Turns out they weren't rendering quite well on the top, and so he redrew all of our icons to make sure that they showed up perfectly no matter the device. Not just on iPhones, but certainly Android and web as well. And this was a moment at Instagram where we could say, look, we might as well tighten some things up. So for the first time ever, we defined grids and spacing. Tell me if you've heard this one, because a lot of other designers at Instagram just saw another designer's Figma file, copied it, pasted it, and said, design system. So this is what we said, we should probably fix this while we're here. Now, the thing about working at Instagram is that we had such a pride in the craft, in the details, in the things that most people don't care about. And when you care about something so much, you also care about how you present it, how you share it. So we had a culture at Instagram where we actually made hype out of every work we shared. And so this is internal work to internal colleagues, but we shared this about our all-new design system internally to not just everyone at Instagram, but everyone at Facebook and WhatsApp and Messenger. And we shared this. The funny part is, these are all just coworkers in the pictures and all the avatars. But wait for it. Wait for it. Ooh. Over the top, maybe. Does it show we care? Definitely. And the thing that, look, who works in design systems or works on a design system? Shout out to you all. You are my people. Keep your hands up, actually, if you have a hard time with adoption and getting people to use it. Look, everyone kept their hands up. When you show to everybody else how much you care about a thing, other people go, oh, okay, this is maybe worth me using as well. And so this is sort of the infectious spirit we wanted on our team was, we care, you should care. And so everyone ended up caring. And all of these things about caring about the details, caring about the mundane, these are things that I picked up on that I could tell Duolingo really cared about. So when they came to me and said, we are way too big as a design team now, we need a dedicated head of product design, are you in? And I was, because I knew from the start in my first chats with them, this is what they cared about. And so all of these things that I've shared kind of show up at the work that we do at Duolingo today. And so I'm going to take you a little bit behind the scenes here. This is Duo. He is the one actually writing all of these annoying push notifications for you all. So I'm going to show you the behind the work. But what's funny is before I did this talk, I actually just Googled, does Duolingo? And then saw what autocomplete shared. The world doubts us still. We've been around 12 years. Does Duolingo work? Some of the ambitious people say, does Duolingo actually work? Just in case, but it really does. And so is anybody here in research, UXR? Great. These people are your friends, designers. This is how you add legitimacy to your product, your business, your company, your org. And so I'm going to show you, first and foremost, as a teaser and a bit of a primer on how Duolingo actually works. These are research principles that actually map to how we think about design as well.
Why do millions of people use Duolingo every day? We have a method to make serious learning fun. The Duolingo method uses years of learning science to help design bite-sized interactive lessons. Lessons that engage your brain so you learn deeper and faster without even realizing it. Studies show that learning with Duolingo can even outperform learning at a university. So why not maximize your time and learn the way you learn best with Duolingo?
So there's about 5 principles we call the Duolingo method. For the sake of time, I'll share 4. And I'll also share with you not just how this is effective learning, but how it's also just kind of plainly good design. So one of the things we think a lot about is just learn by doing. In fact, that's actually how I kind of learned how to invest. I said, I don't know, I'm just going to do it and see what happens. I haven't lost all my money yet. So far, I think I'm learning. But this is a principle we think about when we do executive product reviews and executive design reviews, is how quick are you getting to the action we want learners to think about? So here, I'll just also show by doing. This is what happens when you start a standard lesson in Duolingo.
Bonne journée.
I'll stop there, because notice we didn't have a wizard or tooltips, or we didn't say, welcome to lesson 1, where we teach you about dairy product. No, it's just which one's cheese? I think that's cheese. And that's how we start to get people to learn right away. And when we think about design, we ask our designers, you're very scared of prototyping. Have you started yet? Well, no, I haven't signed up for classes. I didn't find you. No. Open up Figma, open up Origami, get in there, learn by doing. One of the other principles we start to think about too is focus on what matters. When you learn a language, we want to get to the core concepts that's actually going to help you have a conversation. When you're new to Austria, for example, my first time. But also when we think about design, there's a lot of stuff we could do. Good design is what we shouldn't do. So we really think about focusing on what matters. And certainly you know my friend Duo, the green owl. But our world is much bigger than that. This is Junior, so I'm going to have Junior help us show something new we've cooked up at Duolingo. We're calling it adventures. And so the fun thing on Duolingo, you can tap some tokens, learn some words, cool, but what about practicing all of this? So for us, we wanted to push ourselves as designers and say, how do you move around a world and find yourself in situations like, I'm at a coffee shop, I could really use an espresso macchiato and a sparkling water. And how do you actually get people to try that out? And so this is a real-life sort of simulation, if you will, with our characters as you've learned language. But these design challenges have been pretty interesting for us because all of a sudden, as product designers, we're also now using story as a design mechanic. So for us, we're like, oh, wait, doesn't anyone work at Pixar? No, me neither. Let's just figure this thing out, I guess. So there's all right, what if we had discover and moments of conflict and then finally resolve conflict? A very simple 3-step story. And that was enough for us to go, we could probably ship something pretty interesting and meaningful here. So I'm going to show you the proprietary behind-the-scenes undercover software we use to create these adventures. It's called Figma. Has anyone heard of it? Look, we were using what we had at our disposal, and these comments right here are literally just 2 people on our design team, Greg, who's been at the company for a decade, Joey, a phenomenal illustrator, and we're just making up stories about pizza in Figma files. And this is how we start to think about what do people in the real world want to try out. We talk about design systems a lot. It's usually components, buttons, check boxes, et cetera. What about illustration systems? So for me, this has been such a cool wave for the illustrators, the artists, the animators, to have their moment and say, look, we can also think in systems, and in fact, we should think in systems. What did you do for work today? I drew cans of tomato sauce. What did you do today? And so it's been a very fun way for us to see products come to life. And our old product, or the start of our product, was these flat 2D characters. To do adventures was to redraw and re-rig everything into 3D. And so again, just these details we really started to care about. So imagine you're learning English. This is what an adventure would be like if you tried it today.
Hi, Lily. What do you need? Oh, right. We forgot mushrooms. The mushrooms are in the refrigerator, right? Great. Put the mushrooms on B's pizza.
And that's it. And we can get people to have fun and education all of a sudden feels like a game you want to play versus something you're forced to do. Now, learning over time, as does investing when you see the dips and you're like, oh, shoot, I should probably sell, means you kind of have to stay motivated. And we think about this a lot as it comes to learning, but also in design, where we will try lots of things, and most of those things won't work right away. But you keep iterating and you keep trying. And so the other thing we think about is just because you think you've made it and you did a good thing doesn't mean you're done. I love when my friends ask me, why do you guys have over 50 designers? The screens are done. What? Like, you guys are full-time employed forever? Yes, actually, and here's why. It says we think that our job as designers to continually improve. So from 2017 to about a year ago, this was the state of our feature called Achievements. And when you learn on Duolingo and you accomplish big things, we'll give you badges. The thing is, our CEO, Luis, said, it's hard to imagine something 10 times better than what we already have. I don't know if you've ever told that to a designer. I don't think it could be any better, but holy cow, did our team go, hold my beer. Because, Luis, this thing could be better, give us the space to. And so all of our illustrators or artists got together with product designers and said, let's show our CEO up, and let's show him that this could be better. And so through rapid sketching, workshops, and just playing around, we ended up redoing our badges to look more like this, where it's way more fun, you feel way more proud to earn them, and it also evolves our characters. It also evolves the world that Duolingo is starting to enter within, which is yours. And even our UI language started to change, where we're letting art start to dictate the UI. And so for us, we're kind of breaking away from the simple plain white and dark backgrounds to something a little more colorful. We would never have known if somebody didn't say, it's probably good enough. We don't stand for that at Duolingo. And so you go from years of legacy like this, very simple, extremely generic, doesn't scream Duolingo, to, oh, wow, that's definitely Duolingo, all right. And so this really mattered to us, but also more importantly mattered to the learners on our app. The final principle I'll share with you is one that I hope everyone here can resonate with, which is feel the delight. I know César was a PM, there you are. Any other PMs in the room? Cool, okay, just two. Sorry, y'all. This is our room. And delight, go to your PM and say, by the way, delight equals daily active users. Delight equals revenue. Delight equals time spent. How do we know? We do it and then we test it. And we actually ship features that measure the efficacy of craft, of delight. And we ship only the best ones. And this is a compounding thing for our learners where the product feels better, but also they're telling us it's actually better. So I'm going to show you the very beginning thing all over again. And this time I just want you to listen.
Bonne journée.
Notice that the chime gets a little higher. We're starting to celebrate you a little bit more. We run A/B tests on things like this all the time, and we actually can see and differentiate this chime when it sounds more fun and cute, gives you way more daily active users than this sound, which kind of just feels neutral and utilitarian. No sound at all gives you this result. Some sound gives you this result. So we really care about delight and actually understanding its impact on learning and business results as well. And certainly we do document all of this in our design system, not just what it looks like, the colors. Every good design system has that, but what about when the sound should play? What about the timing, the easing, and down to the detail of the millisecond, how things should really unfold? And we go actually off platform too. This is actually where we started to push our brand. So this is our widget. I was low-key creeping on a lot of your phones, and I'm very thankful. Many of you have the widget installed, so thank you. But the thing about the widget is it's a reflection of Duo and how happy he is with you. As the day goes on and you haven't done your lesson, Duo knows. And in fact, when it's nighttime, Duo definitely knows and has a cry for help. Because he really just wants you to get your lesson in for the day. And sadly, if you miss, we'll freeze it and you have put Duo on ice. The good thing is, though, that when you extend your streak, that Duo will celebrate you and the streak itself. And so we're thinking, should the streak be a character in and of itself? And so there's Duo skipping with fire, because we really are just proud of you. But didn't just start at the widget. It actually started way back when we started to do our icon for all our apps. Let me tell you, we had a glow up. Far left is how Duolingo started. Far right is where we are today. I think we've done some maturing. But it's not just the classic green one. I think for us, it's how else can Duo show up? Maybe Duo gets sick. Maybe Duo gets tired. But no other company is really doing stuff like this. And so for us, this is where we play. And when we play, we see results. And again, we systematize and understand all of our work. So we break it down in terms of how you should construct Duo and an icon for Duolingo, but also things you should do. We'll give you leeway to, and please definitely don't do, so no melty pumpkin duos at all. And when you think about delight, baking all of this into your work, we know that we've gotten pretty good at teaching language. We've been doing it for a dozen years, and so it's gotten us thinking, if you could teach really well with a few different concepts, what more can you do on Duolingo? And so I'll sort of end that teaser with this.
Pamplemousse.
We're really excited to be able to teach not just French, German, Spanish, but math, music, and we're actually prototyping a couple other topics as well. And how do we do that? Well, there's probably two takeaways I would leave everybody watching at home and everyone here with. Number one, I hope you felt this from the time I got to share, but also the other speakers. We have to create a culture around craft. If it matters to us, it definitely matters to the millions and millions of people using our product. What craft is care. And so to craft is to put your care in touch into these products. So everywhere that I've worked, we talk about this daily, whether it's Instagram, Duolingo. In our design critiques, we will say, that button looks a little bit off. It just takes one person to say that, and then the whole room's like, all right, cool, I was feeling that too, and it did look a little bad, so yeah, it's not there yet. And something we picked up at Instagram is we have a phrase, you can bring this back with you at work as well. You go hard on the work, soft on the people. And that, for us, is creating a culture around craft. The last thing I will share is, especially if you're in management, and if you're organizing community and putting together conferences, it's bring together exceptional people. So raise your hand if you are attending George UX Conf. OK, keep them up. Nope, yep, I'm one of those speakers that makes you do shit. When I say exceptional people, I do mean us, the animators, the designers, the illustrators, the producers, the researchers, the writers. Yes, and product managers too. We will get along. But we are what makes great experiences. And it is the responsibility of your leadership team and of each other to bring each other together. Actually, no, one last thing I would ask you all to remember. Please, do your Duolingo. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Mig. Yeah, thanks to Duolingo, I was able to learn, or still learning my German, so danke. And we're going to have a few questions. So if you're ready to ask a question, Mig, please raise your hand. Yeah, I can see, and we will start with the most voted question from our remote attendees. How does Duolingo design team test the impact of motion design on user engagement and learning outcomes?
The question is, how does Duolingo test efficacy of motion? Well, first, to even get there, as a leadership team, we have to ask for it from our team. We will say in product reviews and executive reviews, this feels a little boring. We will say, this is it, this is the best, I think we could do better. And so first, as a leadership team, we are asking, please put a little more love into it. And then from there, we do standard experimentation design, where it is, we will do a no motion test, a motion that's short, motion that's long, run A/B tests through all of it, and then see how's the data showing up. And so do it, test it, see what happens.
A/B testing all the way. Okay, so do we have a question? Yeah, please. The mic here in the middle. Thank you.
Thank you. I would address the elephant in the room. Do you plan to do learning flows for investments?
Yes. So hopefully you saw the trailer, Duolingo Math. It's not just 2 + 2. The ideal state we're trying to get to is adult math. Let's say you go to dinner with 4 of your friends. How do you very quickly calculate the tip? If you are thinking about investment and compounding interest and savings rate, we want you to be able to look at a problem set very quickly and go, this savings account's better for me than this savings account. So yes, not quite an elephant. It's a real thing. We want to help people get good with numbers, and that includes money.
Yeah, you can. If you want to start investing, start with math. So
yeah, exactly.
Thank you so much, Mig. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Please welcome to the stage, from George, UX Research Lead, Julia Zadorian-Clammer.
Hello, everybody. I'm just waiting until everything is set so you can hear me. It's great to be here again, also from my side. So you're halfway through the program, so almost lunch. Just stuck with us for another half an hour, and then you can grab some food. I'm happy that I can moderate this year's panel discussion again. Also excited because we have awesome speakers, as usual. 3 speakers we already had today on stage, but let me introduce the other speaker, and let's dig into it right now because we don't have so much time. So let's introduce the first speaker. She is our dear colleague. She's a platform strategic project lead. She has a super diverse background in various tech industries like YouTube and Uber, and she's just another woman, really important for investment products from Erste Group. Please welcome Christine Bachler. And then you just heard them a few minutes ago. Welcome back, Sara from N26. And Chris from the Nordic Fintech magazine. And last but not least, please, Mauri, also come back on stage. Let's have a seat. Mauri, you can sit here. And let's get into it. So I hope you all placed your vote. And I think we can now look at the results of the vote. Let's look at them to have a starter. Oh, right. This is a pretty clear result. So we asked you, what's the biggest challenge in getting people to invest? And obviously, more than half of you said it's the experience gap. On second place, complexity. And then the onboarding process, whatever we mean by that. Interesting experience gap. Anybody wants to reveal your personal vote? Did you also vote on this? Maybe Chris, you can start. You have your headset, yeah? Maurizio. It's a personal microphone.
I voted experience gap, so I'm in the majority.
Yeah, why did you?
Because I think this is the main thing. There are too many options out there, and you have no idea what to take. But look, it's interesting on one side. It's pretty obvious to me, the background. On the other side, there are other Duolingo. Language is a good example. There was a huge experience gap problem in language. And actually, they sorted out for millions of people. So through an app, right? Make it accessible almost to everyone. So I think on one side is a problem. On the other side, I think is a great opportunity. I think this will be solved. It's a matter of time and probably education. But I think eventually this will be sorted out. So I'm positive on that.
Any other vote on this? Did you have controversial votes?
Yeah, I had actually complexity because for me, experience gap, it's very broad, right? So actually it means like, do you feel like you're not ready yet because you don't know enough? Didn't you trade enough? So I had difficulties of like, what do we define with the gap in experience? So for me, it's complexity because it is like, how do I start? And that's, I would translate it into access. So if you reduce the complexity of any investment opportunity, an app or whatever it is, to grant everyone access, it is optimizing for the first trade. And if you take out the complexity, I feel like I would be more ready. And maybe then the fear comes, oh, I'm still not experienced enough, but then I hope someone takes me by the hand. but it's more the complexity. I feel like it's complex. The language, as we heard today, is complex. I feel like complexity for me is a bit of the biggest challenge.
I mean, we already saw good examples also from your presentation, Sarah, on the how to serve different experience levels. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit on that also in terms of language and getting started.
I mean, similar to her, I think that experience gap is quite a big, like it's an umbrella topic. I would say that contrary to languages, or maybe similarly, I don't know, but there are many angles in which you can take investments, and you can, like, if you don't follow up, well, yeah, similarly to languages then, like if you don't do your Duolingo in finances, if you don't follow up with what you're learning and put it in practice, you are like likely to lose all what you've gained in one day. And I feel like this immediacy culture that we're in also serves to that, right? If it's not in my face, if it's not playful enough, if it's not delightful enough. And let me tell you, I mean, it's not a secret that it hasn't been like that. I mean, I would argue that it's not yet like that. We have not brought it to a place where we can discuss it on a table because of its complexity. Because, yeah, I think that in this question, like I would say onboarding is just a matter of you having patience and having your idea at hand. The rest are things that need to be navigated together. Like if we navigate complexity, then we will for sure reduce the experience gap.
But how is it then still, maybe Chris, a question for you, that so many people are so hesitant when it comes to getting started, doing the first step? What do you think is the most important factor here in this really beginning of going over this threshold of investing?
I would say it's just making it accessible from the very beginning. So if we look at these questions, I think they're gateways, they're thresholds, right? So if you think something is inherently complex from the beginning, you're not ever going to try it first. If you decide to try it, and then the onboarding process or the experience in onboarding is terrible, then you're going to drop off. So you'll never be able to build the experience that you need. So I think, in my view, it would first be complexity, then onboarding, and then the experience gap. So unless we make things appealing from the very beginning, and accessible and easy to understand, then it's going to be very difficult to get people to onboard, and therefore it's going to be very difficult to get people to get experience in investing.
It's appealing, I find pretty interesting, and also because, Sarah, in your talk you spoke about the rewarding aspect. In investing, we know it's a painful process to onboard and takes time. It's not like you just click and you have this investment portfolio. What can we do about this? Do you have like examples or experiences, strategies on this rewarding thingy? That comes with skincare pretty fast, not with investment products.
Well, I mean, I would say there are many ways in which you can get started investing. Like, you can go for a managed fund solution at first. I mean, I'm not saying there's no risk. There is risk, but you can approach it, you know, in a more cautious way. But I mean, as we've seen in our research, the way of learning that works the best is when you, like, literally fail at something. Because then you remember what you did and you kind of like navigate that, like improving in your, like not improving your approach, but like moderating your approach to something that is better for you. So yeah, I don't have the solution on how we bring this topic down. What I do think is that we need to start talking about investing everywhere we can. Like, yeah, it needs to become a topic that we're not scared of. And I think this goes with money in general. Money is not talked about enough.
There was a platform, I don't remember if it was Lightyear or Public.com, the name escapes me at the moment, but what they did is that in order to get people to first try it out, is that they would give them fake money. Open your account, you get $5,000 to play with. It's fake money, but at least you can try it. You can learn the ropes. You can invest without the risk, and that sort of help remove some of the barriers and the fear that people might have to get started on this, right? So I think that's a good approach to entice people, to get them closer to it and to feel more comfortable with the real thing.
Basically try it out, right? Yeah. Yep. Christina, we also spoke a lot about fears also in the past in all this project. What is your experience with these fears that customers have when investing?
Yeah, so thanks for the question. I like fears. I think fears are a really great opportunity because when you think of fears, and I think we heard it today very often, they are not very new, right? Especially when we talk about investing. It's always the same fears that we hear. We also heard today always the same outcomes in research, I mean in nuances. And it's also not regionally specific. It's a universal problem, right? So if we take the fear that we had today already of, like, I think you said, Mauri, people are thinking they are not rich enough. It's a big fear, right? So that you say, okay, I'm not rich enough, so I cannot join this investment party. But when you build a product, I think it's important to translate a fear into a problem. And the fear behind I'm not rich enough is actually not that I'm afraid of not being rich enough. The problem is I think I don't have enough money to start investing. That's the real problem. And then it's on us, and we did it with George Invest, to start building a product where we say, how can we build a solution that actually tackles exactly that fear, nothing else. So try to keep it simple, not add another complexity layer onto that. And what we did, as just this example, we started offering fractional shares, ETFs, asset classes, right? We built a fully fledged internal trading solution that will actually allow our customers to start investing with as little as €1. So now you can say, great, but that's not wealth building, because a €1 Apple trade will not make you a wealthy person, I can promise. But it's on us to then take you digitally by the hand and actually offer you opportunities to teach you, like, do you set up a recurring order, make it very smooth and intuitively in the app, like build investment plans, start diversifying your portfolio, understand compound interest. So then the experience comes, right? So then I actually manage that you actually start with €1 Apple trade potentially, to set up a portfolio, to run through KYC onboarding, all the painful part, which is of course not painful at George, but we all know, right? I mean, it's not the funniest part of all time, but you're all set to go, right? And then I think then it's on us to really take you by the hand and say, okay, and now we start building your wealth with investments, because it should be part of your financial life.
Mm-hmm. Sure, go on.
Few things I've learned the last years. We have been discussing in the community a bunch of things that looks to us obvious, and trying invest for the first thing which was obvious was people don't have education, financial education, let's give them education. My point is, internet is full of education. There is a bad part, but there's plenty of good parts. So if people out there will be interested, they will find it. So obviously that's not the point, number one. Number two is financial education is true. We have an issue on financial education. But again, there is a lot of financial education content out there. My kids are spending half of their days on YouTube. If they would be interested in financial education, instead of watching people playing video games, as they do today, they would, but obviously it's not done properly, probably the reality is they're not interested. And I believe that the way we design application, the way we work on our screens, the way we call our function, the name we put on a button, the way we describe a disclaimer, or the way we write on a disclaimer, that's much more financial education than any video on YouTube content you can imagine. I'm not saying that those YouTube are not important, but it's part of the game. The second thing is, they are afraid of investment, so let's them invest with fake money first. I'm not sure. This has been proven not to work. If you look at most of the neo-broker today, none of them are offering a fake trade first. And I talked to some of them a couple of years ago, and they told me the reason is they figure out that people who start with fake money have two consequences. It's harder to convert them to real money afterwards. And second, if you trade fake money and then you're successful, you feel really shit because you should have put real money in there. And so also that tactics was obvious, sounded like, yeah, that's the way it works, has proven not to work. So we are just at the beginning of a new thing here. Like we were at the beginning of digital banking in 2009, 2010, 2012, with the beginning of digital banking, logging in and showing you balances and showing you product. I believe now we are at the beginning of the wealth management done on the app, online, let's say on the app. And we will learn our lesson. We will figure out that a lot of things we believed are not true. We need new tools and new mechanism. And at the end of the day, there is one core thing. How do we, someone of you mentioned in the presentation, they talk about storytelling. They talk about how do we introduce this story to our customer to make them understand that the right financial decision at the right time in your life. And the right time is when you are young, is the right things to do. And not that you wake up at the age of 56, 58, 60 and figure out, oh my God, I should have done something 30 years ago. This is the big challenge we have in front of us. And I think I give you one. It's not the only one, but I think social pressure, a bit what you show in to follow someone else.
Herd mentality, yes.
Social pressure would be one of the strong instruments. I picture myself in a dinner. Try yourself. You picture yourself in a dinner with friends, and then you figure out you are around 40, and then you figure out that all your best friends, you know them since high school, they all have a job, you have a job, they all put money aside for their pension. And they're all proud of it and say, yeah, I bought this pension fund and it's doing okay, but anyway, it's there and I will see the result in 10 years from now. And then you did not do it and you feel bad. And say, shit, they've done the right thing, I did not do it. And probably you go home and try to figure out how to do it. And that's the moment where either your bank or your financial service provider or someone, right, will have the product that maybe not in 3 clicks, but in proper amount of onboarding lets you to make your first trade or lets you to make your first investment. And I think this is, I would call social pressure. And I think this will go very much in an escalation way, where more people around yourself will make the right decision at the right time. You will be kind of instigated to do it. And when you do it, your friends around you will do it. And then this will go up exponentially. That's my belief. So it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, I have a kind of a criticism towards the way we've operated until now. This works in the 20-80 rule, right? 20% of our customers bring 80% of the revenue, and that the other 80 are just, left behind. I think that putting a stress on those 80% that don't invest is what we need to do and must do, given the privilege that we have right now. Why? I mean, yeah, we keep getting from all our PMs, right? We need to have these advanced features. Why? Because we need too much. We need too much these brokerage apps that do it, like Biden's and all. I'm not saying that they do it wrong. They do it perfect for those people that know what they are doing. But what is a limit order going to give to a customer who don't know what an ETF is? What is that bringing? It's adding complexity to my product and creating resistance for a person that doesn't know what an ETF is. Because if they start a purchase and they find that they have 4 options and they don't understand even the simplest one, they're going to go away. So the way we present advanced features to our customers is going to determine if they want to stay or if they want to leave. It's like if I was reading Proust the first day I start learning French, I would just give up. So complexity needs to be served little by little with more cautious than that we believe. And the way we serve this complexity by the narrative, by design, by the light, I think that it was glorious that the guy from Duolingo came. It shows us that we all want to have fun while learning. We all want to laugh at an illustration, at an animation. Yes, it is money, because it is a lot of money. But how the brand talks, how the different mechanisms speak to the customer is going to be key, because in the end, we all offer the same thing. But yeah, if we wrongly go for those customers that know how to do everything, and imagine that we accomplish these many portfolio transfers and we have all these assets under management. And are we being better for the society? I think that we're failing enormously at delivering value, because we're just keeping the same people that are doing it somewhere else. It means money today, but I think it means starving tomorrow, because what about all these 80% that are just not doing it yet?
But I think the question that the gentleman back there asked was very relevant about whether Duolingo is going to start teaching investment. Because if we've managed to, or in this case, if Duolingo has managed to crack the code on how people learn and how to teach people, well, there's nothing that says that we cannot learn from other industries and see if that is applicable to our industry, and how can we help using those principles and those findings help that 80% learn and become more acquainted and more comfortable with something that has been previously outside of their comfort zone.
Yeah, I agree. It is really about taking out and offering the door to those people who feel like they are not yet invited to invest. And that's language, it's less complexity in the app when you start. And as you said, like really get more pro features for those who are pros, but not throw them already at the people that are already confused when they start. And I think that sounds so simple, but it is really, I think, the way of how to grow and how also to differentiate, because I think everyone from us here works somehow in product, right? And the golden rule is always build simple features, build simple. And it's a bit bullshit, to be honest, because I've never heard anyone say, I want to build the most complex app on the world, right? So it's a given. So I think the really important part is like, you have to stay simple, but you also have to be understanding of what you're able to sacrifice to keep your simplicity for everyone. And I think that's the real challenge, because then you start understanding, but this is also a really good feature, and this is really good product, and we should show this, and this is the best return. And then you're like overexcited, and again, like, poof. If then I tell this to my little niece who is 21 and just starts investing, she's like, I'm out, right? It's too much language already that I don't understand. So I think...
Yeah, it actually brings us back to Chris's little show with the newspaper and not understanding what's written in the financial part of the newspaper. I was wondering if we have this newspaper as a symbol for this whole discussion where the 80% are not part of, what role does a bank, a retail, traditional bank, or a fintech play? Do they play different roles? Do we have a kind of, I don't know, responsibility there? How can we change this newspaper maybe? I think
that's a really interesting question. I would say that the banks are always the strong structure in the industry that provides the trust, that provides the compliance. And I think the fintechs can bring perhaps some of these front-end capabilities to help really connect with the audience or with the customers that have traditionally not felt incorporated in these type of services. I definitely think that the future is much more collaborative and competitive between fintechs and financial institutions. Yeah.
Can I say something? Maybe it's just a provocation, but we should really think if our job here is to teach investment. And I give you a metaphor to explain what I mean. Many of you have a mortgage. You bought a property, you have a mortgage. The bank did not teach you how a mortgage works. The mortgage is a very complicated product. There is a certain way of calculating the assets, of distributing the assets. It's a very complex product. There is no need for all of you to understand how a mortgage works. There is a need for you to pick a partner that you know that does the heavy lifting part of a mortgage, because what you want is a house that you own. That's what you want. And I see the same thing with investment. Investment is a very complex product, and actually is even more complex than mortgages and financing, because the amount of instrument behind it is very complicated. There are many, right? And I don't think we need to teach people to become financial experts. It would be actually... in retail will actually counterproductive, because they then believe the first thing they will do, they start to time the market. They will start to buy things that they should not buy and so on. We need to focus on explaining people why it's important that their money have been put into action. And they need the right partner to make that thing. I think that's where banks and startup and challenger bank and fintech comes in place. Trust is a big part of it. And I think we are not really true. At the moment, investment is done mainly by people who understand investment. And if we believe that the way to scale this 20% to 30%, by the way, 5% will make a huge difference in the financial impact. So those 80% that don't make money, if they would invest, you will eventually make money. So if we believe the way to get there is to make retail customer financial experts and investment expert, this probably is a dead way. We need to work on the end goal. Why are you doing it? What's the goal of it? For who are you doing it? And then we need to rebuild that trust that they rather prefer, or they rather listen to a partner than to their friends or to influencer on the social media that makes them believe that they can, by buying certain product, they can make 30% interest every month. And I think this is the challenge in front of us for the next years.
Interesting.
I actually agree with you were saying. I think you talked about the just jobs to be done framework, right? And this is exactly right. Is understanding what is it the ultimate goal of the customer, and if that's what they want, then let's help them get there as quickly as possible without them having to learn the ropes of the entire complexity of investments that go behind it. I'm with you on that.
Yeah. Very interesting thoughts. I'm so sad that we already have to close this panel discussion again. We could go on for hours, but I think a main takeaway is for sure that we have to maybe work more on the motivation, on the core motivation, why customers are anyhow wanting to invest, and then maybe foster their learning while they go on their journey, putting some education on the way. Maybe this is a nice analogy to put out. So thank you very much for participating in all the awesome statements. I'm sure there's more. You can approach them in the lunch break for sure. So there's nothing else to say from my part other than thank you for attending for the panel discussion as well. And now there's finally the lunch break. So grab some food and be back in time. That's the only thing I can say. Thank you.
joining us on stage from J.P.Morgan, Executive Director Marla Mitelman.
Could somebody take my slides back to the beginning, please? Thank you so much. Where's the clicker? So that started well. Hello, everybody. How are you all? I just want to check I can get this on the screen. Okay, hello. Let's start again. Hello, everybody. Did everyone have a nice lunch? Is everyone having a lovely conference? Excellent. So first of all, let's just say thank you to all the organisers, because it's been pretty spectacular so far. And thank you for inviting me to speak. So my name's Marla Mitelman. I am an Executive Director of Experience Design at J.P.Morgan in London. My first time in Vienna. It's been very exciting to be here. And it's only my first time properly speaking on a stage like this, so please be gentle with me. So before I start, I actually want to just sort of tell you a little bit of a story. So it's a story I'm hoping pretty much everybody in this room can relate to, whether you're in product, research, but most importantly, UX and design. And I think it's a story that hopefully is going to resonate really, really well. So it's about people like us, people who go to work every day and want to do their best work and design beautiful experiences for people in the world. So if you're anything like me and you've worked in lots of places over the years, you will have seen a lot of sort of patterns occurring. And one of the things that I'm going to talk about today is something that's a real passion topic for me. But before we do that, I'm going to get you to close your eyes. So try not to fall asleep. I know you've had a big lunch. Thank you. So I want you to imagine a world where nobody asks you, nobody has to approve your work, when nobody tells you what to do, where you're trusted and you're empowered to do your best work, to problem solve. Now, open your eyes. Are we there yet? Okay, all right. But I think we could be, so bear with me, because I'm going to take you on a little journey. But before we do that, a little bit about me. Marla Mitelman, I'm originally from London, but I spent 25 years working in Australia. I started working in finance in about 2007 for the Commonwealth Bank of Australia, and I was an online specialist because they didn't know what to call me. And I used to work in UX across pretty much all the transformations in Australia. If there was a bank there, I've probably worked on an interface for it. Can't guarantee it went live, though, and I'm pretty sure we can all relate to that in the room as well. And for the last decade or so, I've been managing design teams around the world. So in Australia for BCG Digital Ventures, in Singapore, and now in London for J.P.Morgan. And I lead a team in London called Rapid Experiments. It's a tiny, tiny team of 4 people made of coaches and creators. And what we do is we work with designers across the whole of the organization of the part of the bank I work in. Now, there's 2 different parts of the bank. I work in what's the corporate and investment bank. That's not the Chase Bank, which is all the cool retail stuff. Used to work there, not anymore. But we sit across 5 lines of business, and that includes everything to operations. And we have a lot of designers to look after and a lot of designers to care for, and they span all around the world. But when you have a lot of designers, one thing you really want to do is you want to make a great environment for them to work in. So this is a mission that my team and the design operations team joined forces to create. And it's something we feel really passionate about. It is to help our designers deliver better quality work faster, but most importantly, feel happy and empowered whilst they do it. Easy, right? Yeah. So let me just take you back about 10 years again. So when I first started as a design leader, I was absolutely shitting myself, quite frankly. Didn't know what to do. I'd just been promoted. I'd been a designer for so long, and I was so used to just crafting experiences and just looking after myself. And it meant that I had to take a big step back. And I started to take that step back, and what it meant was I was observing how designers were operating, how they were working, but also how they were being treated. And I started to spot a really bad pattern, and I'm sure it's something that you guys have seen and probably felt today. So tell me if you've seen this. I call it the design perception problem, but it's also this. Does this resonate with you guys? Yeah, I see it everywhere. It's been happening for a really long time. And so you guys know what I'm talking about. It's a really, really hard one. It really is. And I really thought after so long of user experience design being mainstream and people knowing what it takes to have a great experience and what goes into that, that it would be a little bit different by now, that we wouldn't be still fighting for our seat at the table and yelling and all of that. But then I realized, hold on, maybe it's me. Maybe the problem isn't other people. Maybe the problem is me. You know, I see this happen all the time, and I think what we do is we get really good at being told to fight for design and go into battle and defend and educate and evangelize and all those big words that we hear on design Twitter. But really, I don't think it's right. I think it's all of us. I think it's, these slides are going way faster than me, by the way. I'm not pressing those buttons, but I'll do it now. But it was me, it was you. You've already seen this. It's all of us. It is mostly us. And so you are probably going to hate me for this, but I think we've made the problem worse. I think we've been reading a lot of the wrong articles. We've been trying to do the same thing again and again and again, but what is the definition of madness? It's doing the same thing and expecting a different result. So who's for trying something different? You with me? Okay, I can really feel the passion in the room, guys. Are you with me? Yes. Thank you. Okay, so if we want to be empowered, and a word that's been used a lot at this conference today, and it's been great because it sort of set the scene for what we're going to talk about today. And if we want to be trusted, because trust is really the key word here. We want to be trusted by our users when they use our products, but most importantly, we want to be trusted for the work that we do. So if we want that, then we probably need to start using those same techniques that we apply to other people and the work that we do to ourselves. And what I have put together and what we're working on with J.P.Morgan and what we're transporting the design team through at the moment are some experiments. We want to be used for our heads, not just for our hands. We don't want to be told to make it pretty anymore. That's just really demoralizing. And at the end of the day, as designers, we're creative problem solvers. We want to come into work and we want to be able to have the freedom to do what we do when we want to do it. But we also want to be able to be trusted and have that intrinsic motivation. So being told what to do all the time is not motivating at all. It's very disempowering. And if we have the intrinsic motivation to do our work, we'll deliver better outcomes and we'll deliver better value for the business. So in the spirit of trying something different, we have to acknowledge what's not working, right? And we've been talking about design maturity for a really long time now. So what about just trying something completely different and focusing our efforts elsewhere? So the first thing I'm going to talk about is measurement. We can do a really shitty job at measuring what we do. And if you can't measure it, you can't really improve it because you don't have a baseline. And UX isn't a luxury. It is essential. It's an essential part of what we do and to create really great products, digital and offline, service experiences. But if you can't measure it, you can't improve it. So the first thing we need to do is start measuring what we do. And my team at J.P.Morgan, set up by an amazing guy called John Jones, we measure everything from events to stopwatch testing. And I'm going to give you a little example. So this is something that was done with a very simple PDF report. I'm not going to go into too much detail of this, but we redesigned this report and we just cut the reading time down from 5 minutes to 2 minutes. And there was nothing technical about this. We just did a very, very quick redesign on the report and we did stopwatch testing to show the difference between the before and the after. And the cool thing about this is we can measure how much time that saves. We can measure how much time those 400 traders who are reading this report were getting back into their day. And then when we scaled it up, we knew that we were going to get $12 million worth of savings. So when people say design's expensive, because I've heard that my entire bloody career, what a load of rubbish. Because it's really expensive not to have design. So what I'm going to do is take you through some challenges that we've found, and I've put them into some themes. And then I'm going to give you some tips. These are going to go pretty fast because we don't have a huge amount of time. So what I'm going to do is hopefully get you to take your cameras out, and you can take them as you go. Please come and talk to me afterwards if you have any questions, because I've tried to give some good summaries there. So the first one's communication. And we heard this a bit as well from Mig. Have a look at this little word salad behind me. Hands up if you've used some of those words in meetings to communicate your designs. Yeah, and we all have, of course we have, because that's how we talk about our craft. But the challenge is that when we're talking to our partners, and definitely in a large bank like J.P.Morgan, a lot of this gets lost in translation. You know, if someone is being told about cognitive load, that doesn't really mean a lot to them if they're not going to get that widget for their function to do this for that later. It doesn't matter. And a lot of the time what we do is I think we use these words to sound a bit clever. So don't. Just don't. Just don't use them. And so like these are really simple things that I think we can experiment with and try and change. So the first tip is just confirm you're speaking the same language. We found people on different teams using the different words. We've found people in the same team using different words. So just create a glossary and just make sure that you all understand what that means. Use clear words for understanding, not confounding. I think sometimes we like to show how smart we are. And I don't know if that's doing us any favors. So be really, really clear. Don't say validate a prototype. You could just say we're going to quickly build it and test it. People know what you mean. So adapt your language. Speak like a business professional, not an artist. Now, Mig was great earlier, and I loved his presentation, and he's very lucky. He gets to work in an environment where I think he can use the word craft and not be laughed out of the room. I work in a bank, and it's really hard, like most of you here, to be able to use that word. We need to speak like business professionals, not artists, because those are the people that we're working with. So we need to learn the language of the business as well. And there's a lot of mumbles around the UX world around this. And I'm not saying that you need to go out and have an MBA. There are some great books out there. The Personal MBA by Josh Kaufman is fantastic. But my recommendation is learn the language of the business. We should be really understanding what they need to achieve so we can speak to them in their languages. So avoid esoteric, designerly terms in meetings when you're speaking with a broader audience. Don't expect others to learn design speak. We are the minority. We should adapt. We're the ones that really need to do the work here. And communication is all about context, same as design. Who are you talking to? What is the context that you need to adapt your communication to be? And then the thing that I found, and I don't know if this is something that you guys see at all, but designers presenting their work. So I hate the phrase soft skills personally, because there's nothing soft about communication. It's one of the most important things that we need to learn is how to communicate in a business context. But most importantly, presenting our design work. How many times have we all been in a room or some kind of critique where someone's just whacked it out on the table and gone, what do you think of that? And you're like, I don't know. What are you showing me? So I think we could really do better at educating ourselves and our designers on how to share their work and how to take people on that journey, because this is how we build trust. So start with the background, set the scene. The most important thing the point I always think here is think of your work like a maths problem. You don't want to jump to the answer because no one's going to understand how you get there. You need to take people on that journey and practice and practice and practice how you do this as well, because this is how you build trust and credibility with our partners. That 15 minutes you have to present your work can make or break the project sometimes. Collaboration. It's my favorite. This is really hard, isn't it? And then it got really hard with COVID and remote collaboration and hybrid and all of that. And collaboration's great, but there's a big difference between a collaboration and the seagulls and the hippos. Do you know who I mean when I say that? Yeah. So we have to be very careful about how we do collaboration. And one of the things that happens a lot is it's unclear who does what. I use this as a lot because you can see that we all blend into each other's roles, and that is a brilliant thing. It's a fantastic thing. We all have an area of specialty as well, though, and we need to preserve that. We need to be able to make sure that we can stay in our lane, but we can bleed and be empathetic to each other as well. And so have you ever been confused about who does what in these situations? Like, how many times have you been there? I was talking to someone outside earlier who's a PO, actually, and they said that they work really, really well and collaborate with the product teams. Well, we have 350 designers plus working across all these different lines of business, and they all work very differently. And it can be very, very hard for people who've been in a previous role, who might have been a business analyst in a traditional technological kind of delivery framework, to now suddenly not be responsible for the solution. And so how do we embrace that? Well, we can do that with some really great collaboration forums. So the IKEA effect, we'd heard about this before. So this is actually a cognitive bias where if you build something or create it yourself, you bestow a higher value on it than if you just bought it off the shelf. And Nike used this really, really well. So if you look at the return rates for their customized shoes, they're like super, super low compared to anything else. And they polled people after they made IKEA furniture, how much do you value it? And the cost went up. So everybody wants to be part of the design process. And let's be honest, everyone's a user, so they think they're a designer too. And I swear to God, if I polled everybody in this room, I bet you would all have a similar experience to me. Everyone's a designer. So let's make them designers by bringing them into the process, but creating a really good forum for it. So we use this to basically our advantage in various ways. And I'm going to give you a few examples of why we do this. But the whole purpose of the IKEA effect is, how can we bring people together and let them feel that they touched that button, or implemented that widget, or crafted that piece of copy? Because we all do want to feel involved in that process. So let's give people room to feel that way. So make space for your collaboration and plan it well, though. Has anyone here ever been told to whip up a workshop for the next day? I have. Yeah, that's a bit shit, isn't it? It's really hard to do. And it basically means that you're not setting everything off for a good start. When you're doing collaboration, we've got to be really thoughtful and really organized. We've got to be very, very careful about how we do it and put strong controls in place. We want to make sure that people get the opportunity to speak, but don't take everybody off track. So, for example, how many times have you done a design walkthrough of your work, but you never got past the first or the second screen? Yeah, that happened to me as well. I was once on the 42nd iteration of something when that happened, and I just wanted to throw my toys out the pram. Anyway, so run silent design walkthroughs. Anyone tried these before? No? Oh, awesome. We should compare notes afterwards. So how do you do them? Well, first of all, you've got to make sure you've got time to run through the designs twice, because you're going to do it twice. But really what we need to do is make sure that everyone has the room to speak. So what do you do? Hold on, I think I've got some tips for this, so let me just go back. The first one is here. So cameras on, microphones off unless speaking, no interruptions, and you need a pretty strong facilitator for this, because you want to stay focused. Off-topic conversations going to a parking lot. Anything else? Thank you, we've noted it. It goes down here. And silence is acceptance, and I'll come back to that one later. But make sure you've got time to run through the designs twice. Whilst you're running through it, you want to make sure that everybody is taking notes and placing them to wherever they have a question. And then once you've run that once, you do it again and you go through all the questions. And it sounds like it's going to take a really, really, really long time and it'll be a massive pain in the ass. It's actually super cool, goes really, really well, and you actually get to say what you wanted to say without being sort of, cut off before that point. And the purpose is basically to get everyone aligned and to have those environments to bring everyone into the design process. So please, if you haven't tried it, give it a try. Let me know how it went. I love this. This is one of my favorites. Someone taught me this about 20 years ago, and they said, if no one replies, silence is acceptance. And I went, oh, I'm so stealing that. So have you ever been in that session where someone comes in and takes a huge poo and then just gives you a bit of feedback and then swims off and everyone starts scrambling? Yeah, it happens all the time. Well, this isn't going to fix that, I'm afraid. Sorry, I was hoping that you would laugh at that, but you didn't. But you did laugh at that part, so that's better. But when appropriate, silence is acceptance. So, for example, you're in these forums and you give everyone an opportunity to speak up. If they don't speak, then they don't get a chance to influence the design at that point in time. They can later, but that is their moment to raise their reservations and any challenges. And if they don't, well, time is money. That potentially could be $100,000 worth or £100,000 worth of time that we've just saved because someone didn't say something at that point. And we must remember that as well. So silence is acceptance. Try that one too. Let me know how you go. Could you open the design kimono? Metaphorically, of course. Some of the things that I tend to find is that people don't trust us because they don't know what the hell we're doing. we just go off and we go into this black box of design and we go and do stuff and we say words like discovery and research and insights, but then we come back and there's a bit of a ta-da. So if people understand what we do and our stakeholders know how we work, we can build trust into that process as well. So make design an open shop and invite people in. We do something called design check-ins, and no presentation work required. It's not a design critique, it's not a design review session. It's a, this is what we're doing, ask us why, and find out what it informs next. Because every time we're doing a piece of design or creating an artifact, we should know what it informs and how we're going to use it. Because otherwise, you can see how people might think that we're just there to make things pretty. So we run these sort of once a week or twice a week. You just rock up, show your wireframes, show your research, show what you're doing, and just invite opinion and critique if you want it. And compromise. This is the last one. Why is this so hard? At the end of the day, about 10 years ago, I gave a talk called Pragmatic Perfection, and this was an internal talk to my company, and I was absolutely crapping myself then as well. And it was this story about process purity to pragmatic perfection. And I spoke about this because I was talking about a defect that wasn't being fixed. It was like broken to the bottom of the screen. I was dealing with a systems integrator. I won't mention their names. They're very big. And it was so frustrating because they just wouldn't fix this defect that was so clearly broken. And at the end of the meeting, my boss said, "How are you?" And I burst into tears. I just lost it because I was just so frustrated. And I think a lot of the time we feel a lot of frustration in our roles. And I think that's because we have become perfectionists. And I don't think there's anything wrong with being a perfectionist. But sometimes we need to compromise. And when I say compromise, what I mean by that is not forego quality. It's maybe forego quantity. So for example, you're not going to get 100 widgets of exceptional quality, but you might get 5, and you might get 3. So think about what you're doing and compromise so that we can really understand what we want to achieve and get the right result. This next one's quite radical. Dump the double diamond. Thoughts? Oh, someone snorted. That's a good reaction. Excellent. So this is going to sound radical, but just hear me out. I'm not saying don't use these methods, but this is not a linear process. And I think what's happened sometimes is we talk about taking all these steps that we need to take on a journey, but why? What does it inform? Is it necessary? Don't be so married to the double diamond is my advice. And I think what we need to do is really understand why we're doing what we're doing and see what value it provides. And really ask ourselves, does every single piece of design work need deep discovery research? Do we need to research alerts again? Maybe you don't. So this is what we're advocating for. Less design thinking, more design doing. Think about your design thinking toolkit and the double diamond as like a utility belt of methods. You need to whip them out when you need them and apply them at will. And honestly, it's absolutely groundbreaking. All right, always estimate effort to understand capacity. So this always shocked me as a designer when I was an individual contributor. No one ever asked me how long something would take, ever. And yeah, I was really quite fast, but there's better designers than me, but nobody ever asked me that question, and I always found it really confusing. So design should always be estimated, and you guys are hopefully already doing this. But if we don't know how long something takes, how can you compromise? How can you make those trade-offs? The way I always phrase it is, your capacity of your time is a box. As soon as someone asks you to do something else, you have to take something out of that box so you can put that new thing in. Otherwise, we will not be working to our best. But we always need to be able to estimate that. Otherwise, you're just guessing. And give a little to get a little. At the end of the day, we need to be good people to work with. We need to be fun to work with. We need to be good at our jobs, but we also need to be the kind of people that people trust our opinions and come back to us. So this phrase was given to me a long time ago, and it was put a little bit of sugar on the bread. And what they meant by that is make it pleasant to deal with you. And I think that really gets overlooked. We can't be too precious. We are still operating in a business context. And this one, bite off only what you can chew well. It comes back to the capacity planning as well. If you can't do it well, then maybe you want to break the brief a little bit and try and see if you can change that problem itself. But be realistic. Scope to your deadlines. That's the way that we will deliver value, is also by delivering on time. And my last one is tips for lean research. So we're using this and trialing it on a couple of projects at the moment, where what we're doing is we're running research in parallel. So we're looking at what we currently have and what we've already learned. We're seeing if we can basically just work out what those gaps are. But most importantly, we're doing this as a group as well. So we are working together on this. So basically, the whole plan of this is that we go straight in after any interview and we share our findings together. And what we're doing is we're building up those insights as we go. So we've got things that can live and be tactical and useful now. And then later we're feeding those into insight reports. So make sure you're doing this as a team. Bring your product people into the process and build that understanding and trust. Because at the end of the day, we need to sort of start to shake off this perception that I think has maybe clouded us a little bit for too long. Bring people into your process. Adapt your language to them. Be flexible in how you work. But more importantly, learn about your work and your stakeholders and what their priorities are. Because we are there to service the needs of the business, after all, in this context. So we need to make sure, and I always like to think there are two types of people in the world. There are the people that expect the world to bend around them, and then there are the people that bend to adapt. Try and be the latter. And when I say be inclusive and bring people into it, talk in the right language, how it values or how it delivers value to the business. And when I say value, I mean measure that value, measure everything and quantify it. Time, quality, impact. You didn't get to do that design piece. What did that mean for the business? How many calls did it generate? How many errors? How much time did that put onto someone's process? We can quantify that, and we can show our stakeholders that we are, I don't want to say just as good as them, because everyone's just as good as each other, but we are part of the business, not separate from it. And really, just build trust. That is the key to unlocking empowerment. Build trust, and the game changes. Then you get permission to do what you want. So good luck, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marla. So many great tips. I hope you made also pictures, but as you know, everything is recorded and also will be provided so you can rewatch. Thank you so much. So do we have questions in the audience? Yeah, oh, I see quite a lot. Okay, but then let's start with the audience. I see one at the back. Yeah, could you please bring the mic? Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anastasia. Thanks a lot for presenting. So basically, what I wanted to ask is that you said that during the design critique sessions, we have to concentrate on the subject. I can completely relate to that, but working with amazing designers and trying to think outside the box and seeing a bigger picture, sometimes we can point something out exactly when it's not related to the topic. We had quite a lot of sessions where we wanted to concentrate on the subject, but some of the designers pointed something out which was very critical for the product later. So basically, how should we work? Like, do you have any tips to that? We want to concentrate on what we're talking about, but still we don't want to overlook some critical mistakes in design, you know?
And that's a really interesting one, because it sounds like what you're saying is you've identified new scope that needs to be added but wasn't included in the original brief. Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I think it depends on how you work with your product stakeholders as to how you reprioritize that. So the question is, do we want to change the timeline to deliver that with the new scope because we've worked out that the problem is bigger? Or the other one is, can it wait till later? Because those are your choices, and that's probably the advice I'd give. But great question. I'm sure that happens a lot.
Thank you so much. One question, the most voted from our remote audience. How do you manage at J.P.Morgan to keep designers aligned, avoid silos? You know, you have so many designers.
That's a really good question. It's really hard. So I work in very close conjunction with the design operations team, and we've got an amazing group of design program managers as well. And it basically takes an army of people going and supporting those teams and communicating with them constantly. So we are I wouldn't say we're perfect. I don't think perfect exists yet, but we're working really hard to do that. So we have DXD, which is the digital experience design, which is basically the sort of community that holds us together. But all of our designers exist in the lines of business, so we're decentralized as well. So that means that we have to spend a lot of time keeping that community together and keeping them organized. And when we use tools like Jira, so that we can have software that tracks and actually we can quantify, measure, and make transparent the work that we do. So those are the things that we're using at the moment.
Thank you, thank you. And I think we have a last question from the audience with the time. Yes, please, here. Yeah, I can see you. Yeah, in the middle. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, Marla. I'm just wondering, because I'm hearing this on all conferences in the last 10 years, measure it, right? Yeah. And nothing bad about that, but what if the others are not measuring? The product, the marketing, how do you make them measure their stuff so we are able to measure ours?
Oh, I wish I had the answer to that question.
We all wish.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? But I think it's. I hate to say the word education, but I mean I'm going to say something radical. I feel like the design industry has been longer than the product management community, so we can teach them a lot. And so, I mean, at the end of the day, how is product and the business going to even see if their feature or their functionality has even succeeded if they haven't measured it? So, you know, I would potentially position it to them. Again, it's all about sales sometimes, isn't it, this kind of role? Is how will they know if this has been successful if they can't track it, and get them to think of it as it's their problem to solve, because then you can see the benefits. But I would also say we can infer measurement from other things as well. So even if you don't have an analytics instrumentations, there's different ways you can do it. So let's have a chat afterwards if you want to come and grab me.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
thank
Marla.
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, from Lunar, Head of Design, Kasper Svendsen.
Hi everyone, and everybody online. What a great presentation from Marla. Huh? I'd like her as my empathetic leader. She was awesome. Good concrete advice. I'm so happy to be here. I've been looking forward to this for months, so I will just kick it off. My name is Kasper. I work as head of design at a great Nordic Fintech called Lunar. And the absolute best thing about being head of design, and I hope many of you who have directs can agree that it is working with the best, brightest, and nicest team out there, right? Just having fun and creating awesome products. But at the same time, also just recognizing that design does not happen in a vacuum. We are super dependent on everybody around us to make things happen, and sometimes to make things happen really fast. We try our best every single day to create some stellar experiences for our users. They comprise of both regular people, users, consumers, businesses, and then we also have a leg to the business that's banking services for anybody who wants to utilize our infrastructure to make lean and fast payments in the Nordics. We have a fairly simple mission. We want to help everybody thrive with money. We want to be the absolute best bank in the Nordics, and we are working as best we can to get to there. We've been at this since 2015. We're close, or shy at least, to 1 million users. And of course, what I'm most proud of on this screen is we got such high ratings, right? And a key component is always the design, the user experience, and our amazing support. And on that note, I want to deep dive a bit on the topic for today, on expectations, how we create them, how we help people meet them, how we potentially make people exceed them, and more specifically, the interrelations between people and data and how that affects expectations in general. But just turning the clock back a bit, I started in Lunar just a bit over 5 years ago, and as any good designer would do, coming onto a new team, I did a UX review. I familiarized myself with the app, like really trying to dig deep. What is the value proposition here? How do we work? But what I was most curious about was this particular screen, because I heard so many people talking about the sign-up or the onboarding experience, right? And we had this devilish screen that's called NemID. It's a public sign-on or a digital signature that we use in Denmark. There's a new one now, but at the time it was very popular, right? So you need this in order to sign documents and to do like confirmative actions and sign into public websites and so on. And there was just this very broad consensus at Lunar that everybody must hate this screen. Like, it doesn't work. When we look at the data, there's a huge drop-off when they get to this particular screen. Everything is running kind of smoothly and fine, right? And you get to this screen, and then bam, people are dropping off like flies. Not quite that, a bit dramatic, but at least you could see it in the data, right? And so the curious designer that I am, I immediately went ahead and tried to investigate this, right? Grabbed the hold of a lot of new users, looked at them and observed them and interviewed them signing up for the very first time to try and understand what was the deal here, what was happening. And as they progressed and got to this very screen, it became abundantly clear to me that it isn't about this screen, and people actually liked it a lot. It's a very convenient way for a lot of Danes to do a lot of things and to sign documents in a good way. The thing was that we were breaking ground as a digital bank in Denmark, and people weren't necessarily expecting that, or they didn't know what to expect. We were also presenting Lunar as almost a financial service that was easy to sign up to, and then without much warning, you get hit with all of these KYC questions, know your customers, and people, of course, reacted to this, like, why would you need to know my name? I'm just looking up for this awesome service that I saw online or on Instagram. So the real issue wasn't necessarily the screen in and of itself, right? It was that people didn't build up the trust, we didn't meet their expectations, and to be fair, how you sign and what you sign were also a bit hard to actually read at this point, right? So we fixed that ages ago, but it just goes to show that if you want to be truly data-driven, you need to really understand both the quant and the qual part of the coin, right? Not only what people do, but also why they do it, to like truly understand their motivations, their anxiety, and yes, their expectations, and how they go about your service and what they expect of it, right? So, water under the bridge, long time has passed. From that time on, and a year and a half in advance, we went into this hypergrowth phase. So Lunar is a startup. Like, we are a startup in our DNA and our ways of working. And suddenly we were also a scale-up, and the organization changed from being originally very flat to having more of a triangular shape to maybe settling on something along the lines of this today, I believe. When I started, we were also a rather small design team, centralized. We were 3 people, including me, serving the needs of the organization. Again, it wasn't that big at that time, but that also changed dramatically, going to be a full-fledged, all possible skills within the design team, distributed across squads and colonies, doing our best work. And the reason why I bring that up, and also what I've experienced early on in my other professions, is that no matter how the organization change, we as designers do our absolute best work when we are positioned at the heart of the company, right where the action is happening. And all of you have a superpower. And I can reveal that that is not necessarily only that you're empathetic, but also that you are curious. We as creators, as instigators, as questionnaires, as people who are willing to investigate and drive the user-centric agenda, we ask questions. And when we are positioned in this matrix, we are allowed to, back to one of the topics of today, build a language. So not a language front-end facing towards the user, but a language you can use internally to align between different stakeholders. So whenever product managers, designers, legal, design, anybody involved with a stake in the product that you're building has to have a say and have a common alignment on what you're doing. So that brings me to this concept of mine I've dabbled a bit with. I call the glass bubble. It's nothing out of the ordinary or rocket science in any way. You can look at it as a cognitive bias or a translucent echo chamber. Call it whatever you want. But I tend to see this sometimes, that because we are so immersed in our work, we have a tendency to assume that everybody else has the same level of knowledge, because we just day in, day out talk about the same things, and we have expectations to one another about what we also know. So that is when, consider this, for instance, you have an interest that might lead you to a particular study. So you learn a lot about this study. That could be information science, where I'm from. You learn about people and technology. You learn the practices, the methods. Then you get to a workplace. You work 8 hours a day talking with the same people, building up a terminology, using abbreviations, being on top of the newest trends, the newest tech, and everything involved, right? That builds up an expectation layer on how you communicate with your peers. And sometimes it can be difficult to acknowledge that that isn't the truth when you're building things for the everyday person who might not have the same experience as you do. So I'd like to shine some light on this with our product, the Lunar AI Assistant. We do a lot of different AI initiatives in Lunar, but this is a consumer-facing one. And I'd like to just highlight some of the challenges, but also the exciting insights that came out of working in this field. But first, I'd just like to ask all of you to reflect on this question. Do you remember the first time that you tried a really great ChatGPT? I really do. I remember it clearly. I was at the doctor's office waiting for an appointment, and I finally got through to OpenAI's ChatGPT solution. And I remember that blinking cursor and that input form that just screamed, put something in here. And I was like, what do I put in? And I ended up asking it to write me a story about a woman living on a mountain with a goat. It's an internal thing between me and my wife, but it just delivered. I was literally blown away. It felt like we've leapfrogged 2-3 generations in tech here in just that instance. I was pretty sure that was going to change a lot of things for us, right? It was so great. So I've been chasing that high ever since. And as Lunar is very pioneered by technology, we, of course, immediately went ahead and built a beta version of this and quickly pushed it to a lot of beta testers, about 500-ish, as far as I remember, to allow people to investigate how would it be actually chatting with a large language model about your set of transaction data. So very, very interesting, but it was also pretty clear that it wasn't a major success. We weren't seeing the adoption we hoped. We weren't seeing the numbers go up or people using it enough. And we got all the quantitative data right. It was telling us a lot of interesting things, but it didn't really reveal the truth of why that was. So we went back and we said, no, we're going to do this in the right way. And luckily at Lunar, we have an agreement, again, a shared language on how we work. So don't see this as a linear process or a must-do checklist, but it's a way for us at least to, as a broader group, not just design, but everybody involved in product development, to agree on certain things that we need to know. And if we choose to skip some of these things, if we choose not to do that, there must be a really good reason as to why, and somebody needs to be accountable for making that decision, right? So it's different phases and steps. And also, I think it was kind of born out of design, to be honest. And the reason was that we really wanted to highlight that discovery is a much bigger part of the product delivery than just producing the thing and launching it. So we went back with this intention of really trying to understand what constitutes a great AI ChatGPT solution for a financial app and for our users. And being keenly aware that we had to look outside our tech bubble and our expectation bubble, right? So we did a rather large survey. This was back in January, February, where we asked a lot of people in the Nordics about AI and financial literacy and everything else in general. And this was the real glass bubble breaker moment for me, at least. Like 64% of people haven't even tried this thing. So that literally changes people's expectations, right? We also learned that young Swedes, unfortunately, have a really hard time. 50% feel financial stress at least once a week. Upwards 65% have struggles a lot with making a financial plan and sticking to it. And this was not super surprising, but still nice to have validated that there's sometimes a bit archaic and complex language of the incumbent banks are difficult for people to understand and act on. We could see from the data kind of what people's intents were with the beta version we put out, because we have some pretty awesome data scientists. But even if we didn't know exactly the underlying reasons, like what was the motivations, the feelings, what was maybe the latent needs that we could look into and we could help people explore and make use of. So we set out to learn, We took that set of beta testers, we interviewed a bunch of them, and we put out a survey to many of the other ones, like just trying to get our immediate questions answered. We like to move fast, so having that was just super paramount for us. And I just had this question in the back of my head that I just couldn't let it go. I was asking everyone. I was asking friends, family, everybody at the company, my parents, any conversation I indulged in. I was kind of like, if you could ask a bank anything, or like, what would that be? Like, if it had to tell you the truth, if you could literally do this thing and it had to tell you something, what would it be? And quite surprisingly, and again, that whole level of expectations, that people really struggle to be able to articulate what that question would be and how they would put it forth to the AI assistant. Some of them wanted to get rich, and there was also things about invest, of course, but I'll come back to that later on. But it all boiled down to, through conversations and all of these questions, that what people really wanted was some basic insights. They were super keen to, and had a desire to get insights about themselves, their finances, anything that could help them reflect, make better money decisions, improve their situation, even discuss. And that's when the penny dropped, right? Because that's great. It isn't great, people are struggling, right? But it's great in terms of, this is our DNA, this is what we are all about. Lunar is about democratizing money. This is what we want to do. We want to help empower people. We want to help people make conscious decisions with the money that they feel confident in, right? So the vision for the AI gradually crystallized at this time. Not that it wasn't about financial literacy going off in the beginning, but it became very clear the direction that we needed to head with this thing. So again, back to the positioning of the designer as the facilitator, being able to like help the full company do the best possible work. We did a kickoff, and we at least always try to do that, because that is all about getting all the right people in the same room, right? It is about building a foundation, discussing what does a successful launch look like, really taking it from a business perspective also. Why are we doing this? Like, what does it matter? What do we know up until this point? Laying it all out. What does our research say? What does our competitor research say? What does new trends say? But like, again, also why that's a circle, right? Really honing in on what is the people problem here we're trying to solve. And then getting everybody on the same line. So, shared language. I'm a huge fan of J.P. Godhelp's wonderful Lean UX Canvas. I don't know if you know it, but there's a recommendation. Also, he wrote a nice book on the topic. It is an awesome exercise in terms of trying to describe a solution space. But what I really, really love about it, and what I use a lot when I try to align people on this thing, is the bottom 3 rows here, right? So again, getting everybody from data science, products, legal, marketing, design, like everybody who we all need in order to actually push good products out into the world, get them to describe, what do we believe, what constitutes success here? How can we align on that? And then flipping that on its head and saying, okay, what are the risks? What could make this project tank? How do we fail? What do we need to know first? What do we need to mitigate? And that is just the most excellent basis for jumping into experiments, right? What is the cheapest possible way to learn the next most important thing? I just love that saying, because it says everything about moving fast. But it also tells the story that doing research, doing validation, doing evaluations of what you're doing doesn't have to be a huge thing. It doesn't have to be time consuming. It doesn't have to involve weeks of preparation and everything. It can simply be printing out a concept, going out into the street, guerrilla tactics, right? Visiting the local library. We do this a lot. I simply just call up people when they went through a flow or signed up for something, just to have a conversation with them. It doesn't have to be that planned, because we just learn so much every time we indulge and converse with our users. Another exercise that I'm a huge fan of, just going a bit pragmatic here, is what I call the future vision canvas. So again, getting that group of people from diverse backgrounds to really put words as to what they believe is a success. So what we do is that we look 6 months, a year ahead, and we say, this thing that we just launched, it was the best thing ever. It was a smashing success, right? Everybody's raving about it. The numbers are going up, the PR, the communication, like referrals are off the roof. And then what you do is that you bring it back and say, okay, then let's take it from today. what main criteria or things needed to be in place for us to get to that specific point in time from your perspective. Not just design, but like the full circle of people involved in creating a product. So that could be anything from we need to know the context of what you're doing, or it could be being really serious about addressing people's anxiety when it comes to GPT solutions and language models. It could be adding a voice feature, which we just dabbled with. And it could be a bunch of other things that were really important to people. And then you ask them to say, okay, based on this, you need to prioritize. And so what is exactly the most important things to you? And as I know everybody, our team, I guess everybody else just love this session, right? Where we get to really have fun and talk and chat and discuss and vote and like really honing in again, putting that lens on what are the most important things that we absolutely need to learn. And from this collaborative body of work, we were able to pull together some principles, some guiding principles that we knew that this future version or revamped version of the AI needed to have. And then we set about the next phase. So let's explore this thing. Again, let's try and put it together as fast as possible to get it out into the world and explore this. So first and foremost, we knew we had to have a great introduction to this thing, right? So not only do we need to talk to the participant and get their take on AI and so on, but like trying to get them into this like safe space. We had these like wavy lines, like the human breathing pattern, like from the old MacBooks, if you remember that. To like get you in, make you feel safe, presenting that this is a thing we made for you that can be confident, a safe space. We also were very aware that we needed to inspire very specifically, so not broadly, not just a cursor saying, ask me anything, because people don't know how to react to that. But like being very specific on what can you expect from this thing, what can you ask, how do you actually take actions with this assistant. Again, feeling safe, like we are all about trust and love, and we want to build on that. So actually pulling in the right consents for allowing people to read in the prototype testing so we could have a conversation about what does this mean, what do you expect in terms of sharing your data and how we handle them. Like really emphasizing that your personal data will not be shared. This is between you and your assistant, and it will keep that way. Another thing was that we wanted to get people straight into it, right? They needed to, as soon as possible, start asking questions and try out using the assistants on their own set of data, their transaction data, what they had in the app, right? So we tried to create different topics to investigate what are good prompts. And I can tell you already now that the people like me definitely took the win. People were super curious about this one. Benchmarking yourself against others with a similar salary perhaps and living in the same area of the country. And of course invest as well. Those were the two winners. We even made a quiz. So you could basically ask it to quiz you on your monthly spending or your investment portfolio or anything else you want to learn about. And again, in that safe space. And then we knew that this shouldn't just be a product on the side that you needed to go fetch somewhere. This needed to be embedded in the core experience. We really wanted this thing to be part of the Lunar experience in general, right? So we implemented this feature of swiping up with 2 fingers, this pattern, and we actually put it in the introduction, so people have to do it to kind of like get that muscle memory and actually try it out and not just reading about it. It's kind of a hidden pattern, so we spent a lot of time figuring out if people could remember it, if they liked it. But the thing was that we didn't want a Clippy or chatbot icon obscuring the view in the bottom right corner, right? We wanted this thing available, but we wanted to do it in a fashion where it wasn't in the way. Proactive was most definitely what also took the win, right? So it shouldn't just be reactive. It shouldn't just be an input field for users to put into whenever they have a specific question. We wanted to reach out. We wanted to help you at the right time with the right information, help you take action. And of course, we knew that people would use this a lot for anything relating to support. So asking what your PIN code is or ordering a new car. So we might as well, from the very beginning, build this thing into support. And today we are seeing huge results from this. It's absolutely amazing because truth be told, and at the end of the day, nobody wants to talk to a human if they have an issue they can solve on their own. And this is just a really neat way of doing it. And if you need help, you can, of course, escalate it, right? So all of that we put into this prototype, and then we set about investigating all of our principles and our hypotheses. Took it on the road, tested it with a bunch of people across the Nordic, And this is, to me, this is my favorite, absolutely favorite part of the whole product delivery process, whatever you want to call it, right? Where you get to hand something over that you put a lot of effort and sentiment into to someone who've never seen it before, and just get that immediate reaction. And that's as honest feedback as any interview can be, right? But we just learn so much from this. So with all of this data in mind, with the full collaboration of the team, hearing everybody out, understanding that we are a shared community if we want to succeed, we did a go-to-market plan. We had focus group interviews on what to call this thing. And we slowly rolled it out in spring. I can't exactly remember the date, but allowing for people to say hi to their new assistant. We even created this anthropomorphic little dude who could help you ask the question of how you can do better with your money, which could follow you around in different circumstances. And we just learned so much about what does prompt engineering mean when it comes to finance. And again, if you look at all other ChatGPT solutions, they basically cover the whole wide world. You can ask about cookies or how to canoe from New Zealand to Australia, for instance. We wanted to take like a really strong focal point on your financials and how to help you do better with that. And lastly, trigger-based. So we have a lot of different triggers set up so we know when certain things happen in your financial life. So for instance, landing at the airport, we can do things like quickly summarizing your trip. This is not necessarily something you wouldn't be able to do on your own. It would just take time. So this is a super convenient way for you to get quickly informed about how much you spent, maybe even how much you saved or spent on FX or ATM fees, right? Allowing it to be an actual conversation so you could deep dive on the data, maybe pull out where did you spend most of your money, and just adding that little something that you didn't already know, like preparing you for your next trip or letting you know that your daily spending in general is a bit higher than the rest of the, or the last trip that you had. So, is it perfect? Absolutely not. Like, I have a backlog as long as from here to the Danish border on things we need to improve and things we want to get in. And as Marla was just talking about, really excellent talk on compromising. I just know that, right? It's such a hard feeling for a designer to compromise, but you have to do it because we, at least at Lunar, we are limited by time and resources. We are a startup. We need to act quickly, and we have many ongoing parallel projects. So also just recognizing when something is pretty damn good, because we are getting a lot of feedback on this, and people are really enjoying the conversations. And those that aren't great, we learn from. That's our way of going about it, right? So Marla had something similar. She called it pragmatic perfection or something like that. I kind of go with pragmatic excellence, like accepting that everything is not perfect, but again, just finding comfort in you releasing something to the world that actually people enjoy and use, even though when 11FS picked this as the pulse pick of the week, I was such a doofus. I was literally cringing because I was looking at the title that snuck into production, the offset that was wrong on buttons, and just old technical debt, but the transition between modals and screens and so on, and that's just the lay of the land. But it was such a quintessential glass bubble moment because I have a lot of people out there who are really enjoying this and giving it a high rating. And just to finish off my talk here with, because we get so much data and it's so fun. I mean, it's so fun to look at how people are using this thing. But Anita here, and let me just translate for those of you who aren't Danish. I heard Danish people speaking earlier, so I know there's some of us in the room. But Anita has been using our ChatGPT solution and had a really, really great time with this one. And she's just over the moon happy. This was a great thing. And what I want to highlight, even though compromise is super hard and it feels like sometimes death of 1,000 paper cuts, right? That you have to compromise and you have to go down. It's just that feeling. But just giving Anita's name, again in a Danish context, is a bit old, right? The way she articulates herself, the way she misspells GPT multiple times. That leads me to believe, maybe, but that's a hypothesis, that she is someone outside my glass bubble. She is one of the 64% of people who never tried a really good ChatGPT solution before. And if I can just have the smallest of impact on her feeling more financially empowered, if I can just provide her a fraction of that feeling I had at the doctor's office when I tried a really great ChatGPT, I'm just as over the moon as her, and it's worth every single paper cut all day long. That was it from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kasper. Thank you. Wow,
I'll be here all night, so if you have questions, pull my sleeve. I'd love to try.
Yeah, you're doing my job now. So anyone who has questions from the audience, yeah, please raise your hands. And I have like a quick question from the remote, and I'm also very curious. How long did it take for you to build Lunar AI, like for this MVP that you launched?
So the first version, the more tech-driven, bit rushed version, that happened within, I think, a month and a half or something.
Oh, wow.
That's how we work, and we got an awesome engineering department, so they kick on. Yeah.
Inspiring. Okay, questions from the audience? Yes, please. We have here the mic, please, here in the middle.
Hi, just a quick question. Were you able to contain the large language model in such a way that it doesn't answer irrelevant questions?
Yeah, awesome question. I was hoping somebody would ask that. Very relevant. So I'm not a tech person, but I'd like to just paraphrase my good friend and colleague, Rasmus Lindegaard, who run this whole project, that first and foremost, we need control. We need to be absolutely certain that this thing doesn't break the rules. It doesn't present something that could get us or them in trouble. So we take that extremely serious. And we need that control before we can really scale it and before we can start using it as a differentiation meter, right? But it is still a beta, and it will remain a beta for a while. But yes, control is like topmost priority. We wouldn't move ahead if we were unsure if it could provide you the wrong information. Make you invest that poorly, right?
Thank you. One last question from the audience. Anyone? Oh, yeah, please, Sara. Yeah, we will bring you.
It's coming.
Don't worry.
Cool. Yeah, I like the question that you had. Like, if you could ask a question to your bank, what would it be? And it looked like people didn't know what to ask. Why do you think that is?
I think it's a question you've never had before. So you have to start by like kind of realizing this might be a new opportunity. And it goes back to a conversation I've had a lot of time also with my fellow colleagues, but we can't just Google this thing. We can just put up a blank input field and expect people to use it like Google. But if we tried that, we really need to be a lot more guiding as to what you can do, and then hold their hands and then show them the path on how to use it. So it is really hard, and I didn't know the question myself either. I was also like, make me rich, or tell me what stock to invest in, and do so quickly, please. What are the lottery numbers for next week? But it is a super hard question. But like Google, I think over time people will start to use it and adopt it and make it part of their lives and their way of searching information. And being in that space.
Thank you. So we could ask the question during the break. So now we're going to have a break. So thank you so much, Kasper. Yeah, for 20 minutes. If you have more questions, please. Sorry. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage from BBVA Design Senior Manager Andrés Botero.
Hello, everyone. I don't know you, but before the pandemic, I used to go to the office every day, Monday to Friday. And you probably did as well. Because COVID-19 was a huge disruptor to change many things that we know today. Let's talk about another example. If I wanted to get some prescription, I could get an appointment online to see my doctor, but then I would need to go in person to see the doctor to his practice, right? Today, if you have private insurance, you can get the appointment online. You can jump onto a video call in 15, 30 minutes with any doctor all over Spain. And you can get your prescriptions digitally, which you can then carry on your phone to the next pharmacy to get your meds. And it sounds like the future, right? But the thing is that before the pandemic, we already had the technology to do this. But somehow we didn't really do it. So many basic services were forced to become digitized because of the pandemic. You know what else changed? Because of the pandemic, AI, global AI adoption became huge. And we've been talking about AI in many different talks today, and we will be probably talking about AI for years to come. So it's becoming so important, and we believe this is also a big disruptor that's going to happen today. So we can talk about how many companies, the largest, the biggest tech companies in the world, are developing AI as we speak. And also, we can see how many companies, probably the company you work for, is thinking today about how we can get AI and embed it into our products and services so we can offer a different value for our customers, to make their lives easier, to help them invest, to help them understand how to learn languages, whatever, right? I'm not here to talk about AI, but I'm here to talk about change. You know what else changed after pandemic? Investments. In 2019, in Spain, we had roughly 1,600 people investing, individuals investing on the market daily. And when the pandemics came, and we went under lockdown and 2020 happened, this number went up to 9,000 people, individual investors, investing on the market daily. That's an amazing increase. Why did that happen? Even if these numbers are from Spain, this phenomenon is actually global. It means that we know now that a big bunch of people that started investing did it in 2020. So that's interesting. Because why did that happen? We've been trying for so long, banks, to convince people that investing is actually a good thing for yourself. And it's been so hard to do because I remember going to users and asking them about investment prior to the pandemic and getting from people the same answer. Investing is too complex, investing is too risky, and if you want to invest, you need to have a lot of money. So it was really hard. So we were trying to understand why so many people started investing in 2020. And we started going through like the logical assumptions, like, well, we now have some players who are making available investments for everyone. They are lowering the entry barriers so everybody can invest from any amount of money so they can do it, and it's free for everybody so they can invest, right? These players were already in the market before the pandemic. So when the pandemic came, they were already available for you to start investing. That could be one reason. There was another one, which is we went under lockdown, so we were not spending as much money as we used to. We were not traveling. We were not going out to eat with friends and family. So we ended up saving a lot of money. So we had excess money that we could invest. And that could be a reason. There's a window of opportunity when you are at home, you get a lot of information over the internet, and you have players giving you access to financial tools. So maybe you start investing for that reason. But also, we wanted to approach this in a different way. So we wanted to gather different information so we could get a new perspective on this, right? And we started asking ourselves, is this the the usual investor that we usually have? Is this the people that we used to know? Is it people that we've been serving products and services and tools for many years? So we wanted to see this a little differently. And this is the place where we try to combine two different ways of doing it. One is, yes, let's try to understand the context of people, what's happening today in the most logical reason, but also let's try to understand how change has been happening and added up to 2020, so these people started investing. So I'm going to show you, and the idea is not to get into the detail of these slides, it's there for you to read, but it's about the different information that we started collecting. So we began scanning the horizon, collecting signals of change, trying to understand how people behave and how that behavior has been changing over time, and how maybe all of these combined could be the reason why so many people start investing. So we found interesting things that could change that conversation going on. One is that suddenly we are much more hedonistic, right? We believe much more in the moment. We believe much more in our emotions, our boundaries. So we prioritize ourselves before anything else. And that's interesting because that's challenging many preconceived ideas about things in general, but also about the future. But also, there's a lot of people desperate to be successful in a different way. Like, if you are over 15 and you haven't started 2 companies or invested in crypto, you're probably already late. And we see all these success stories of people that have made it because they were smart enough and they knew where to invest, etc. So we get all these self-proclaimed gurus telling you the secret recipe for you to start investing. Maybe you need to understand that NVIDIA is the hottest action stock right now. Maybe you need to understand that Bitcoin is going to somehow kill the fiat money. So there's this feeling that we are not trusting the system and that everything depends on us. So as you can see, we started having a different conversation than we had before. It was not about being happy because we were getting so many new customers that suddenly wanted to invest, which is something that we've been pursuing for so long. But in fact, it was about having the conversation about, hey, we believe that the idea of the future as a hopeful thing, as something to hope for, is actually broken. People feel disenchanted about the future, so they are trying to survive. And surviving involves being present in the moment, enjoying yourself, but also involves hacking the system, not trusting what the system is offering you, but trying to find a way to actually just go above it. But also understanding that this is generational change, social change, behavioral change. It's a change in values, it's a different generation. So most of these people, these new investors, are actually Gen Z and millennials. So that was interesting. So this allows us to change the perspective and reframe the problem in a different light. It's not about having a conversation about how can we get together as a product team so we can serve this new wave of customers that we've been waiting for so long. It's more about how do we deal with these changes and how can we provide people with a more hopeful outlook to the future. And this is where futures comes in. And I think futures are important because we work in the dictatorship of now. So we are very well equipped and trained to understand the now of people. But we don't really ask ourselves, what if? And that's an interesting question to be able to solve many different challenges. But also, futures and design are important because I strongly believe that designers are super well equipped and trained and experienced to tackle these challenges and to be able to get all those abstract ideas about the future and make them tangible, easier to grasp, easier to experience. It's like getting in the DeLorean from Back to the Future, being able to travel 30 years into the future and be able to bring back some of those artifacts, objects, stories about the future so we can have the conversation today. What if? And that's important for design, I think. But I know what you're thinking. maybe we've been talking about all the different challenges that we have as designers in organizations, and the larger the organization, the harder it is to be a designer. So you probably have many other battles that you have to fight for, right? And believe me, we also have those battles. Even for BBVA, which is an organization where design is very mature, we also have those battles. But allow me to tell you the story of how, in 3 steps, we kickstarted the foresight practice so we could tackle these challenges using a different thinking. Step 1, you need to acquire the knowledge. You probably know about it. You probably read a book. You have probably attended some training. If not, today, this is easier than ever. There's so many people out there today sharing knowledge about foresight. There are so many resources, books. I mean, this year, 2024, we've seen 4 or 5 books coming out. Books about design and futures in organizations, guidebooks, playbooks, and people sharing their knowledge for free. Because we want this to happen in organizations. But don't stop at learning, because learning is only one step of this process. You need to put that into practice. And how do you do that? Just start your own practice. Just fund a trends observatory in your organization. We did this. And let's demystify this. It's nothing super sophisticated. You just need to start collecting signals of change. What is that? Is all of those events, all of those articles, products, laws that are coming out today, there are measurable, there are facts that help you to understand what's going on in the world in different dimensions, socially, economically, politically, environmentally, legally, etc., right? And as you collect those, get together with somebody from your team, best if you get 2 or 3 people around you to help you out, and start analyzing those signals so you can start practicing how to be able to see and identify patterns of change, how you are able to see and understand trends. And then those trends are going to be the fuel for you to be able to tackle those conversations as the ones that we talked about before. But it's also a way for you to keep engaging your stakeholders into the real matters, like the real issues. This is what it looks like today. I mean, we get together every week. We talk about the things that we have collected over the week. We discuss about the subtle changes that we see beneath the reading of many of these articles and news, etc. And it starts building up to something that it's really relevant in the conversations. It's a sort of different kind of design. We believe in the importance of positioning the team at a different level of conversation. So we should be able to provide design in many different levels inside the company. But there's a but. And that is that this is like a small plant. If you don't take care of it, it's going to die. So you will find many other things to do that are more important than this, right? This is voluntarily. You just did it out of love. So it's going to die if you don't pay attention to it. So your first objective is survival. Second, you need to sell it. Because now you've been practicing, you have all these signals, you have people engaged with you in your team, happy, excited to talk about it. And now you have some knowledge. I mean, you start to understand what's going on in the world. You've been probably reading lots of reports. You've been engaging with people from other places also to understand what's going on. You are the first one to read the risks whenever you see the World Economic Forum releases the report. So you're super knowledgeable. Now you need to go and sell it, or otherwise it's going to become your best habit. So we did this, and we started going out trying to tell people inside the organization that we had this knowledge. This is not something that we're expecting from a design team, right? If you look at organizations, they have people who do foresight sitting in strategy teams, not designers. So they were not expecting this from us, right? And the way that we found so we could start preaching about what we were doing is that we could get into their events and offsites. So we just told them we had some inspirational content about trends, and everybody was eager to hear what we had to talk about, right? They already consumed these reports from many consultancies, so why not just hear out what these guys have to say? And we started doing this, getting lots of different teams at different levels in the organization engaged with the content that we were delivering, but also getting to preach a little bit about methodology. So we did some workshops. We worked on some future triangles. We had some reflections, high-level reflections. And it was going well, but ultimately what we wanted was to land some projects. We wanted to work on these beyond the trend spotting. And we landed some beautiful projects. We worked on things that we would have never gotten otherwise. Projects that were not digitally oriented or digital product oriented. So it was projects that we would probably never get if we hadn't done this. So it was interesting. We had a very nice, rich conversation, and we had to tackle some interesting challenges as well, like corporate culture, for example. But it's, you may become an entertainer. I mean, you may become that person that everybody's going to look for because you can feel a spot in their offsite. You're going to become that person that is only giving you content. And the conversion rate from inspirational speaker to actually working together is actually very hard. So once you have been doing this for long enough and the organization knows that you are doing this, you just can stop and just start saying no. And lastly, you need to train the team, because you can start as 2 or 3 people just doing this on your own, but you need to get some support. You need to get somebody having your back. And we were incredibly lucky that the design leadership, the global design leadership, really trusted this. We have been showing value up until now, so we had already done some things, so they could believe in us. And we got to hire the best futurists in Spain to come over and teach us many different approaches, methodologies, tools, etc. So we got everybody in the team trained so they understand how to apply this futures mindset in their day-to-day. But I know and I understand that if you are going to do this in your organization, probably the hardest part is to get those resources. So maybe you can be the one to teach the team and to show them and to engage them and to let them be part of your endeavor. But lastly, and there's a +1 here, and this is where we are at the moment, so I don't have any answers for this. We're trying to do this right now, is this knowledge will beautifully just sit aside the design lead if they don't know how to put it into practice on their daily work. We, in product teams, are so used to work in the now that is really uncomfortable and difficult to bring the conversation about the future. So we need to understand how to integrate this futures mindset and these tools and these questions into the way we operate on a daily basis. Because it's intrusive, because sometimes this conversation is actually uncomfortable to have with some stakeholders, right? So this is what we're trying to solve at the moment. And lastly, I do believe that design has a role in anticipation. I don't know, I think it was John Hesketh who said that design should be able to play different roles inside the organization. And one of those roles is anticipation. Anticipation is a great skill for any company today. We live in uncertain times. It's difficult to make decisions. It's hard to know the truth. Even if we learn much more information, it's not going to be easier for us to make decisions. So it's a great time to do this. And I do believe in the value that design and futures brings together to this task. It is me talking here in front of you, but it's today we've grown, and there's a lot of people just working with me trying to integrate this practice into the organizations, and I just wanted you to put a face to many of them. And I hope that you believe that it is important that we position design in a different kind of conversation within the organization. So this is me. Feel free to engage with me. I love design. Thank you for coming, and thank you everybody at home for connecting.
Thank you so much, Andrés. Let's kick it off with a remote question. Have you tried speculative design methodologies? I don't know what that is, to be super honest. So.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's really part of it. So yeah, we've gone through all the methods. We've brought people over to the organization to help us run some workshops. So yes, we've been doing that.
And would you recommend it? Was it successful for you?
Yes, I would recommend it because it gets us at a different level of reflection. So if you want to tackle a problem or a challenge like investments and how to get people engaged with investments, you could do that by following the design methods, but also you could do that by trying to provide a different way of analyzing the problem and maybe reframing the problem to a better challenge to work for. So I definitely recommend it.
Okay, great, thank you. Which questions do we have in the room? All right. But we have a lot online, so. One question was, actually you touched quite a lot upon it, but how do you extend, maybe in the beginning, the organization's horizon to look further into the future and not only to the next sprint? So maybe how do you really get it off the ground? What would be like day zero to get an initiative like this started?
I mean, the good thing today is that there are many things that feel difficult to analyze. So if we talk about AI, for example, that's a great topic to think about the future. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Nobody knows what are the changes that are going to be a new normal in some years. So that uncertainty is the perfect ground for starting the conversation.
And did you start it really in your design team or more on a business level?
We did it at a design team level, but we knew that we had to engage business teams. So the idea of going out and selling this content and just providing those reports was also to letting other teams know that we are doing this, that we have this knowledge, and that we can work together to tackle challenges that they have today.
And who started it? So was it like your initiative as part of the team? So you were the expert leader on this matter?
Yes, we were the
Okay, so it was really your passion project and you got it going. Oh, amazing,
yes,
amazing.
On the ground up.
That's the best. Everybody, give it up for Andrés. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joining us on stage from Revolut, lead product designer Margarida Botelho.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Super nice to be here today with all of you. My name is Margarida, but you can call me Mags. I'm a lead product designer at Revolut, and I'm currently leading the banking tribe, which is responsible for some of our core features in the Revolut retail app. So if you're a Revolut customer and you've used your physical and virtual cards, if you sent or received money, if you checked your analytics, there's a very high chance that you used some products that me or my team have personally designed. So I'm also leading expansion, which is another department, and expansion is responsible for making sure that whenever we go into a new market, we are, of course, compliant with the local laws and regulations, but also, and very importantly, that whatever design solutions we come up with are scalable and easy to manage from both a design perspective and a development perspective, which you can imagine is a big challenge. So today I'm going to tell you a little bit about the last 4 years that I spent at Revolut, the hyper growth that I witnessed, and what, in my opinion, makes this design team amazing. So how did it all start? In 2020, 4 years ago, I was working as a freelancer. My life was very calm, very chill, very relaxed. I was working no more than 2 hours a day, which is ridiculous now. Looking back, it's insane. I was getting paid in Bitcoin, which is another topic. Until one day, all of that changed because a recruiter reached out on LinkedIn and asked if I wanted to apply for Revolut. At that point, I'd been a customer for 2 years, and I loved the product. So naturally, the imposter syndrome kicked in, and I thought I was severely underqualified for the job. But I thought, what the heck, let's give it a try. Let's do it anyway. Who knows what could happen? And to my surprise, I was hired as a mid-level product designer when I was 26. So I started on a Thursday. I had a full day of onboardings, really boring stuff. Stuff like setting up your laptop, mandatory trainings, you all know what I'm talking about. And then the next day, Friday, at the start of the day, I met with the product owner that I would be working with and also with the team that I would be working with. And in true Revolut style, he gave me my first task right there and then. We talked about it, I asked some questions, and then he said, oh, by the way, you're presenting this next Tuesday to the CEO. My goodness, I almost passed out. I wanted to quit right there and then. And this was the moment where I was introduced to the concept of the product review. So, what is the product review, you may ask? The product review is a weekly meeting that we hold where product designers, no matter their seniority, so graduates, junior, mid, senior, lead, it doesn't matter. Everyone goes and presents their work to our co-founders, senior management, and really anyone in the company that wants to join. So, this is definitely a very public activity, as you can imagine. But quickly, once my emotions settled and the panic stopped, I understood that I started thinking about how much time our co-founders were dedicating to product design. And I realized that probably for the first time in my career, this was a place where I didn't have to convince anyone that delivering a great experience to our customers should be a top priority, that having a strong design language and a strong design system were essential for our success, and that there was no place for design dogma. The best design process is the one that delivers results and not necessarily the one we learn about in school or that the industry says is the best one. Shout out to J.P.Morgan. I think we're pretty aligned on this one. So all of these things were at the core of Revolut's DNA already when I joined. And design, as I said, is a very public activity in the company, and this is definitely not for the faint of heart. But I quickly realized that, especially as a young designer, this was a place where my work could have a huge impact, and conversely, that this company could have a very big impact in my career as well. So, a lot has changed since I joined. We went from 1,500 employees to 10,000, which is crazy. And also, we went from 10 million customers, which was already impressive, to 50 million. Actually, it's not exactly 50 million. Last time I checked, it was 49.9. We're like almost there. But still, I'm going to say 50 million today. We also received banking licenses in a number of markets and countries around the world, most recently in the UK, which we're very excited about. And our product teams delivered an insane amount of new products and features. However, with all of this growth and this expansion, some things remain exactly the same. So, delivering great experiences is still at the core of everything we do. We still have somewhat small and independent teams that somewhat work like a startup inside the company. And we still have our one-week design sprints and our weekly product reviews. So, why do we do this to ourselves? Are we masochists? Why do we stick to these insanely tight deadlines? So something happens. The reality is that it just works for us. There's something that happens in your brain when someone tells you, you have this super complex task, you have 1 week, figure it out. You're forced to break it down into its logical bits, attack them one by one. And you're forced also to develop confidence in your intuition, your expertise, and you develop confidence in your decision-making because you're making so many decisions all the time and getting real input back on those decisions. So this helps people grow really fast. However, this is a very fast-paced environment. There's no denying it. And 1 year ago, our design director, Mig Reyes, was here on the stage, and she presented, she talked about Rev 10, which was the biggest redesign we did recently. And with her, she brought a survival kit. And today I have a survival kit as well for you. And this is what has helped me survive 4 years of weekly design sprints. So this is very simple, and it only has 3 things: design system, pragmatism, and team. I don't think I need to convince anyone of the importance of having a solid design system in place. When you move as fast as we do, it's very, very important that you are hyper aware of how you spend your time. And for our product teams, we want them to spend the majority of their time thinking about the problem at hand and how they can solve it elegantly. There's definitely a time and place to detach components, and that happens sometimes if you're exploring a new visual direction or a very UI-heavy task. This is very important because it keeps our visual language fresh and always evolving. And we've done the mistake in the past of being too strict about design system, and then we just look and our stuff just looks super outdated, which is not nice either. But as a general rule, we are very, very strict about the usage of our design system. And this helps us guarantee a number of things. So first one is that our design language is super cohesive. Second thing is that we need to spend less time doing QA. And last but not least, again, it speeds up design and development massively. But having a design system is not enough. We also need to enforce it and to have a way to enforce it. So for us, we have a design system team that works on it full time. And our developers cannot merge any changes into production unless they are properly documented on the design system, which sometimes can feel a bit like a pain and it can feel like it slows you down. But at the end of the day and in the long run, it's definitely worth it. Second item is pragmatism. So I mentioned before that in Revolut, there's no space for design dogma. We care mostly about design impact. So for us, it matters zero if you followed the double diamond approach, if you went from wireframes all the way up to high fidelity, it doesn't matter. What matters to us is, did you ask the right questions? And did you use the right tools to get the answers to those questions? It's very easy to fall prey of bloated design processes when you're a young designer, but also when you're a senior manager, because they give you a sense of safety. And we were talking before about how wireframes are sort of like a lost art and how fun it is to do them and how useful they can be. And again, these tools can be very useful when they're used in the right moments and for the right reasons. So, for example, are you going into a new market, you don't understand the competition, you don't know what's up, you don't understand the cultural context, by all means, go deep into that problem, get all of that information, bring it to your team, educate everyone. But if you're doing something that has been done a million times before, keep it simple. You can probably deliver that value to your customers maybe in 1 or 2 days. So, if you're wondering how that first product review went, truth is, I don't really remember. 4 years is a lot of product reviews. Some of them went super well, some of them did not go well. Some of them were controversial, which can also be fun because people are very opinionated about what's going on and there's like a energy in the room and it's really nice. And I cannot sit here and say that we do everything in 1 week and that it's perfect. That's not the truth. Truth is that things, sometimes you take them to product review and someone will tell you, this needs love, and you need to go back and you need to present it again next week, and that's all good. What matters is that the team gets into this hyper-pragmatic state of mind and that they practice pragmatism all the time. And that they get better week by week by week, they get better at this art of getting it done. So, last but not least, it's team. When I first started, everything was very overwhelming. The industry was overwhelming. I was very young. My coworkers were very talented and ambitious people, and I admired their work. I still do today. And I mentioned before that we keep our teams small. This is because it makes it easier to build trust. There's nothing worse than being on a call with 10 people discussing some idea that everyone thinks is not that great, and no one says anything. We highly encourage people to give direct, open, and respectful feedback because that helps people grow very fast. But again, it also builds trust. You need to have the courage to say that the idea is bad, but in order to do it, you need to trust that your team will listen despite of your background or your seniority. So knowing your team will have your back is what gives you the courage to propose that redesign like Juan did last year with Ref 10. And it's what gives you the confidence to disagree with someone despite them being higher up than you are. I must admit that I severely underestimated how important this was, but now looking back, I see that my managers did such a good job at creating these moments for the team to connect. And looking back again, I see how this enabled us to deliver great products together. So, if any of this sounds interesting and you want to try it out with your teams or by yourselves, I have some challenges. So first one, practice pragmatism. Take one complex task and try to solve it in 1 week. See how that goes. Second one is build trust. Challenge yourself to speak up about something that you don't think is going so well. Give direct, open, and respectful feedback 1 time this week. Third one, no design dogma. ask yourself, is your design process adding value at each step? Is there any step that you can cut out? And last but not least, if you can only do one, do this one, which is to take a chance. Apply for that job you think you're underqualified for. You never know where it could take you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Margarida. Let's see which questions do we have in the audience. Who is curious? Yes, please.
Yeah, first off, thank you so much. I think that you really...
Especially in the banking tribe, we started bringing data analysts into the design process from the very beginning, experimented with that, see how that went. So we just test a lot of things, keep what works, ditch what doesn't, and just learn from it.
We have a very highly voted question online asking about the wow effect. So how do you achieve it? Do you use any specific framework? Is it done in this weekly sprint? Is this done over time? So how do you embed this principle into the process?
Yeah, so that's another thing that we've been experimenting with. So how do you incorporate wow into our weekly design sprints? So recently we started having this core team that only works on these things almost. And they're sort of like a lab that experiments with different effects like that. But also we deliver wow is a core value of the company itself. So it's just not one team that works on it. It's something that we all try to keep in mind and we all try to do when we are working.
And I think there was also some curious questions about, it's not like that you roll out one feature in a week, or is it? Or how does this work with the one weekly sprints? Maybe you can make it super specific.
Yes, so we have this weekly design sprints, but of course we have huge projects that don't fit in a week. So and that's just impossible to fit in a week. So what we try to do is break the project down into weekly bits, as I usually call them, so that we can show progress and keep the discussion going constantly. As opposed to going off 2 months, not talking to anyone, and then showing. So what we try to do with the weekly design sprints is not necessarily deliver every week, but to keep the discussion open and to bring everyone that needs to be included in the discussion.
Yeah, I think that clears it up a lot. Super. Anybody else in the room? All right, then I think we go to a well-deserved break. Thank you so much, Margarida. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, from Lightyear Head of Design, Kish Patel.
Hello, hello. I can smell the beer already for the after party. So this is the last segment. Yeah, really grateful to be here. So yeah, thanks to the George team for the invite, and thank you to all of you for your warm welcome. Let's just get into it, shall we? So this is me. It's my background. I've spent the last decade designing, I would call it, emerging consumer fintech. So back in 2014, first designer at TransferWise, quite an experience, many stories to tell you later, to being head of design here at Lightyear. I've been hands-on throughout it all, and I've really, I think I've got quite a nice talk for you today to talk about the craft and yeah, how we're building Lightyear and how we're failing as we go. For those that don't know, Lightyear is an investing app. We kind of spoke a lot about these. It was founded in October 2020 and launched 2021, just a couple months before I joined. And yeah, I joined because these two really ambitious founders who I was working with at Wise were, had this really absurd goal to fix investing in Europe and build this really intuitive and delightful way to invest without any barriers or fees. And I think it's going pretty well. And today, I guess I'm going to share, we're going to take a bit of a look at the design work that didn't make it, the work that died in a crate or got cut to pieces by compliance, or preemptively put out to pasture by the designer themselves. So it's a funny thing being a designer. You try and understand the problem and come up with a solution or multiple solutions. You present it back to your team, back to your peers, and maybe you have an off day doing it and you fuck that up, and you try and get feedback on it. They hate it. They just don't see how right I am. And then you iterate on that feedback and you try and kind of, maybe you need to start over, get more feedback, probably show it to customers. And at the last minute, it gets scoped down, whoosh, and then you ship it, I guess. And there you have it, that bit at the end. It's all everyone cares about. They celebrate it. They write blog posts about it. They do really serious design talks about how it really works and how you... Yeah, but to me, there is much to learn here, but I feel like there's way more to learn in this part. So I'm really going to spend time here and not really talk about the process. I wouldn't say that there is a perfect design process or that designers at Lightyear have their shit together. I would say that things don't work perfectly, and I just really want to talk about these dead ends, these bits that get cut, and these ideas that had a lot of care put into them, but throughout the process were discarded. They were laid to rest. Now, I'm a bit late with the whole Halloween theme, but I think I could have taken this to the maximum, but I didn't. But thank you, AI, for this beautiful image. So let's get into it. The first gravestone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you to a few of the gravestones at our graveyard and hopefully give you a bit of insight into what happened and why they died and so on. So on the subject of AI, let's talk about this first project. So the customer insight is at Lightyear, a portion of our customers on a daily basis spend time browsing the news. They're trying to figure out, and they do this on in the morning. They're trying to figure out why the market is moving, and they're doing this to really see if there's a trend or a story that could kind of tie into an investment opportunity. Not that they act on this stuff daily, but they're really just trying to stay plugged in. And so the high level idea was, is there a way to do this inside of Lightyear? So they're not using, multiple news apps or paying for their FT subscription. There's a way to do this inside of Lightyear. And the idea was very simple. Find a top story that multiple sources are mentioning. And on the 23rd of October, 2023, when I started working on this, this was the big story. It was this like big crusty oil company getting bought by another one. And so, you know, I like to use like real data in my work. So it was the high level idea was give this to like a large language model, let it ingest it, and let it summarize the story. And you know, playing around, you know, getting an OpenAI key and trying to like, you know, like pumping all this data into it. This was like one of the outputs. And you know, try and show it to a customer, dress it up in some nice UI, and show it to the customer. And we built out a prototype. I mean, I was pretty happy with it. Here, we're like seeing a bunch of summarization happening. If there's a video, it would like we're giving it YouTube links as well, so it would find like a really high quality video. It would show the user like what articles it's summarizing it from. It would also be aware of the maybe the stocks that are being mentioned and have ways to link to them, and some competitors maybe. So I was pretty happy with it as a concept. But there were two problems. Yeah, there was two quite big ones. One is that the quality of our news content is quite inconsistent. So we have a news API which is very cheap, or I think it might be free, but I think it's very cheap. And like the kind of content that you get from it is SEO like rubbish, basically. You know, top 3 stocks, or here's what Warren Buffett has in his portfolio that you might not know of. It's really, really bad. So it was quite unreliable at generating the content that we wanted consistently. And the other is, if you want to do it properly and you want to get really great content, the republishing rights like cost a lot of money and time. And as a young startup, 2 things that are like quite scarce, I would say. So there was only one thing for it, at least for the time being. It had to die. Moving on. So the next one, I think a lot of you are going to empathize with this one. This is one of thousands of great ideas that were just butchered when they were shown to compliance. So this poor soul is related to our referral program. Invite a person, get rewarded kind of thing. And it was a run up to Christmas, and we wanted to like try out this gift giving concept. You know, gift a stock to your friends. And this was kind of the campaign, right? We're feeling festive. We'll give your friend like £20 worth of whatever stock you want. You know, it's Christmas spirit and all that. But this problem kind of emerged, which was how does the customer decide which stock to give? Do we decide? Do we make some suggestions? Is that financial advice? Do we have permissions to do that? And so kind of like the high-level idea after this kind of, after like thinking about that a bit was, like, what if we just randomize it somehow? So, okay, this was like one of the concepts. And it was like a magic 8-ball. You know, you kind of like shake your phone and it like tells you, hey, your friend would like some of this. But there was a problem, a really, really big one. The exact week I was working on it, the FCA, the UK's financial regulator, put out some guidance. Now, when the regulator puts out guidance, it's not really like best practice. It's kind of like, do what we fucking say. And it was around like this amending trend of gamification in investing apps. And in not so many words, they were cracking down on any UI that could resemble mechanics of a game or anything remotely fun or engaging. So, just like that, dead on arrival. I've got more. Have you ever designed something that you came back to later and thought, did I really do that? I mean, this is really bad. Like, did I actually do this? It normally happens when I like quickly do something on a Friday and I like wake up to it on a Monday. I'm like, oh my God, okay. So Lightyear, alongside investing in stocks and ETFs, it also allows you to hold multiple currencies. And the last couple of years, interest has been a big part of finance, right? Of holding cash. So yeah, you can earn interest in multiple currencies. And we do this nice thing up top where we kind of like summarize all of your different currencies in your local currency, right? So here I can say I've got 496 euros based on like the current exchange rate. But what if we did this for interest, right? You see this little number over here? Is it the average? No, it doesn't really make sense to be the average if you've got different amounts in different currencies. So I came up with this thing called the weighted rate, which is the average of all the funds like weighted by how much you've got in them. And it's essentially calculated like so, where you multiply the amount by the rate, and then you total them, and then you divide it by the total cash, and then that's Monday over there. And I think you probably know what's going to happen. It was gone. I think it's probably ahead of its time. But I think like what's important to note there is the preemptive killing of an idea by oneself, rather than like putting it through the gauntlet and getting your team to review it. And I think that happens quite a lot with myself. I don't know about you, where you kind of second guess what feedback you might get, and then you maybe just, avoid confrontation and go with something a bit easier to present. This next one, though, is about killing an idea that deserves it. Sometimes I get requests. So I should say that Lightyear is a design team of 2 people, myself and Laura, and we get a lot of requests that sound a bit weird. So, for example, one that we got a while back was, look, Kish, we need some humanness to our website, some feeling that there are real people using this thing. It's really like baked in to people's lives, and it's having like a real, there's just people. There's no human connection, and the problem with this idea is that, I don't know about you, but this is, when I look at kind of different fintechs websites, there seems to be this pattern, this kind of lack of brand expression, where we just kind of find a stock image of people and just whack it into the product because we want some kind of feeling to be there. And I think it's a bit of a shame, and it kind of erodes like a lot of the quality and the brand trust that we're trying to create. And so I guess I have entertained a couple of these requests, but I'm too afraid of losing my designer street cred on stage. So I've buried them way deep in here, and maybe later I'll show you some on my phone. But maybe let's talk a bit about why do designs die. I think reality is that they, all of the reasons. I think there's too many to name, and these are just some of them, and I've just shown a small sample of them. And I'm sure many of you have learned to accept this. Maybe it's still kind of quite frustrating, but I think if you are, I guess at a startup, it's kind of like part and parcel. It's part of the role, and then there's a reason why a lot of us older designers are, we look quite broken and haggard. It's part of the role, I guess. So what are the lessons? What are the takeaways? I think the first is that your work is at constant peril. So this is the obvious one. The first one, the uninformed explorer, the compliance casualty, are 2 of many. This is probably the most common, right? You put your work out there, and there are, and you're forming an idea, a solution, and you're sharing it over and over, and you're getting random thoughts, and you digest the feedback, and it really changes from what you initially set out to do. And I think there's no escape from that. The second is kind of related to the third idea, which is don't do the killing. I think that weighted interest idea isn't maybe not the best example, but maybe it could work. And we'll never know, though, because I killed it before it could really be interrogated. So how many times have you preemptively killed an idea? Normally it's something that you thought it wouldn't be technically possible, but if you share the work, maybe it won't just live in your head. And the last one, I think this is quite like, I don't think I really fully formed this thought, and I'm hoping that a few of you will finish the thought for me afterwards. But I think that whilst in my career, like design started as this lipstick on the pig that was mentioned, this kind of visual, make it look pretty kind of thing. And we really fought to be problem solvers. We really like transformed the way that design is looked at in software companies into problem solvers. But I think part of that journey has meant that making it visually exciting and interesting has been kind of forgotten about. And if I can say one thing to leave this is that we are still tastemakers. We are still visual people. If no one is going to make it look sexy, then I don't think anyone will. So I don't really have an end slide, but I would love to hear your thoughts on this one later on. And yeah, we'll leave it there. You can find me on Twitter at the Kish Patel and on LinkedIn. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kish. It's super interesting. We rarely ever get to see these failed projects. Let's start with a light question. Have you ever revisited some of these buried concepts? Did you ever CPR some of them, bring them back to life, or they're really dead forever? For sure not the stock pictures.
Lie is we're quite a young company, so it's hard to say. And also I have this habit, which is really bad, of just deleting it. Like there's something quite pleasurable about pressing backspace and it just evaporating when you don't like it. So I'm doing better. Like now we always create like an archive page, and we just always send to archive, so we always we're able to search for it. But currently, there's nothing I can think of that's been resurrected today.
So then you probably did the right thing.
Yeah.
Another question that people are super curious: how is the communication around these failed designs or failed projects in your company? Are you communicating this? Is this bottom up, top down? How does this work?
I would say it's part of designing a feature where as you go, you're discarding stuff. Things are just like, hopefully going to this archive page through and it was similar to Revolut, we do this weekly cadence of sharing. So it's like pretty quick feedback to really shape a product in a different way. But actually, the idea for this talk came from like a more mini version that we did in our all hands. And I was like just sharing, me and Laura were just sharing like 50 things, or like, I can't remember how many things that we designed and just never went anywhere. And yeah, it's a culture of like just trying and making, and really treating design as like sandcastles that are going to get washed away. There isn't really much preciousness to the way that we do things.
All right. Do we have questions in the audience? Yes, please. And I like this idea that you're not so precious with the design. It's really interesting.
Yeah, I think graveyard's a bit harsh. I prefer the term fridge. Keep it fresh and come back and maybe eat it later. But are a lot of your ideas that get thrown away, are they rooted in solving a problem or capturing an opportunity?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I don't really have. I still have to work on like the most important stuff for the company. So they do form. Like that first example seems pretty radical, but what we were trying to do was like redesign our explore page. So it's not so much of like an e-commerce experience where you're like browsing investments by category, but it's it's trying to be. It's trying to mimic how people are finding about investment opportunities outside of the platform. They are reading the news. So that's kind of like the key insight was like, let's try and figure out how to do this from a news first approach as opposed to listing all the different investments and by category or by industry. Didn't really go anywhere though. And that project got put in the fridge for now. Yeah.
Good. All right, everybody, give it up for Kish, please. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, from Wise Design Director, Nikki Godley.
Hello. It's great to be here. Thank you so much for having me. Hi to everyone online. Make sure I can work the clicker. Great. I'm Nikki. I'm a director at Wise, and I'm here to talk to you today a little bit about the journey that we've been on. We have a big mission at Wise. We want to build the best way to move and manage your money internationally. We already handle about 5% of the world's money, which is a mind-blowing figure for me. But if you look at it another way, we still have 95% left to go. I lead a few teams embedded in different squads. Discovery, which is our web experience. Product, tooling, and brand, which forms our design system. And Wise Platform, which is our global infrastructure payment solution for banks. I look after these teams, which is really to say, I look after people. Some truly amazing people have invested their time and energy as I work through a ton of iterations to be the person who stands up here today. When I talk about investing in people, what I mean is giving back time, energy, opportunity to help them see and realize their potential. When people feel like someone, or a bunch of someones, even better, are invested in them and are actively, generously working towards developing their potential, the quality of the work goes up. And do you know what? Quality is definitely contagious. Once you catch that quality bug, it spreads like crazy. Since I joined at Wise 2 years ago, design has really taken off and gained industry recognition for our work. Until recently, design was a service, and that's not bad. That's just the ride that most of us are going on. And we've worked really hard to catch up to our product and engineering partners and to be seen as a partner to product, and that doesn't happen overnight. I'm going to cover our 5 design principles at Wise with examples of how we've invested in people or invested in quality to make great strides. But first, I feel like I have to give you a bit of context. At the start of 2022, we had 2,300 people working at Wise. By the end of the year, we doubled. Hiring a VP or a CDO is a signal that the C-suite or someone in it is ready for design maturity to really level up. For us at Wise, that person was Nilan, our CPO. He hired a VP of design, and that VP of design hired 63 designers, which effectively quadrupled our team size. When we asked him recently how he explained this large investment, he said, there wasn't really a need to. There hasn't really been a need to challenge the ROI on design. There's just been an obvious need to do it. He could see the potential, which was really cool. I'd worked with Josh, who was the new VP of Wise Design before, and he kept pinging me to come be his design chief of staff. And I was like, I don't even think that's a thing. I've never heard of that role. And he said, I have a ton of shit you can help me with. Dude, just write your own JD. So I thought about it. And I guess when I distill that chief of staff role down, it's all about velocity. It's not about how fast you can go, though. It's about moving at speed in a specified direction. It's in our DNA at Wise to disrupt, to want to do things differently, and to imagine the world working differently. And the direction Josh wanted our team and our brand to head in was different by design. Who wouldn't sign up for that? Wise is really proud of our NPS and our growth through word of mouth. The product NPS is 68. I think most people are probably familiar with it, but just at a really high level. NPS is Net Promoter Score. And we ask people, how likely are you to recommend your product, Wise, to a friend on a scale of 1 to 10 or 1 to 100? Unsurprisingly, Wise puts a lot of emphasis on our employee NPS, which we benchmark annually through our cultural engagement survey. When I joined Wise shortly after Josh, my key KPI was our design NPS, and it was really bad. Not good, minus 60. Nobody wants that, but today we're up 84 points, and we still have a lot of challenges, and I'm not saying this is good, but is it progress? Yes, up and to the right. So how'd we do that? Which brings me back to our 5 principles. Be a designer is our first principle, and it's all about craft. Back in 2022, when we were all new, Nilan was probably wondering, so what do I get for this investment? So we did what designers do so well. We had a sticky note fiesta. A leadership offsite is a really useful way to create shared understanding and momentum. A key output of that was our draft mission and principles. Our design mission is to light the path to imagine and make the world's most delightful, memorable, and meaningful fintech products. If be a designer is our first principle, we really needed to define what we meant by designer. We'd added more disciplines in the hiring spree, and was design really fit for purpose? We decided we really didn't have a naming problem, we had a perception problem. Being a designer isn't about who's the best at Figma or who went to the best art school. It's a mindset, and if you don't believe me, AI agrees with me on this one. It definitely took time to stick, but our content designers and our researchers, they all identify as designers today, and that collective identity is really powerful. Another challenge we had to overcome, which might sound familiar, is how to create connection when most of your designers are embedded in product teams. We did this in part through rituals. We established a monthly design town hall. Crucially, it does 3 things. It's predictable, it happens every month, and the format's largely the same. It's curated, not crowdsourced, so we look for a mixture of perspectives, a mixture of topics, and we cap the talks at 10 minutes to keep everyone interested. And last, it's safe. It's a space where designers can come, they can practice presenting, and they'll feel really comfortable. When I started Design Town Hall, I had to really dig for people like, does anyone want to do this? And the answer was no. But 6 months in, I had a waiting list, and attendance was way up, which tells me we were providing a ton of value, and that's success. We also introduced an annual event, Design Day, which we've held for 2 years in a row in London, where we fly everyone in. And we focus on aspiration and celebration with a series of talks, panels, activities, and guest speakers. Are there any Rory Sutherland fans in the audience? No? Well, we had him this year. You should definitely look him up because he blew our engineers' minds. But anyway, we have rules here. There's no sticky note fiestas, and there's no laptops allowed. Nilon makes time to come, but this year he also asked if we could put on Design Day for all of product and engineering. And when your CPO goes from, what have I just bought, to how do I get more, design is definitely doing something right. While I was doing this work, I was really reminded of a mentor I had, a woman called Kath. She invested a significant amount of time in me, teaching me about communication, narrative communication workshops. And I handed over the ritual to our new design ops manager, and I'm making time to show him what I've learned from Kath and from others. And one day, he's going to do the same for someone else. The next time someone asks you to think like a PM or think like an engineer, rebel. Think like a designer instead. This principle is asking you to bring your training, your experience, your skills, your craft, and your wild-eyed creativity, and your unflinching attention to detail. Bring those things every day and execute to the highest level of your craft. That's how to be a designer. Our second principle is now next feature, and this one's all about strategy. There's so much to do, it can be really easy to forget about succession planning and to put it down your list. Succession planning is ensuring that the right people are in the jobs, not just now, but next and in the future. We founded an interns program to help support the future generation of designers. To give you an idea of how competitive it is, you have less than a 1% chance of getting a paid 10-week placement with us in the summer. We were super fortunate at Wise to have an established engineering program, which is run by a lovely woman called Libby Cook, and we could expand that to include design. Our interns program is a chance for future managers within Wise to try out managing in a time-boxed environment. We call these folks sponsors, and they get exposed to portfolio review, they get exposed to interview and selecting their hire, as well as managing someone for 10 weeks. Our program culminates in a portfolio presentation, and that's a really, really practical takeaway for these interns who are competitively trying to get jobs, because it's something for their portfolio that they can take. So we've increased our headcount since we started it. Now we take 8 interns every year, and we've expanded to take grads. So we just hired 4 permanent grads. I had 1 accept today, and we're going to take 4 next year. We look for potential over perfection every time. Skill can be taught, but qualities like taste, curiosity, determination, they're much more inherent. In college, one student in motion design would get a paid summer internship at a small video game company called Harmonix. And my teacher worked there as well as the ECD. I was super shocked when I got it, and he said to me, "You're not the best." What everyone wants to hear. "You're not the best, but you work the hardest, and if you keep working hard, one day you'll be great." I've handed this over to a wonderful researcher called Pete. He's in the blue top here, and he's doing an amazing job developing this program, adding grads, and he's done so much already for these smiling faces. Now, next feature. This principle is all about understanding constraints, whether it's deadlines, timelines, people, or process. As designers, we really need to think about the first steps and the big picture. Initial design should provide scaffolding, including the foundations for future growth, and it should fit into the overall ecosystem. Do the right thing, not something, is tied to impact. At the end of last year, we released one career map for all of our multidisciplinary design team, and we moved from a tiered salary band system to one equitable band. How did we do that? Well, the career frameworks we'd inherited in 2022, they weren't conceived with the level of scale that we'd reached. We also had this two-tier reward system where some designers were rewarded more than others. As an output of that leadership offsite, our head of content design, a lovely guy called Rob, and I got the unenviable task of reimagining our career framework. I don't know if has anyone ever tried to do this? Put your hand up. Yeah, it's really, really hard. So, Marcus. But Rob and I believed if we had this one identity design, we should have one framework for career progression, and we should have one band where we rewarded all designers the same. We defined our aims. We wanted to be comprehensive, so as complex as it needed to be, but as simple as it could be. Progressive. We wanted to do something unique. And universal. We really believed we could make this work for 5 disciplines. As we started developing the key skills and refining the principles, I had an idea. I wondered if it was possible to map the skill, what you do, to the principle, the behavior of how you do it, to the mission, why you do it in the first place. When we got to this one view on one slide, we knew it was the right thing to do. You can see the 5 design skills, what others might call core competencies, mapped directly to our 5 design principles or behaviors. Together, the design skills and principles sit like pillars beneath our mission. It was definitely not the easy thing to do, because while that was a breakthrough moment, we still had to go through every single level and look at IC and manager, and it took a while to figure out. But we did it, and actually a year and some change on, it's still really solid. Assessing everyone in this way, it also advanced the reward discussion. I'd been working with different teams to collect data for about a year. So recruitment data, exit interview data, engagement survey data, but the most important data that you're going to need if you want to do something like this is market data. Reward is very led by the market. And all of this went into a business case to change the pay structure and design. And it had steps, and it had setbacks, and it required a lot of negotiation. But we were able to create that change we wanted to see. And if we can do it, I believe you can too. Or you can at least use us as a data point. Fair compensation and progression really matters to people. And discipline tiering is just one example where we have more to do as an industry. This is Priya, the head of brand systems. She's literally the quality bar for brand design at Wise. Recently, I supported and encouraged her to go for the promotion that she'd earned just a few weeks before she went on maternity leave. Unfortunately, a lot of women are still overlooked for career progression opportunities. And I couldn't wait to tell my friend Kristen, who was my MD, when she had supported and encouraged me to go for promotion when I was pregnant. We all need more Kristens. The right thing to do, it's often the harder thing to do, but it can be so worth it. We shouldn't mistake activity for delivery or as a road to quality. Remember that motion isn't necessarily progress. Question and challenge yourself to think bigger, to work smarter, to prioritize better, and challenge others to think that way too. Our 4th principle, storytelling isn't optional. It's tied to influence. All of the progress I talked about, when you invest in people, it starts to become super powerful if you also put a focus on elevating the quality of the work. Our definition of quality is simple, exceeding expectations, less simple to do, easy to say. When I started at Wise, designers did not put work from Wise in their portfolios at all. They were not proud of it. And that's completely changed since the rebrand. And we've talked so much about that publicly. In fact, we were here talking about the rebrand last year at George. So I really want to focus what we did after the rebrand and talk about how we've been able to continue investing in brand work, by solving our projects as customer and business problems. So we solve customer and business problems through brand work. Before I give you some examples, I'm just going to put some faces to a name. So this is Luke, who's the ECD at Ragged Edge. Ragged Edge is awesome. They're our branding partner, who we do most of our branding work with. This is Rosie, who's a group design lead at Wise, and Coda, also a group design lead at Wise. Coda was passionate about bringing custom type to a larger global audience, but type is like a really hard sell as a standalone project. Like, what's my ROI on kerning projects? It doesn't really exist. But 6 months after the rebrand, we released an updated version of our Wise Sans font, which included Greek and Cyrillic, as well as many more languages. And we were able to do that because we solved an engineering resourcing issue. The expressive characters, or the glyphs, needed engineering time every quarter to be hard-coded. Our proposal included baking in the glyphs into code, and so they'd work universally in all languages, and that would be a one-time engineering effort. So we saved the business money, basically, in resourcing. Rosie was passionate about bringing photography, custom photography in motion to our .com experience, but that's a really expensive investment. And at the time of the rebrand, we'd only just got a stock account. So, it's a big leap. But about 9 months after that, we released custom photography and a promotional asset system. And we delivered this globally, as well as locally tailored for Brazil and for the US. We were able to do this because we solved a customer comprehension problem. Through user research, we were able to confidently demonstrate that there was a comprehension problem directly related to our static stock imagery, and users just didn't understand how our product worked, and so they weren't converting. And that's a big business problem as well. We ran the research again after the release, the first release, and the participants basically repeated our proposition back to us, which is a huge win. But the best part is the graph went up and to the right so much that we just rolled it out globally, and we didn't keep testing. Rosie now leads Wise Platform, where we've worked closely with Luke and Ragged Edge to tailor our brand for banks, fintechs, and enterprises. And I've worked with a lot of client agency partnerships on both sides of the line. And I think what we have with Ragged Edge is really unique. Luke has invested a lot of time in me, challenging me to think bigger about brand. And when we recently sponsored POV Budapest, Rosie and Coda went to talk about their work, but we also brought Luke with us. One of our design directors was actually moved to tears the first time Luke presented the rebrand concept. And bringing him with us to POV is just a small way to say thank you. A lot of our job in design is framing an idea or persuading an audience. Data, facts, and figures are not the most effective way to do this. Stories are 22 times more memorable than facts, so tell more stories. Last principle, have guts. And this one for us is all about leadership. At Wise, we believe leadership can come from anywhere and from anyone. It doesn't just come from CPOs, VPs, directors, managers. ICs have a massive role to play. Just a couple examples of ICs on my team who are really pushing for quality every day. Steph, CQ, and Edwin are our motion designers and brand systems, and recently they've been working on some really exciting micro-interaction patterns with engineers that are going to solve a lot of core usability issues in our product. Goose is a principal product designer in tooling, and he's created Beam. So this is a tool that helps designers, and crucially non-designers, build screens up to 10 times faster. And that's a huge efficiency for the business. Will is a senior product designer in Discovery, and he got our editorial design system over the line. That's something we've been trying to do for about 2 years. This system creates cohesion, and it's being picked up and run by all the web teams at scale. Fix is a senior content designer in Discovery. She writes all the words on .com, and in a company of 5,000 people, my VP described her as the de facto voice of the company. That kind of influence is massive. Last, Kev is our staff content designer in Wise Platform, and he's recently done a very complex piece of messaging work. And it's not only being picked up by teams, but it also significantly reduces our compliance risk. Advocating for quality and companies that prioritize speed takes courage. And when the whole team is focused on improving quality, one step at a time, little by little becomes a lot. And I think that's really close to what Mig was saying about really, really focusing on the small things. They add up. When I moved from chief of staff, diagonal move, to design director this year, it was mildly terrifying. My background's not particularly conventional, and I'm very conscious and grateful of all the time that Josh has spent investing in me. You have to have guts to take an opportunity that pushes you out of your comfort zone, but you also have to have someone who's looking for potential over perfection. Design exposes us. It makes us vulnerable. But vulnerability isn't weakness, it's a source of courage. Use it to speak up, to take risks, to learn, to lead, and to make things better. Wrapping up, so here are 5 design principles at WISE that shape the behaviors we want to see from all designers in every discipline. And I wanted to end on have guts, because if you want to create that shift in your company from design as a service to design as a product partner, it's going to take a lot of guts. As soon as you think you can't change a business, or you hear yourself saying, we tried that and it didn't work too many times, you should probably get a new job, or you need to try framing the problem differently. Companies don't get better by chance. They get better by change. And I believe design has a huge role to play in creating the change we want to see. Investing in people, investing in quality, it's going to get you closer to where you want to be. And if that all sounds just too easy, even I need to be reminded from time to time when I get really frustrated about how hard it is and how slow it can be, that it's all a push, and this isn't a canoe tip where the whole thing's going to flip at once. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nikki. It was extremely interesting. The number 1 top question voted online is, how do you maintain consistency in design quality as your team is scaling so rapidly? Especially, if you have new hires as well coming all the time.
Yeah, so we're hiring 12 people right now, which is exciting, or we will be over the next couple of months. And we don't focus so much on consistency, we focus on cohesion. So a lot of what we do, I think, is drive that through our system. That's how we did the rebrand. It was all driven through design systems. We have a really big design systems team, actually. I think are we 20 with Eng? It's pretty large, actually, for a company our size. So there's that, but then I feel like the rituals as well, where we're getting designers together to look at the work that we're doing, is very helpful. And the design leadership team meets weekly, where we look at a lot of this work as well, and we get aligned to help our teams align.
Wow. Sounds like a good plan. Second question, I will combine now 2. So on the one hand, we see you are actually attracting amazing talent from all over Europe or all over the world. On the other hand, we saw that your internal NPS is not the ideal spot. So how do these 2 worlds fit together? So
I think it's really tricky. Like I was saying, I think if you look at the NPS score, everyone would look at that and say, well, that's not what I want for my team. But then if you look at the progress, like, if you go from -60 to -20 to +20 to +24, and next time we'll maybe go to +40, like it's a journey. And again, it's just that canoe tip. It doesn't all happen at once. And I think as well, within design, you have what you can influence within design, but then you have the harder job, which is like the influence of engineering and product and all the other teams, and trying to influence that culture change. That's actually the harder thing to do.
And in your experience, what was the biggest driver in increasing the NPS to be higher? Was it salary? Was it the team culture? Was it having a cool office? I don't know.
No,
was
I don't
being advised.
cool. So I think so actually when I talked to, I think it was Daniel from George, our participation rate is like 85%, which is super high, and his jaw dropped. And he's like, how do you do that? It's like, well, we actually take action. So after we get the results, we look at the qual and the quant, we analyze it, we make a plan, and then we play that plan back and say to the team, we heard you, these are your biggest pain points, and these are the steps we're going to take to try to make this better. And then we go back and communicate that pretty much every month. So like getting the career framework, that was a pain point that came from our cultural engagement survey. So we've not that we fixed it, but we made a lot of progress on it. The 2-tiered reward system, like that was a big issue for people. We fixed that.
Okay, so we actually have it.
It's communication.
All right, amazing. Nikki, thank you so much. A big round of applause for Nikki, please.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, from George Senior Product Design, Diego Rodriguez.
Hello, UX Conf. My name is Diego, and thank you so much for being here today. Throughout my career, I've been lucky enough to have worked in a variety of different companies, such as for marketing, from education, and even television. But since 2017, I've been working solely on delivering experiences for the Fintech segment, for players like PagSeguro back in São Paulo, Brazil, to Bitpanda here in Vienna. And I'm very excited because currently I've been working on a very exciting and new project for Sorge. For context, Sorge is the digital banking application from Erste Group. We serve more than 10 million people across 6 different countries here in Central Europe. And we've been working hard to deliver a whole new experience for investing into the mainstream. Be you a beginner or a seasoned investor, we believe investing is for everyone. But before I move on, let me share a bit of history. The year is 2015. I had some money saved in my bank account, but there was a problem. It was giving me 0 interest, and it was just lying there. I know, that's embarrassing. I also look at this and cringe a little bit, but that also gave me the idea to finally start investing. At first, it was overwhelming to get started. I found myself surrounded by all those terms I never heard before. And this made me feel like I did not belong into that universe, that this was only for the rich or the experts. But I had a niche that I need to scratch. That's when I had the brilliant idea to look for information in one of the safest, neutral, and somewhat civilized sources of information that mankind has ever created: YouTube. I watched a bunch of videos from these financial influencers back then, and it helped me demystify some of my fears. Some tips were good, and some not so great. But even with that extra support, I still was afraid of losing all my hard-earned cash. But I wasn't ready to give up just yet. Once I got the basics down, I opened my first broker account and made a tiny investment in one of those Brazilian bonds. Time passed, and nothing bad happened. So I made another investment, and another one, and I never looked back. So for the next 15 minutes, I want to share how we at the Wealth Cluster in Sorge tackled a lot of those design challenges. This will be divided in 3 steps. And the first, let's go for some context. We are not taught how to deal with money. And this really hurts our potential to build wealth and to grow financially. In Europe, only 17% of all household assets are held as securities such as stocks, funds, or ETFs. This means a lot of people is just missing out, and that we have a lot of potential to unblock. And we at Sorge had our own set of challenges. First, we had a very timid approach towards investing, meaning that a lot of our users didn't even know they could invest through our app. Second, complexity. Our fees, they were extremely complicated. If you were a user and wanted to know how much you would pay to invest with us, you had to go through a 14-page PDF just to have that information. And third, we want to compete with neo-brokers and neo-banks because basically we want to attract those young investors. On the other hand, we have a beloved app used by millions of people here in Central Europe, and with an almost perfect score in both the App Store and the Google Play Store, and a staggering 100,000 plus assets available for the Austrian market alone. And we have something truly unique: real people in the branches, ready to give guidance for our clients in their trading journey. So why not take the advantage of all that? That's when we set a very bold goal: design one investment experience for every user. From retired grandparents to the trendy teenagers, from the daily Redditors who post every day about investments, to the regular people that are just looking to get by and take care of their families and their future. But how did we do it, you ask? For George Invest, we went through an intense cycle of experimentation, testing, iterating, and doing it again. And this lasted for months. And I want to take a brief moment to share some of the findings we had during this process. Pain points that most our users go through during their journeys to invest. First, knowledge and experience. Many people we talk to, they share with us that they had this fear that they did not know enough to get started. And for those who know, who already have started, they lack the persistence to keep doing it and to actually build that experience over time. The second pain point, this one is very relatable: the fear of losing all of their savings they fought so hard to build. Third, being financially healthy and able to pay all your bills, to build a rainy day fund, and also to fight inflation. Fourth, the flexibility to make small investments, and in case you need the money, being able to sell those investments. Fourth, trust. Because they often ask themselves, can I trust my broker with all my money? Or better, can I trust the advice I am given? So I collected all those insights. And before I share my metaphor, I want to ask you in the audience, who in here likes to play video games? You can raise your hands. All right. That's great. That's cool. Because I chose one of my favorite games to illustrate the different steps an investors go during their journeys. Pokemon. And one of the coolest things about Pokemon is the leveling system for those lovely creatures. They have what we call evolutions, meaning when they accumulate enough experience points, they just jump and evolve to their next shape. Here is Charmander. Albeit inexperienced, it has a fiery spirit. This represents the beginners, eager to try, but still needing some advice. For them, human or digital advice are the way to go and can really help their building confidence and also take their first steps. Next, there's Charmeleon. For those who had already started investing and already made their first trades, for them, they still need some guidance, and basically they're looking for new ways to explore and find new opportunities to invest and diversify their portfolios, of course. And then the final form, Charizard, representing those seasoned investors who know what they want and want the shortest path possible to get to a large and diverse amount of assets. For them, self-trading and a seamless order flow are the way to go. And this leads me to the outcomes. That's how the George overview looks like. There, our users can see their products like bank accounts, credit cards, check their balances, make a new transfer, and even they get some insights about their financial lives. But cramming so many new features into one app that was already established demanded something special. And that's how the Invest tab was born. And this is George Invest. Starting from the top, we have a beautiful and interactive chart that allows all users to check their portfolio's value over time. We believe simple and accessible data are fundamental to help users understand their financial situation and to make better decisions. But for beginners and mid-level investors, finding the right investment is a challenge. That's why we created what we call humanized filters. And those cater exactly to those needs, those very basic needs, like making small investments, having some protection, building an investment habit, and even finding investments that you can easily sell in case you need your money. And we designed a cool 3D effect, so when a user taps on the card, we reveal more information about that filter. And if that's not enough, we have a help icon that they can tap, and they can see 2 flavors of information. For those who like to read, we have a nice short paragraph giving more details for beginners. And for those who like to watch, we also link those to a short piece of content. And once users have selected all their filters, they jump right into the results page, where we optimize for a clear and easy-to-browse interface. We also sprinkled some of those details I just showed to also help us be basically into the regulation, because we have some needs there. We have to provide some information. And to make that regulation and regulation needs, I would say, to feel a little bit more engaging and also educational. And for those who have experience, we have a doorway to 100,000 plus assets with search and buy, where the most seasoned users can find exactly what they're looking for. They also get access to a cleverly designed order form that mixes both powerful features with an easy and uncluttered interface. And we added small details like asking, what's the most you'd pay per piece, to explain what a limit order is. And those small details really help everything feel more user-friendly. And in most investment platforms, you get just one portfolio. And there is a problem with that, because different people have different needs, such as investing to buy that house, for their kids, and even just to test a totally crazy new investing experience or strategy, I would say. That's why we're coming up with, still in beta, sub-portfolios. With those, this really helps users declutter and organize their financial and investment objectives. And people often get advice and education from short content on the web. That's me. But it's very easy to fall prey to malicious actors who are giving misleading information and actually can ruin a lot of families across the globe. Having that in mind, we designed our own scalable framework to deliver short content right into our app. But with one key difference. We ensure the quality and accuracy of that information. And we brought advice to the forefront. From research, we know beginners and mid-level users really rely on guidance, be it from a human or digitally. That's why in our tab, advice is only one tap away. So users can easily book a session with one of our many experts. So they can do it via video, chat, or in a branch. We got everything covered. And that's a whole new and beautiful home for the investments of our users. And I'm proud to announce that 2 weeks ago, we shipped our first country, Czech Republic, with more countries to come. And I want to take a brief moment to thank all the amazing colleagues who made it possible across design, product, strategy, business, and engineering. It took a lot of effort and collaboration to make it work. And it makes me deeply proud of being part of such an amazing team. And to wrap this up, I have 3 lessons that I learned and that I want to share with you that helped me the most. First, as Marla said earlier, show up for those business meetings and talk their lingo. Get yourself familiar with concepts like OKRs, KPIs, and go-to-market strategies, and even how to put a price onto your product. Understanding those concepts can make you a better communicator across your org. And also, it can help you not be a victim of poor decisions and actually being able to influence those decisions. I even took a business course this year, and it helped me greatly. Second, be bold and experiment a lot. Don't be afraid to challenge assumptions in your company. Even when people tell you, oh, that's how it is, it's always been this way. Instead, trust your gut. Because there are features that everybody has, but you can still find room to make them differently. And third, have stamina. Good design is a marathon, not a short run. And things that seem impossible today, they can be changed as long as there's someone, and that someone is you, who's there to advocate and fight for that change. But I have to say, I still have those moments where I don't think good design can be either pushed or delivered, where I feel like I just hit a wall. But don't give up. You might be on 90% of the hill and don't realize it yet. And that's how we design something simple, accessible, and memorable. Anything but generic. And we did it for everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diego.
Thank you.
One of the most requested things to know is, what were actually the most difficult regulatory or business constraints that you have encountered while striving for simplicity, this endless balancing act that we do?
Well, as we already discussed today, we had many regulatory issues to go through, especially here in Austria. Regulation is very strict. But I can give some examples. So I showed the Explore, the feature where we help people find the right investments for them with those humanized filters. And from the images you see there on those tiles, we had everything to go through compliance. The terms we used, and even when we have the results page, there's an order for the assets you see on the page. And for that, we had to find very objective rules to actually sort them. So why are you showing stocks before funds? Or why are you showing bonds before of the stocks? So it's like we are on the verge of giving advice. We have to be very clever. And one of the things is that we have to be objective. So some of them are sorted by objective criteria like market cap, some are alphabetically, and others different types of metrics. And even those kind of things, right? I mentioned that in the results page as well, we have some legal information we have to provide, right? I have to explain, okay, this is a bond, and we are sorting it alphabetically, and or by market cap, for example. But people don't know what a market cap is. Let's be honest. If you stop someone in the street and ask, okay, do you know what market cap is? Maybe they don't know. And we had to explain those concepts as well. And we used those small bits of content you saw there on the bottom sheet, where we either provide a very nice paragraph written in a very short form, or a short piece of content that's a little bit more engaging. So I don't know if I answered all the questions, but it's very challenging. And yeah, of course, we have to go through a lot of rounds between compliance, go back, rewrite it, until we find something that's actually usable.
For sure, it's super tough. Question for your Pokemon segmentation.
Yes.
So how did you create these segments, and are you asking new users what is their actual investment level?
Actually, this is just a metaphor. Of course, we might have...
Not official?
Yes. Unfortunately, it's not official. We won't publish this as a paper. But so the question again is just how we segmented, right? We found some very strong patterns. When we start to talk to people, it becomes very clear that there is like this journey they go through, and different people, they will be in different points of their journey. Sometimes they even have some adjacent. So, for example, you might be on the middle, but you still feel like you're a beginner. And to merging all of those, we had to find those metaphors and basically try to convey some of those pain points into something that people can understand. Because as we try to design something for everyone, right? We try to design an investment experience for every user. We had to be also very careful with how much stuff we put on the screen so they don't feel overwhelmed. And at the same time, we had to put these entry points to features that the most advanced users also would find helpful. So to organize that, of course, Pokemon is just a metaphor, but people might be in different moments in their lives, and sometimes they are even in two of those houses.
For sure. Which questions do we have in the room? Yes, please, over there.
Hi. What are the first customers' reactions? You are in production, you said, for almost 2 weeks. So do you have any clients' feedback already? Thank you.
Well, we are still collecting those. It's quite early, and the rollout is now 100%. But I can say that we have some portfolios already open, because we also are launching George Open, and we are also testing that on Czech Republic. But I still cannot provide any figures there. So for now, still, you have to wait a little bit.
So fresh.
Yes.
I believe we had a question in the front row. But maybe in 4 weeks we can publish something.
Wonderful presentation, thank you. Why did you choose Czech Republic as a launch country?
Well, I think that's a pretty good question. As I explained, George and the Erste group as a whole covers at least 6 countries so far. And different countries, even in the European Union, they have different regulations. So sometimes we have to launch some of those features, and some of them look a little bit different in Czech Republic right now. And some of those, they take a little bit longer before we can deliver to the other countries, because we have to go through, as I explained, right, a whole regulatory process. We talk to regulators, we check if everything is fine, and for something like the Explore feature I just showed, there was a lot of paperwork we had to go through. So that's why first Czech Republic.
Let's take one last question from the remote audience. It's very interesting. So how did you balance the need for simplicity with also the need to having really comprehensive features? Because you cannot really let things out when it comes to investment. So how did you do this balancing act?
Oof, that's a tough one. Honestly, as we saw in the talk from Lightyear before, we also have a graveyard, and it's huge. I would say most of our space in Figma is for that graveyard. That means that we had to explore a lot of crazy ideas, try them out, show to people, see how they reacted. Okay, maybe that's good, maybe that's not so good, let's kill it. And it's a constant back and forth. So a lot of this is like, imagine like you're doing something and sculpting a vase. You throw a lot of material away. So that's how we try to balance some of those, because then after we went through this very long and sometimes tedious and hard process where you cut stuff down, you get to the very essential that should be there. And then when we show this to people, they actually understand. So I think that's how you get to that measurement, and you know when it's time, okay, maybe we should launch this because I think this is already working.
Perfect, Diego. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Diego,
Thank you.
please.
Thank you.
Thank you. What a beautiful day. We learned so much. It was extremely inspiring. And now we're slowly coming to the end, unfortunately. We have a very short few announcements, some housekeeping.
Yes, so thank you so much for being here. We had a great event for sure. I have a small but exciting announcement to make. Our friends and partners, so the Interaction Design Foundation, maybe just let's get the slide. Yeah, thank you. So we will be raffling 2 full memberships for the Interaction Design Foundation and LinkedIn Premium. If you ask me what do you need to do, well, nothing. So if you're one of the 2 lucky winners, you will get it via email. And also one of our incredible supporters, the UX Tweak, they have 1 month of free UX testing for everybody. So if you want to get your 1 month free testing, just scan the QR code and you will get access.
Thank you, Daniel. And I also would like to share some gratitude for our amazing speakers who delivered amazing presentations, and also our wonderful George team who behind the scenes working hard to deliver this event. We're preparing for an entire year to make this day happen. So thank you so much, our amazing team.
Exactly. I just would like maybe just really to highlight when we say we made it by designers for designers, we really made it. That means really all the graphics, we made them, the goodies, we made them. There was basically nothing outsourced. And if it comes to the amazing speakers, they're not full-time speakers. It's not their job. They do this on the side. So they take precious time off from their daily work and they really invest a lot into these amazing talks. They give so much. So it's so awesome. And again, thank you so much. It's the best.
Mauri?
And I also believe our CPO and COO
and godfather
of this event, Mauri, also wanted to join us for some parting words before we end.
I want to thank all of you for coming. My voice is terrible. Normally I don't speak with this voice, but yesterday I had some issues, and anyway, sorry for that. Thank you for coming. I have some flowers here for the. Steffi is right. This is not done by. We did not hire people to do this conference. This is done by a bunch of people in our organization that normally their job is to take care about 10 million users, and they do this on the side. And as we don't have flower for everyone, but we decided to to basically. Steffi.
Thank you very much.
Natalie.
Thank you.
Daniel, that's for your wife.
Yes.
Just make sure that you deliver. And Nanda, where's Nanda?
Of course,
Nanda,
in the
come
back,
over.
Nanda,
That's for you as well.
behind the scene, working hard, keeping everything on schedule and budget.
Come on stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm looking forward to see you next year. We would require a bigger room. And we had discussion because we have lots of people who want to come. And we are thinking that rather than going into quantity, we will go into quality. And so probably we will stay here We will probably try again to work on the content. All of you are going to conference all the time, and normally the feeling I have is to say, well, a couple of things were nice, but the rest was really useless. And that's something I never got here. Really, the quality is really high, and I want to thank you for organizing this, and thank you guys to put together the program. It's just fantastic. And I'm looking forward to see you all next year. So it will be even fun. But anyway, I said, our mission is to give stage to a community. The point is stage is nice, but party is even nicer. And so we see each other upstairs because the party normally is even greater than the stage. So, and you have time to talk and to say everything you couldn't say on stage. So come over, approach anyone, please. Be very open and get drunk if you can.
Thank you, Mauri. And now, Daniel, will you introduce?
Huh?
Will you introduce Dominic?
Yes. Wait, just 1 second. All right, now we're really at the end of this episode. We have one final surprise for you. But before we bring him on stage, we need to have some energy in the room.
Yep.
We really need to have some energy because it's going to be a very strong performance.
Okay.
And for that, I would just ask everybody to just maybe take a brief stand. Let's get the hands up.
So let's start from this side. Get ready. And then we're going to do a big wave from this side to the other one.
We need the energy, really. This guy needs it.
Okay.
It's going to be good. It's going to pay off.
All right. So ready? This side. Start like this. Woo! Okay.
One more time. We need more energy.
Now from the left. Okay. Get ready. And then woo! Perfect. I think we need 10 more times, but
We can do it later again for sure.
So now, as you can see, something is happening. So get ready for a performance that will break
your heart.
The windows now.
Okay.
Yeah. But we have something very special for you. So please welcome on stage Domenico Ciano.
All right, all right, all right. 1, 2, 3. Can I talk a little bit? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Can everybody hear me? Nice and clear. Eh? Okay. I'm sorry if my English is not going to be that good, but I still have not many chances to practice. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Domenico Ciano, and this big guy here with me tonight, does anybody know his name? Someone wants to guess? Yeah, almost. PVC pipe drum. In Italian, we call it tubofono, which makes more sense. And I explain you briefly the mechanism that stands behind its function, its working. So I got here 7 tubes. At each tube corresponds a different tune, a different note. The longer the tube, the lower the tune. And then, step by step, the shorter the tube, the higher the note. Questions? All right. And then I also use my feet to make some more music. I have a cajon, which I play with a pedal. And then I have a foot tambourine on my left foot. So that is to explain you that all the sounds that you've been hearing, listening to, they are made live. There is no backing track or anything like that. All right? And now, if you have enough of words and you want to listen more music, say, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Everybody at the same time. I will count to 3, all right? Everybody say, oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. Better. All right. Thank you everyone. Okay, yeah, that's right. Maybe someone is wondering, what am I using to hit the pipes? Any guesses? Yeah, 50% of the answer is right. For the part, the soft part, which is hitting the plastic of the pipes, is a flip-flop. And the other half, which I hold in my hand, is a wood chicken spoon. Or better, it was. So, as you can see, it's a very, very expensive set. I go with another piece now. All right. And now I would like to try something different. It's a more participative percussion piece of music. And we didn't try this one at the rehearsal yesterday, so I hope we can hear my clap. And I'm talking to my friend technician guy. Can you hear it? All right. This piece of percussive music is called Repeat After Me. Let's see if someone from the audience is going to catch it. All right. Come on, don't be shy. All right. Yeah, lots of free time I have. All right. Now, I'm gonna play a small rhythmic cellule, a rhythmic cell, and you can repeat after me, all right? Very, very simple. Tum chak, tum chak. Tum chak, tum chak. Tiki tiki ta, tiki tiki ta ta. Tiki tiki ta, tiki tiki ta ta. Rakata ta 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 tum pa. Rakata ta 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 tum pa. No, guys, that was my grand finale. And usually this is universal. Even in Japan, they got it. All right, let's try it again. It's a really universal rhythmic formula. It works everywhere. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. It goes pam para bam bam pam pam, and that's it. Please, can we do it since we are short of time? Can I count on you? Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, can I count on you? Yes. Maybe. All right. Last time. I'm going to do it at the end of other rhythmic cells. Be ready. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for extending your stay here in this room. It's been a pleasure performing for you all. Thanks very much for the invitation. Thanks to Maurizio for inviting me. It's been a real pleasure being here in Vienna, my first time in Austria. And let's party now.
Thank you so much. Thank you. What a great performance. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, super. Yeah, you also enjoyed it, right? So now our official part is over. So what I would like you to do is leave this space and to go to the after party when we have the drinks, the DJ, then you can chill, network. Thank you so much. Thank you. Woohoo! And for our design team, George design team on stage. The rest leave.